Chapter 1051. The next selection would be held again. No one knew when the next selection would be held. Moreover, this kind of competition was always fair and just. How could they tolerate the influence of such evil forces? When Yuan Mashan heard this, he was extremely shocked. He also looked at the third prince, who was sitting at the side, in shock. However, the third prince acted as if he didn't hear this. Yuan Mashan immediately reprimanded the third prince in his heart. The latter's lack of action made Yuan Mashan very unhappy. Previously, he even said that he would guarantee the third prince's position. Now, the third prince is already in front of you. Your only competitor and his supporters are in front of you. However, the third prince didn't even dare to fart. He even tried his best to pretend that he had just arrived. This made Yuan Mashan despise him in his heart. Sigh, his supporters aren't strong enough. The competition hasn't even started and he's already scared. I'm here to give you a chance to live. If you withdraw early, you can live. Li Zongjiu took a sip of the tea on the table. Then, he saw the third prince sitting at the side. Who are you? It was as if he had just seen the third prince. Your son? He's so ugly. Li Zongjiu thought that the third prince was Yuan Mashan's son and couldn't help but say. It wasn't that Li Zongjiu didn't know how to be polite. It was because the third prince's face was really ugly. Not only that, the third prince's face was covered with some powder. For a man to have such things on his face, he really had to give it to him. This is a beauty pill. After taking it, it can improve the structure of your face. At least it can remove freckles. In the future, go out less. If you meet someone with a bad mood or bad temper, they might kill you. For Yuan Mashan's face, Li Zongjiu took out a pill that he refined with the leftover materials. It only had a little effect on the appearance. Because he couldn't bear to look at it, he gave the pill to the third prince. When the third prince saw the pill placed in front of him, he felt as if someone had ruthlessly slapped him in the face. His appearance was not naturally like this. It was because he had accidentally gone mad during his later cultivation. That was why he looked like this. His fists, which were hidden under his sleeves, were clenched tightly. His fingers were constantly emitting cracking sounds. Even his body had begun to tremble slightly. He was forcefully suppressing his emotions. Otherwise, he would have rushed up and killed that person. After that, Li Zongjiu and Wang Ding left Yuan Mashan's residence. Yuan Mashan even personally sent them to the door. After Li Zongjiu left, the third prince finally could not hold it in any longer and slammed his palm on the table. Boom! He smashed the table under his palm into pieces. The third prince stood up angrily and kicked the pillar next to him. It was as if he had directly shattered the pillar with one kick. What's so great about that? Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. How dare you insult this prince? This prince will kill you. The third prince roared like a crazed beast. He happened to see Yuan Mashan, who was walking back with a dejected look on his face. Seeing the third prince like this, he was slightly shocked. If the third prince were to do something, it would be hard to say. However, at this moment, Yuan Mashan could only carefully serve the third prince. After all, the third prince seemed to be the one who had been provoked more. What? Are you also mocking this prince? The third prince turned around and looked at Yuan Mashan. He increasingly felt that it was Yuan Mashan who had humiliated him. Therefore, the third prince was extremely angry. He felt incomparably ashamed. At the same time, a trace of viciousness flashed in the third prince's eyes. Fine. Since he wants to settle the matter with a single sentence, then I will give him something to add. Seeing the third prince's eyes change, a bad premonition arose in Yuan Mashan's heart. Third prince, what do you mean by this? Yuan Mashan wanted to leave this place first. Who knew what the third prince was going to do? However, it was already too late. This prince has disguised himself. No one saw me coming here. Since you can't kill Wang Ding, then there is no other way. Everyone saw Li Zongjiu bring Wang Ding to your house. Deputy Commander Yuan, I can only wrong you and borrow your head. Immediately, the third prince's eyes turned cold. The men of sacrifice in the courtyard rushed in and surrounded Yuan Masan. When the third prince came, he had already cleared the surrounding guards. No one was allowed to come close. Therefore, this gave the third prince a natural guarantee. Third prince, how can you go back on your words? Even if you kill me, you won't be able to touch Imperial Tutorly. This old subject is willing to retire and return to the fields. I hope that the third prince will spare my life. Yuan Mashan directly knelt down in front of the third prince. He kept kowtowing. However, the third prince's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of pity. In his opinion, these people should be used by him. Since they were no longer useful, why should he keep them alive? Immediately, he waved his hand casually. He directly signaled the 20 elite men of sacrifice to attack. Damn it! Yuan Mashan also forcibly released his aura. He wanted to kill his way out of the encirclement of the 20 men of sacrifice. However, the moment he rushed out, Yuan Mashan's body was hit many times. When he rushed into the courtyard, he was already seriously injured. If he hadn't worn this life-saving inner armor for so many years, most of his flesh and bones would have been cut off. Kill. 20 figures flew towards Yuan Mashan like bats. Just as these people were about to chop Yuan Mashan into pieces, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a strong wave of energy attacked. In the next moment, the bodies of the 20 men of sacrifice fell from the sky like kites with their strings cut. Bang! 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 Their bodies landed on the ground. Another figure angrily pulled out his sword and rushed into the midst of the men of sacrifice. He waved the long sword in his hand fiercely, and a sharp sword aura instantly swept across the men of sacrifice. Bang, bang, bang! One by one, heads fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. There were still many people who hadn't been hit. Seeing this, they quickly tried to get up, but they couldn't outrun Wang Ding's sword. Wang Ding? What made Yuan Mashan extremely shocked was that the person who saved him was actually Wang Ding. Young master, I told you that there was something wrong with this kid. Old Yuan, you are an experienced man. How can you still have this kind of problem? Wang Ding casually looked back at Yuan Mashan, who was lying on the ground. When he first saw the third prince, he felt that something was wrong. As expected, this kid wanted to kill Yuan Mashan and frame Li Zongjiu and the others. That was why he had turned back and saved Yuan Mashan. You little thing, not only are you ugly, but your heart is also very vicious. Li Zongjiu also appeared at the door. The 20 men of sacrifice just now were directly knocked down by Li Zongjiu with a casual wave of his hand. A vicious heart? The third prince glanced at the 20 men of sacrifice lying on the ground. The people he had brought were all dead. Who was the more vicious one? It was unbelievable that such words came out of Li Zongjiu's mouth. Young master, how should we deal with this person? Take him down, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Killing many people didn't mean that he was vicious. But this kid, he actually wanted to frame Li Zongjiu. That was completely vicious. There was no need to even think about it. Just capture him and cripple him. How dare you touch me? The third prince stood where he was, looking majestic. At this moment, it was as if he wanted to release his kingly aura. However, the third prince's cultivation base wasn't very high. Furthermore, he had used some method to forcefully raise his strength to the level of a grade 1 Yuan monarch. Wang Ding was already a grade 3 Yuan monarch. When Wang Ding heard that this ugly bastard was actually so arrogant, he immediately walked over to him and slapped him. Slap. This slap directly knocked 5 of the third prince's teeth out of his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't kill him, Yuan Mashan, who was standing at the side, shouted hurriedly. However, Wang Ding seemed to want to show off in front of Li Zongjiu. After he executed a set of combination fist techniques, he also executed a set of combination blade technique. Oh my, the defensive inner armor on your body is not bad. Wang Ding's blade couldn't penetrate the third prince's skin. He seemed to feel a sense of provocation and humiliation, so he immediately exerted all his strength. He gathered all his strength and slashed at the third prince's neck. Because it was slashed diagonally, the blade was stuck in the third prince's body. You are courting death. Wang Ding kicked the third prince's body and pulled out the blade. Chi! Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. In the end, the third prince fell to the ground. His eyes rolled back, and he died a horrible death there. Yuan Mashan didn't even know how to explain the scene before him. They could only watch helplessly as the third prince was killed just like that. Old Yuan, you are a smart person. Today, we have helped you solve your problem. Wang Ding wiped the blood off the blade in his hand. When he saw the look in Wang Ding's eyes, Yuan Mashan suddenly had a strong feeling. Li Zongjiu and the rest knew that the person before them was the third prince. However, he had deliberately killed him. This was so crazy. So arrogant. What exactly were Li Zongjiu and the rest trying to do? Yuan Mashan couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 1052. He casually tossed a pill to Yuan Mashan. Thank you, Imperial Tutor. With Yuan Mashan's current condition, he could not hold on for long. He did not hesitate. Since he was already in this state, there was nothing to worry about. After swallowing the pill, he immediately felt a warm current begin to flow through his internal organs. At the same time, the wounds on his body also felt a warm feeling. He recovered in an instant. Phew! Yuan Mashan immediately opened his eyes wide. He, who was on the verge of death, was now about to recover. His aura also became smoother. This pill. It was not that Yuan Mashan had not taken any healing panacea before. However, compared to Li Zongjiu's pill, those panacea were simply complete garbage. This was the quality of a pill. The feeling and change that this pill brought to his body was really indescribable. He did not expect to experience such a miraculous pill in his lifetime. He was so touched that he almost cried. Then, Li Zongjiu flicked his finger and burned all the corpses in the courtyard. Now, Li Zongjiu's flame was a towering flame. Its power was endless, and it was a complete flame. After smelting, the power that it displayed would be even more terrifying. 21 corpses were burned to a crisp. Not even ashes were left behind. They were directly blown away by the wind. After getting up, Yuan Mashan saw that Li Zongjiu and Wang Ding had made a move. The two of them were so decisive and ruthless that they didn't even leave behind a single trace. No wonder Li Zongjiu was so famous that no one dared to provoke Li Zongjiu. With such strength, who would dare to mess around? And with such a temper, even if you died, no one would know. The matter is settled. Can we go in and talk? Li Zongjiu stood with his hands behind his back. Wang Ding also came to Yuan Mashan's side. Please! Yuan Mashan seemed to have realized something and immediately welcomed the two of them into the hall. Only the three of them knew that the third prince had died here. If Yuan Mashan could not keep the secret, then there was no need for him to live. After Wang Ding ascends to the throne, the City Guard Corps also needs capable people to assist. I wonder if General Yuan has any candidates that you can provide. Li Zongjiu said. When Yuan Mashan heard this, he knew what Li Zongjiu meant. He wanted him to assist Wang Ding in taking down the entire City Guard Legion. Originally, both sides were very strong competitors, but with such a situation, the tables were turned. Even Yuan Mashan had no choice but to submit to Wang Ding. Yuan Mashan is willing to serve the Imperial Tutor. Yuan Mashan immediately knelt down. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and lifted Yuan Mashan's body into the air. The term of the captain is 4 years. After 4 years, Wang Ding will be transferred to the Imperial Guards. At that time, you will be in charge of the city guards. My white deer mansion will not treat you unfairly. Li Zongjiu said. Wang Ding would be transferred to the Imperial Guards? That would be awesome. However, Li Zongjiu looked so awesome, so it did not seem impossible. Perhaps Wang Ding would really be transferred. 4 years later, he might really have the chance to become the captain of the City Guard Corps. Just thinking about it made him feel like he could see an extremely bright future. Thank you, Imperial Tutor, for your promotion. General Wang, please take care of me in the future. What happened before, let's put the past behind us. From now on, we will be a family. Wang Ding patted Yuan Mashan's shoulder. Rather than killing Yuan Mashan, it would be better to keep him for his own use. Young master's move was truly brilliant. For Yuan Mashan, his life was already picked up. If not for Li Zongjiu's help, his old bones would have completely died here today. Now, not only could he protect his life by following Li Zongjiu, but he could also become the captain of the corps in 4 years. Although it was a little late, it was still a very good choice for Yuan Mashan. Otherwise, Yuan Mashan would have to retire now. Not only would he have wasted so much time, but he would also not have gained anything in the end. Therefore, Yuan Mashan had already gotten over it. His only thought was to work under Li Zongjiu. More accurately, he would work under Wang Ding. He did not have the qualifications to directly work with Li Zongjiu. The third prince had mysteriously disappeared from the city. It was estimated that there would not be much movement for a while, but as time passed, someone would definitely track him down. Wang Ding did not know where Li Zongjiu got the courage to be so unscrupulous. It was really unbelievable that he would kill a prince of a dynasty in the imperial city. However, Li Zongjiu was the only one who could do such an unbelievable thing. This matter was unbelievable to others, but to Li Zongjiu, it was just a normal operation. Young master, you are really fierce. You actually dared to kill the third prince directly. However, you have to be careful. If word of this gets out and people find out, we will be in big trouble. Wang Ding whispered in front of Li Zongjiu in the carriage. What third prince? However, Li Zongjiu's face was full of astonishment, as if he did not know what Wang Ding was talking about. Looking at Li Zongjiu's appearance, Wang Ding was about to explode. What? Li Zongjiu did not seem to know that the person he had just killed was the third prince of the dynasty? Just now. You didn't know. Then why did you let me kill him? How would I know that he's the third prince? I don't even know him. But if I kill him, then so be it. That little thing always makes a mess of things. It's good to kill him. You can make arrangements for the rest. Li Zongjiu said. Wang Ding obeyed and got off the carriage by the roadside. He did not directly follow back to the White Deer Mansion. When Li Zongjiu returned to the White Deer Mansion, he received news from the Haiku dynasty's Marquis Wanyong's residence. It said that in half a month, the Black Canal Basilica would make a move and they had to be careful. Among them, there was also a mention of an ancient ruin. Half a month later, an ancient relic? Li Zongjiu pinched his fingers and began to calculate the time in his heart. I have only been reborn for a little more than a year, and no ancient relic has appeared. The closest one will be in 50 years. Immediately, Li Zongjiu had a bad premonition in his heart. Fuck, could it be that it has been brought forward? Li Zongjiu could imagine that the ancient relic had appeared because of him. Ancient Demon Suppression Palace. Li Zongjiu's eyes were solemn. This was because there were many treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace that could suppress the demon race. It was difficult for the later generations to refine them. Therefore, many experts did not care about the consequences and directly took away the treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace. As a result, many of the suppressed devil clans gradually emerged and were resurrected. Such a disaster was a catastrophe for the entire Shengwu continent. In my previous life, when the calamity of the demon race broke out, the treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace were all taken away. At that time, I was only in the Yuan King realm. Now that I have become an Yuan Emperor, I don't have to worry too much. However, Luoxia City is in a dangerous place. It must be protected well. Since the people of the Li family had been in Luoxia City for generations, Luoxia City, as the ancestral land of the Li family, could not be damaged. It must be protected well. Half a month, there is still time. Li Zongjiu found Xiao Zhao. Last time, where did you say the mountain seagull appeared? Tianji Mountain Range, in the middle of the Tianyan dynasty and the Xingyan dynasty. The so-called Tianji Mountain Range meant that no one had jurisdiction over this place. There was no problem in doing whatever one wanted here. However, such places were often extremely dangerous places. Apart from some special groups of people who would go there, it was usually a place where no one would casually come to such a place. Therefore, there was a high possibility that there was a powerful sovereign origin beast in this place. Young master, are you really going? Xiao Zhao could not help but ask when he saw Li Zongjiu keeping the map. This trip was not a joke. Not to mention the situation of encountering the supreme origin beast. Just the danger in the Sky Ridge mountain range was enough to make any primitive emperor retreat. If it was not necessary, they would definitely not set foot in such a place, because the real masters of such an undeveloped area were not humans, but origin beast. Of course, Li Zongjiu said faintly. Ask Li Yun to prepare the warship and send me there directly. Then, Li Zongjiu gave some instructions. Of course, the most important thing was to ensure the safety of the White Deer Mansion during his absence. The Eagle warship had started to be mass-produced. However, the scale of the workshop was not too big, and there were many problems that needed to be fixed in the initial mass production. Therefore, an Eagle warship could be completed within a month. After that, they could shorten the time to half a month and create 5 battleships. Currently, the orders for the battleships were already lined up for who knows how long. Just the deposit alone was enough to make the name of White Deer residents explosively rich. An Eagle warship was priced at 5.6 billion purple yuan. The highest configuration and all the artillery equipment would be installed, but the energy source stones would not be provided by the owner. In addition, the owner would be given a year of free maintenance. If there were any problems with the warship within a year, the Unholy Craftsman Workshop would fix it for free. However, if the warship was not repaired within a year, it would cost a lot to repair it. 5.6 billion purple yuan. Just the down payment alone would cost him 1 billion purple yuan. Chapter 1053. White Deer Mansion had already earned tens of billions just from the deposit fees. Of course, the cost had to be deducted. There was no need to worry about recouping the cost. After all, there would be more services in the future. With Li Zongjiu's brain, why would he need to cultivate elemental energy? He should just focus on doing business. Why would there be so many problems? Just the money he earned was enough to build a huge empire. Li Yun heard Li Zongjiu's summon and came over directly. Li Yun used Ghost King Palace's resources, got a discount, and used her connections to obtain an Eagle battleship in advance. The Qilin battleship was still there. However, in terms of various functions, the Eagle battleship was much better than the Qilin battleship. It was just that, if it wanted to go into attack mode, it would require at least 3 pilots to operate at the same time. Send me over and come back by yourself, Li Zongjiu said. Li Yun glanced at the location on the map. It's very dangerous here. Do you really want to go there? I heard that there are some ancient barbarians there. They are very scary. They eat people. Li Yun couldn't help but worry. Barbarians are nothing. It's their bad luck to meet me, Li Zongjiu said. The so-called barbarians were similar to humans who hadn't fully evolved yet. They still retained some beast-like intelligence. Usually, under such circumstances, they would be born with powerful strength and beastly nature. In addition, they had human-like intelligence and were extremely cunning. They could survive in a place filled with elemental beasts because of their intelligence and strength. However, they disdained to enter the human world. For many years, he had to walk and cultivate in this dense forest. Hence, the threat they posed was obviously much greater than some clumsy elemental beast. Once they met these people, the easiest way was to turn and run. After running far away and leaving their territory, it would be relatively safer for them. Stop talking. Every time you open your mouth, I'm sure it's nothing good. Li Zongjiu quickly said. This Li Yun's mouth was simply a god-level crow's mouth. Whatever she said would come true. Even if it was something irrelevant, Li Yun would be right. Therefore, Li Zongjiu would rather Li Yun speak less. I'm just worried about your safety, so I'll give you a few more words of advice. Li Yun also looked aggrieved. Then, he walked to the side and muttered in a low voice. I heard that those barbarians have tribes. Wouldn't it be even more dangerous if we were caught by these tribes? The Eagle battleship rose into the air, carrying Li Zongjiu towards the outer world. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sky above the sacred Flame Royal City. 2 days later, the Eagle battleship entered an extremely blue sky. At this moment, the Eagle battleship was flying in the sky, like a fish swimming in the sea. Buzz! From the battleship, a figure directly jumped down. Below them was a boundless sea of trees, and they could see the boundless mountains as far as the eye could see. The majestic mountains were also constantly magnified in front of his eyes. Li Zongjiu's figure rapidly descended. This was the Tianji mountain range. The Eagle battleship's flying limit was 20,000 meters, but in the Tianji mountain range, the highest mountain was close to 8,000 meters. With Li Zongjiu's strength, it was also easy for him to fall from such a high altitude. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu's figure landed. There seemed to be some movement around him. Before he could react, he felt that there seemed to be something under his feet that was moving quickly. Trap! Whoosh! A poisonous vine directly wrapped around Li Zongjiu's ankle, hanging Li Zongjiu up. Then, a tree stump suddenly rushed over from the side. Bang! The front part of the tree stump was abnormally sharp, so when it hit, ordinary meta beasts would be penetrated by the tree stump. Bang! The tree stump hit Li Zongjiu's head, but the tree stump directly shattered into pieces. Li Yun, you chose a good place for me. Li Zongjiu was about to go crazy. Li Yun insisted that this place looked safer, and then asked Li Zongjiu to land there. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly jumped down from this position. However, once he landed, he directly entered the center of the barbarian's trap. Obviously, there were barbarians' traps everywhere. In front of him, there were some extremely inferior traps rushing towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also flicked his finger, and instantly shattered all the traps in front of him. With a slight force from his ankle, he directly broke the vines on his feet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A round of throwing weapons rushed towards Li Zongjiu. As his feet swayed, he easily dodged all the throwing weapons. Roar! Suddenly, a roar that was loud enough to shake the mountains was heard. Then, a person who was close to 2.5 meters tall jumped out with a mace made of stone in his hand. Li Zongjiu looked at the markings on the weapon. All of them were made with teeth. Not only that, but the material of the stone was called hard cloud stone. As the name implied, the cloud-firm stone was relatively light among the many stones, but its hardness was extremely terrifying. Usually, some hard cloud stone would be used in tools used to excavate caves and mine veins. Because hard cloud stone was precious, good steel was used on the blade. The barbarian in front of him actually used a whole hard cloud stone as a weapon. The person opposite him did not give Li Zongjiu too much time to think. Boom! His opponent's hard cloud stone spiked mace slashed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! In an instant the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and dodged the opponent's attack. Immediately, a huge gully was smashed into the ground. What did you eat growing up? How can you be so strong? Even Li Zongjiu was shocked. Seeing the barbarian's strength without hesitation, he was shocked. However, the barbarian did not seem to be interested in talking to Li Zongjiu. He still swung his mace at Li Zongjiu like a storm. Clang! Li Zongjiu directly used the hammer in his hand to knock the barbarian's weapon away. The barbarian probably did not expect to be so easily knocked away by Li Zongjiu. He was immediately stunned. "Do you really think you're invincible?" In the next second, Li Zongjiu directly swung his hammer and blasted the barbarian's body into two. "He did not have much time and did not have the time to watch your performance." The arrogant barbarian was directly broken into two and laid on the ground. However, Li Zongjiu could still see that the barbarian was still attacking. He did not expect that after being beaten to such a state, the barbarian still had the tenacity to attack. "I still need to smash your head." Li Zongjiu stepped on the barbarian's head and crushed it. His body was stained with the barbarian's blood. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to leave, he found that there was a lot of movement in the surrounding forest. Fuck! In the next second, dozens of barbarians rushed out and surrounded Li Zongjiu. "I really fell into the enemy's camp." Li Zongjiu suddenly thought that Li Yun really knew how to change the location. When he returned, he must thank Li Yun properly. The fighting strength of this group of barbarians was also very strong. One of them was holding a very large rock in his hand. Without saying anything, he smashed it towards Li Zongjiu's head. Boom! Li Zongjiu's fist shattered the rock. After seeing this scene, the rest of the barbarians were shocked. Although they were barbarians, they still had this shocked expression. This was because the barbarian who swung the huge rock just now was worthy of the title of Hercules in their tribe. Moreover, the rock in his hand was also quite hard. Basically, he would hit with every hit. However, it was shattered by Li Zongjiu's punch. Li Zongjiu picked up the cloud stone mace from before and immediately smashed the heads of these barbarians one by one. Bang bang bang! The more than 20 barbarians at the scene were all smashed in the head by Li Zongjiu. With their strength, they naturally couldn't trap Li Zongjiu. A group of barbarian corpses immediately fell to the ground. Li Zongjiu also left this bloody place. Soon, the smell of blood attracted many meta beasts and devoured the place clean. Although these barbarians looked very similar to humans, in fact, they were more like wild beasts with human intelligence. The way they lived were also extremely primitive and full of bestiality. He walked out of the dense forest. Li Zongjiu first used his mental strength to search around, but didn't find any signs in the surroundings. Just as he was about to go deeper, he found a few figures fighting in front of him. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and appeared near the battle wave. It was a group of young people who were training. The group of 7, 4 males and 3 females. Their ages were basically around 25 years old, and the leader was a female. Looking at her attire, she should be from a sect in the nearby Tianyan dynasty. Their opponents were 3 barbarians. "These barbarians have captured Junior Gua, they must capture me and ask for my whereabouts." The leader was a woman in white. She held a 3-feet-long sword in her hand, and a terrifying sword chi green glow was released from the sword. It swept towards one of the barbarians. However, this barbarian was wearing a rattan armor with extremely strong defense. The sword chi only left a slight mark on the rattan armor. Roar! The weapon in the barbarian's hand was the same as the one Li Zongjiu saw. It was a cloud stone mace. Clang! The cloud stone mace smashed onto the sword of the woman in white and sent her flying. Chapter 1054. Bang! The woman in white was sent flying for dozens of meters before crashing into a tree, causing the surrounding leaves to swirl in the air. The other 2 barbarians besieged by the other 6 barbarians also broke through the encirclement at this moment and sent 2 of the shield-wielding boys flying. Seeing that someone had been sent flying, a girl in a blue dress with a crystal ball hovering between her palms immediately dispersed 2 forces from the crystal ball and merged into the bodies of the 2 shield-wielding warriors who had been sent flying. The other 2 boys had spears as their weapons, while the last girl was constantly releasing arrows from her bow. The arrows that shot out instantly hit the neck of a barbarian who was about to kill. His neck was instantly pierced by the green arrow. The barbarian seemed to be in pain. Under such circumstances, he roared loudly and was obviously thinking of retreating at this time. Don't let them escape. The archers kept releasing arrows. However, the arrows were easily blocked by the barbarian's defenses. Damn it! 2 spear-wielding men rushed to the front, wanting to stop him. However, they were easily sent flying. If it weren't for the protective armor on their bodies protecting their vitals, their internal organs would have been crushed by the force of the collision. After all, they were just a group of people who were not even Yuan monarch. The leading woman in white wanted to chase after the 3 barbarians when she saw them escaping but suffered serious internal injuries. At this moment, she could not get up and increase her speed. She could not catch up. She could only watch as the 3 barbarians were about to escape. Once they entered the forest, it would be very difficult to find traces of these guys, and it would be very easy for them to be ambushed in the process. These barbarians were all crafty and cunning. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the 3 barbarians were sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. There was a very obvious footprint on their chests. What happened? The barbarians, who had already escaped, were now being kicked to this place. It should be known that these 3 barbarians were equivalent to Yuan monarchs in strength. It would not be easy for their small team to take them down. However, they were knocked down in an instant. Obviously, the internal organs of these 3 barbarians were all crushed. Everyone, be careful, the white-robed woman said calmly. The situation at the scene seemed to have changed. An invisible danger was approaching. They were all staring ahead. The archers standing on the treetops were also trying their best to aim at the tunnel in front of them. Someone's here. The beautiful archer issued a warning and saw a young man wearing a gray alchemist robe appear in her line of sight. Creak, the bowstring in his hand was pulled tightly. The other party walked at a leisurely pace. Throughout the process, it could be seen that the other party was very calm, as if he was just taking a stroll around the area. Suddenly, a ferocious black tiger emerged from behind Li Zhongjiu. It's a Blackwind tiger. Rank 5 origin beast, Blackwind tiger. No, it wasn't as simple as a rank 5 chieftain. The Blackwind tiger's speed and strength were the best among rank 5 soul beasts. When he rushed over, he directly pounced on Li Zhongjiu. The archer subconsciously released the arrow in his hand. The moment the rest of the people saw the Blackwind tiger appear, they all widened their eyes. The Blackwind tiger's ferocious movements showed that it had been dormant for a long time. Just this bite was enough to bite off the young man's head. Li Zhongjiu gently grabbed behind him and threw the Blackwind tiger to the front. Bang! With a suave shoulder throw, the Blackwind tiger was violently smashed to the ground. Boom! The Blackwind tiger's body bloomed like a lotus flower. In an instant it was smashed into a pile of meat paste. And the one who did all this was the mysterious young man in front of them. Thank you for your help. The white-robed woman led the crowd to gather. Although everyone maintained a vigilant look, they knew that the strength Li Zhongjiu had just displayed was enough to easily cripple them. No matter how vigilant they were, it was useless. When Li Zhongjiu walked closer, the white-robed woman saw Li Zhongjiu's appearance clearly. At least judging from his aura, Li Zhongjiu was a human. Where did you come from? Li Zhongjiu asked. We are disciples of the Sky Water Sect from the Tianyan dynasty. Sky Water Sect? Li Zhongjiu was slightly surprised. He glanced at the white-robed woman and the others. You are Outer Sect disciples, right? When did the Sky Water Sect become so weak? Li Zhongjiu's words were like a knife stabbing into their hearts. These words were too hurtful and unbearable. The Sky Water Sect was at least one of the top 10 super sects in the Tianyan dynasty. If the Xingyan dynasty's Xianyuan sect was 10 times stronger, it would be equivalent to the Sky Water Sect's strength. At least that was Li Zhongjiu's impression. The Sky Water Sect's strength in his previous life was not bad. Ahem, we are all Inner Sect disciples. May I know who you are? Just call me Evil Lord, Li Zhongjiu said lightly. His words sounded very humble, but the content did not make people feel that he was being humble at all. Even the long-legged archer on the treetop was choked by Li Zongjiu's humble and extremely pretentious words. When he said it in such a serious manner, it was simply unbearable. However, it was not that funny because Li Zongjiu was not joking in the first place. Ahem, evil. Evil Lord. Evil Lord Senior. It was indeed a little weird to call him that. However, he was so strong that he was not simple. He might be an old monster or senior who had cultivated for hundreds of years somewhere. Now that he was out for a walk, he just happened to bump into them. If he did not meet Li Zongjiu today, these barbarians would have escaped. This evil Lord Senior in front of him. He was at least of the primitive emperor realm. Therefore, the white-robed lady and the rest were extremely cautious. In such a place, they could not casually offend these experts. It would be fine if they had some principles. If they did not have those principles, they might do something. Have you seen this Yuan beast before? Li Zongjiu opened his palm. Immediately, a wave of Yuan qi gathered in the center of his palm. The figure of a seagull emerged and floated in the center of Li Zongjiu's palm. Seeing the appearance of the seagull, the white-robed lady and the rest almost had a feeling of fascination. Even if it was just a form that Li Zongjiu simulated, it was too realistic. Therefore, it was very easy for people to be mesmerized by the seagull's posture. What a beautiful little bird! The blue-robed lady who was good at healing was also a water elemental master. When she saw the seagull in Li Zongjiu's hand, she was mesmerized at a glance. From the eyes of these people, Li Zongjiu knew that these people had never seen a seagull before. Forget it, it's useless to ask you. Li Zongjiu retracted his hand and prepared to continue his search. The Sky Ridge mountain range was vast. Moreover, the search of mental power was greatly hindered in this place. There were too many factors in the surroundings, so Li Zongjiu could only use his feet to search for possible situations within a certain range. I know about the seagull. I've heard of it. The long-legged beautiful archer jumped down from the tree. She carried her longbow on her back and looked at Li Zongjiu. You've seen a seagull before? Li Zongjiu looked at the latter. I know about the legend of the seagull. I also know where in the Sky Ridge mountain range there are clues. The beautiful archer said. There's no harm in telling you, but you have to help us save Junior Guo first. You first. Li Zongjiu said. The beautiful archer was obviously hesitant. She glanced at the white-clothed female captain. She was obviously worried that Li Zongjiu would not admit it after she told him. This information was not something that could be obtained easily. But there was no other way. By the time the experts of her sect arrived, Junior Guo would have been killed by these barbarians. At the highest peak of the Sky Ridge Mountain, there is a seagull nest. Not one, but two. The beautiful archer pointed at the mountain range that was close to 10,000 meters high. At the highest peak, there was a seagull nest there. Originally, Li Zongjiu's goal was to reach the highest peak. However, there was no telling what would happen, so he thought that he might as well search around and climb the mountain. To reach the highest peak of the Sky Ridge Mountain, one had to climb up from the foot of the mountain. Because of the unique airflow formed by the qi of heaven and earth, it was impossible to reach the highest peak of the Sky Ridge Mountain from this height. The powerful storm surrounding the mountain peak is enough to send you flying to some unknown corner. 2. Li Zongjiu frowned. He did not expect that there would be two. This was a little troublesome. That seagull is rumored to be a supreme divine beast. If you anger it, you will definitely be killed. The long-legged archer said in a low voice. He seemed to want to remind Li Zongjiu not to overestimate himself. At the same time, he was looking at the changes in Li Zongjiu's body. He needed to know that Li Zongjiu would not leave directly. At the very least, he had to keep his promise and help them save their people. Where are your companions? As a senior, Li Zongjiu certainly would not break his promise in front of a child. Even before he became famous, He had to be an honest and trustworthy person. This was the only way to walk the right path. In front. Hearing that Li Zongjie was willing to agree, the few of them were very surprised. Chapter 1055. The 8 of them walked towards a hidden valley in front of them. They could see a few bonfires hidden in the valley. At the same time, there were some strange cries. "Oh no, it's a medium-sized tribe with at least 100 barbarians." After surveying the surroundings for a while, the woman in white had a look of extreme despair on her face. Hundreds of barbarians. Just now, a team of 3 had already beaten the 7 of them to a pulp. Although they would definitely have a chance to capture them after a while, there were hundreds of barbarians in the valley. However, there were hundreds of barbarians in this valley. If these barbarians were to attack at the same time, they would be drowned in an instant. I think I saw a little girl tied to a piece of wood with a lot of firewood piled below. Li Zongjie's vision allowed him to see the situation in the valley clearly. When he said this, these people immediately became nervous. They must want to cook Junior's sister and eat her, these cruel barbarians. Immediately, the beautiful archer's face was filled with anxiety. She even grabbed the bow on her back, ready to rush in at any time. At least she had to try. "Stay here and don't move." Then, Li Zongjie walked towards the barbarian tribe alone. "Evil Lord Senior." The woman in white wanted to stop Li Zongjie and remind him of the terrifying number of barbarians here. What a huge lineup! He must not be careless. However, Li Zongjie did not turn around, only waving his hand behind him. The barbarians quickly smelled Li Zongjie's scent. Immediately, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Roar! There seemed to be a leader who roared in Li Zongjie's direction. Suddenly, the earth shook as if the sky was falling. Countless figures could be seen rushing towards Li Zongjie's direction. As far as the eye could see, the barbarians were filled with barbarians. Shadows of these barbarians covered the sky and covered the earth. They rushed out in a hurry, wanting to kill Li Zongjie. My God, will he die? The woman in white and the others were extremely nervous when they saw this scene. The formation of over 100 barbarians was even more terrifying than an army of thousands on the battlefield. I don't think so. Even the woman in white was extremely uncertain. However, with such a huge lineup in front of her, wouldn't Li Zongjie be devoured in a matter of minutes? Boom! Suddenly, he saw Evil Lord holding a small hammer-like thing in his hand and smashing it towards the ground. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound, and an incomparably terrifying vibrating force was set off. The barbarians, who had been charging at them ferociously, all fell to the ground at this moment. Bang! It was as if all the barbarians had been swallowed by a pit, and they were all involuntarily sucked in. After that, Evil Lord put his hands behind his back and easily went around the barbarians in the pit. The people from the sky water sect in the distance widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this scene. They exchanged glances with each other, as if trying to get confirmation from each other's eyes. Is this real? After a while, the young Evil Lord returned to them with a figure in his hand. The person being carried was their junior sister Guo. Junior sister, are you all right? At this moment, junior sister Guo was tied up tightly. The situation just now had scared her to death. It was obvious that some strange ceremony was being held, and then they wanted to roast her and eat her. Fortunately, Li Zongjie descended from the sky and saved her. This gave junior martial sister Guo a sense of joy, as if she had escaped a calamity and survived. Whoosh! Li Zongjie didn't say much. After handing junior sister Guo to these people, he directly soared into the sky and rushed towards the highest peak of Sky Ridge Mountain. Everyone untied junior sister Guo. Woo, senior sister bye, I thought I would never see you again. After being saved, junior sister Guo was obviously very excited. She immediately threw herself into the arms of the woman in white. It's okay. Aren't we saved? Let's quickly return to the sect and give up on this trial. Senior sister Bai said slowly. Even she herself was a little surprised that she was able to save junior sister Gua. Who was the person who saved me just now? Is he an elder of the sect? An elder of the sect? Not to mention whether such a person with such a personality was an elder of the sect, just based on his age and appearance, none of the elders in the sect could compare. Just now, Li Zhongjio could be said to have killed hundreds of barbarians with one move. He was incomparably powerful. Obviously, that move just now wasn't his limit. If it was his limit, who knows how many barbarians would have died with that hammer strike. He's called Evil Lord, we don't know him. He also saved us once. Everyone looked towards the direction where Li Zhongjio soared into the sky. In their hearts, they thought that today was indeed an incomparably wonderful journey. If it wasn't for Li Zhongjio today, they didn't know what would have happened to them. Evil Lord. What a domineering name, because junior sister Guo was in Li Zhongjio's hand, she didn't see Li Zhongjio's appearance clearly. Let's quickly leave this place. Senior sister Bai said. Immediately, everyone quickly retreated from the Sky Ridge Mountain. For the disciples of the Sky Water sect, the Sky Ridge Mountain was already so dangerous. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't know how many times they would have died. This time, if they didn't encounter Li Zhongjio, the 3 barbarians would have rushed back to call for reinforcements. They wouldn't have been able to escape. Time was tight. Li Zhongjio's figure continuously accelerated in the void. After a while, he rushed to the foot of the highest peak. Along the way, he didn't know how many primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts' territories he had passed. Now, these primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts were constantly howling. Because they couldn't find Li Zhongjio who had already left, they directly looked for the meta-beasts nearby, and had a good fight. Mountain Auk, I hope you're here, so that I don't have to look for you everywhere. Li Zhongjio raised his head and looked. Then, he began his journey of climbing the mountain. Along the way, some ferocious meta-beasts would suddenly rush out from a dark corner and directly rush towards Li Zhongjio. However, Li Zhongjio had the black dragon hammer in his hand and took down all the meta-beasts that rushed towards him. After that, he easily took out the meta-crystals from their bodies. It took Li Zhongjio almost a day to reach the peak of the mountain. The main reason was that he had passed by the territories of some primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts and discovered that there were many treasures in their territories. Therefore, Li Zhongjio naturally used his evil lord's charm to persuade them to hand over the treasures. However, these meta-beasts obviously couldn't understand Li Zhongjio's charm. After a few rounds of beating, they obediently handed over the treasures. Along the way, the harvest was also very rich. Just the 7th grade spiritual medicine alone, he had already obtained no less than 3 stock. There's an extremely strong turbulence in front. Li Zhongjio was less than 200 meters away from the highest point. Now, the surroundings were already bare cliff. Li Zhongjio could only move around the cliffs continuously, trying to find the mountain auk's nest. Under the turbulence of the turbulence, Li Zhongjio was also extremely vigilant. Boom! The cliffs above his head were suddenly hit by a strong force. Suddenly, gravel flew out. Rumble! The terrifying and violent force that was constantly rushing towards him made even Li Zhongjio feel like there was a huge gust of wind under his feet, making it difficult for him to stand firm. Damn it! Li Zhongjio had no choice but to continuously dive downwards, so that he wouldn't be blown away by the force. Looking up, he realized that the 2 primeval meta-beasts were fighting in the sky. Between the surging dark clouds, the figures of the 2 meta-beasts were faintly discernible. With Li Zhongjio's current cultivation, he naturally didn't dare to go near them casually. The mountain auk. That's right, one of them is the mountain auk, what's the other one? Li Zhongjio's eyes flashed. He finally saw it clearly. It's actually a sky-flipping dragon. Li Zhongjio saw it clearly. A dragon was fighting with the mountain auk, and 2 primeval meta-beasts were releasing a terrifying aura at this moment. It was simply unbelievable. In fact, such a scene wasn't common. This sky-flipping dragon has at least 1,000 years of cultivation. It's probably going to break through now. When Li Zhongjiu saw the sky-flipping serpent, he roughly guessed the latter's strength after a round of assessment. However, the mountain auk was indeed an ancient mythical beast. Although its body wasn't as big as the sky-flipping dragon, its wings were like knives, and its sharp claws could easily release a terrifying power that could easily shatter the scales of the sky-flipping dragon. The sky-flipping dragon didn't dare to go near the mountain auk, so it could only attack from afar. The heaven-shaking flood dragon spat out bolts of terrifying lightning from its mouth and bombarded the mountain seagull. The mountain auk seemed to have some reservations. Li Zhongjiu's gaze also caught sight of a gentle ray of light within the clouds. I see. Li Zhongjiu saw a figure in the clouds. It turned out that the other mountain auk was incubating an egg, but it seemed to be severely injured and couldn't hatch the egg successfully. Boom! The mountain auk that was in the middle of the battle suddenly released the power of the mountain auk. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind swept the sky-flipping dragon away. However, the sky-flipping dragon obviously wouldn't give up so easily. Chapter 1056. Immediately, the sky-flipping dragon channeled its terrifying energy into the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. It was obvious that it wanted to start the final battle. Seeing this, the mountain seagull finally turned around to look at its mate and the unborn mountain seagull. It was obvious that the mother mountain seagull was already at the end of her rope. She channeled all her energy into the egg. She exchanged glances with her husband across the sky. Then, the two of them worked together and blasted the egg away. Boom! The egg was blasted away. It was obvious that it did not want to be eaten by the sky-flipping dragon. Then, the mountain seagull couple decided to work together to fight the sky-flipping dragon. At the very least, they had to die together with the sky-flipping dragon. Li Zhongjiu's figure instantly rushed towards the Dian egg of the seagull that had been sent away. Whoosh! As for the battle between the mountain seagull and the sky-flipping dragon, it was obvious that Li Zhongjiu could not interfere. If Li Zhongjiu appeared as a human, it would be like two human experts fighting and a meta-beast suddenly appeared. It was obvious that the two human experts would deal with the meta-beast. Moreover, this was a matter between the meta-beasts and had nothing to do with Li Zhongjiu. He did not expect to be so lucky as to find the mountain seagull's egg. This kind of newly born meta-beast would become a loyal friend for life, and the degree of cooperation would be very high. Boom! Li Zhongjiu chased the egg across the entire Tianji mountain range. In just a few seconds, he had crossed tens of thousands of miles. There was a terrifying tremor from the Tianji mountain range. Li Zhongjiu did not know how the battle was going. Boom! The bird egg smashed into one of the strongholds. Coincidentally, this mountain range was a bandit's nest. They were celebrating when they suddenly saw the egg falling from the sky. One of the houses was destroyed by the explosion. When they saw this scene, almost everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Fuck! Boss, a treasure has fallen from the sky. Boss, you're going to be rich. Immediately, a person who looked like a military counselor said excitedly. That's right. There's such a good thing. When the bandit leader heard this, he immediately became excited. What beauties and treasures! Of course, this was what people like him liked the most. Otherwise, who would want to be a bandit leader? Although the things that fell from the sky had killed many of his brothers, the bandit leader didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Since his brothers had died, he could just recruit a new batch of them. In the open space of their stronghold, a large pit appeared. Within the crater, a ray of light was gradually dispersing. After the light dissipated, everyone saw that there was an egg in the pit that was constantly alternating between blue and white halos. However, this egg was at least twice the size of an ordinary person's head. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was not an ordinary thing. Fuck, military advisor, this is the treasure you were talking about? This is clearly an egg. When the bandit leader saw this egg, he immediately became furious. He wanted gold, silver, and treasures. Why would he want this egg? Leader, take a look. This egg isn't simple at all. Look at how it didn't even suffer any damage after falling from such a high place. It must be something that's even tougher than metal. If we were to forge this egg into a weapon, how fearsome do you think it would be? Even the 100-flower sect formation wouldn't be able to withstand it. When the military advisor was stopped, he immediately felt like his head was covered in sweat. On the spot, he tried his best to think of an excuse. He had to quickly make up for this egg. Oh, since you said so, I'll give it a try. When we break through the 100-flower sect's 100-flower formation, I want to see how delicate these people are. Bring this egg up. Immediately, the bandit leader waved his hand and ordered people to bring the seagull egg up. However, just as these people were about to touch the egg, another figure fell from the sky. Boom! The people around him were sent flying by the shockwave. A young man appeared in everyone's line of sight and gently picked up the egg. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy. You! Who are you? Put down my egg! The bandit leader immediately pointed at Li Zhongjiu and said. After Li Zhongjiu held the egg, his body instantly rose into the sky. Boom! He disappeared in front of everyone. After an entire day of bombardment, the bandit leader was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? How dare you not put our Black Dragon Mountain in your eyes? Brothers, catch that guy for me! However, the bandits of the Black Dragon Mountain only roared and screamed on the ground. They were unable to find Li Zhongjiu's figure before disappearing into the horizon. Li Zhongjiu placed the seagull egg into his hell world. In order to ensure that the egg was always alive, the seagull egg in his hand was nurtured with his own power. After that, Li Zhongjiu rushed to the highest peak of the Sky Ridge Mountain again. Of course, Li Zhongjiu had always been thinking about the power of the 1,000-year sky-flipping dragon. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu was famous for devouring power. Later on, he perfectly controlled this power. However, later on, his own power couldn't smoothly help him break through to the Saint Realm. Therefore, in this life, Li Zhongjiu didn't use the previous cultivation method. Instead, he cultivated the cultivation method brought by the 4 dragon souls. The sky-flipping dragon would definitely be severely injured in this battle. Under normal circumstances, if Li Zhongjiu fought with this 1,000-year sky-flipping dragon, his chances of winning would be very low. It was more likely that the sky-flipping dragon would easily escape. However, the 2 seagulls must have fought with their lives against the sky-flipping dragon. In the process, they must have used all their means. As expected, when Li Zhongjiu arrived near the Sky Ridge Mountain, he saw the sky-flipping dragon diving into a deep abyss. The 2 seagulls must have died under the sky-flipping dragon's claws. Li Zhongjiu chased after the sky-flipping dragon without hesitation. Facing the bottomless abyss, Li Zhongjiu was also skilled and daring. He jumped into the abyss. In the abyss, the temperature dropped sharply. This should be where the sky-flipping dragon lived. The territories of the 2 supreme-level meta-beasts were so close. Obviously, the sky-flipping dragon must have been hibernating here for a long time. Humans were said to be dangerous, but these meta-beasts were even more dangerous. The main reason was that the sky-flipping dragon had intelligence and developed an especially sinister character. It was waiting for the seagulls to be at the most critical moment, so it attacked them. Otherwise, if they fought head-on, the sky-flipping dragon definitely wasn't a match for the seagulls. Now that the sky-flipping dragon was severely injured, it built a cave on the mountain wall that was almost 3,000 meters below the abyss. Its sharp claws left marks on the mountain wall. It climbed in directly. This thing can really find a place to hide. Li Zhongjiu finally found the cave where the sky-flipping dragon was hiding. He didn't expect the highest peak of the Sky Ridge Mountain to be almost 10,000 meters above ground. However, he didn't know how deep it extended underground. Standing beside the cave, Li Zhongjiu took out the black dragon hammer and held it tightly in his hand. Chapter 1057. This place was extremely dark, and there was also a cold qi leaking out from the surroundings. Normal people wouldn't come to such a place. Moreover, there was an extremely ferocious and sinister primordial beast in the cave. Li Zongjiu walked into the cave. The sky-flipping dragon didn't seem to notice Li Zongjiu's arrival. It was lying on its dragon stone bed to recover from its injuries. According to the normal process, this should be the ultimate treasure hunt. However, Li Zongjiu directly found this guy's lair. On the body of the sky-flipping dragon, it was also covered with cuts and bruises. After finding the right opportunity, Li Zongjiu walked out without hesitation. The black dragon hammer in his hand directly hammered the head of the sky-flipping dragon. "Give me your life!" Li Zongjiu was silent before he struck. However, after he struck, there was a surge of lightning. When the sky-flipping dragon opened its eyes, it was too late to dodge. However, its tail was swung towards Li Zongjiu fiercely. After resisting the opponent's attack, Li Zongjiu's hammer had already hit the head of the sky-flipping dragon. In an instant, the body of the sky-flipping dragon started to twitch. The huge body of the sky-flipping dragon immediately shook in the cave. At the same time, a powerful and terrifying force bombarded Li Zongjiu's body continuously. Boom! Li Zongjiu attacked continuously. In the end, the sky-flipping dragon died under Li Zongjiu's hammer. A primordial beast at the primordial beast level. He didn't expect it to be defeated so easily by Li Zongjiu. The sky-flipping dragon didn't even dream that today was supposed to be the day of his ascension. However, at such a critical moment, someone rushed out and cruelly took away his strength. The strength that he had accumulated over so many years was taken away so easily. This made the sky-flipping dragon feel wronged. As the sky-flipping dragon lay on the ground on the verge of death, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to extract the sky-flipping dragon's blood. A deep hole was dug in the ground. He poured the blood of the sky-flipping dragon into it. Then, Li Zongjiu also jumped into the blood of the sky-flipping dragon. Soaking in blood like this naturally didn't have any effect. It looked like a living pervert. However, the flood dragon's blood contained an enormous amount of energy. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the dragon's blood, it was a very effective accelerant compared to the flood dragon's blood. When Li Zongjiu gently released a bit of towering flame, it fell into the flood dragon blood pool. In an instant, the flood dragon blood pool rumbled, and an extremely terrifying flame fluctuation immediately rolled up. Who? The ancient golden tyrant body art began to circulate on its own. Obviously, it felt that Li Zongjiu's body seemed to be under a strong threat. Even Li Zongjiu didn't have time to react. The power came too fast, too fast. Moreover, when he was fighting with the sky-flipping dragon, his body was hit quite a lot and he suffered quite a few injuries. Only then did he recover with great difficulty. The surrounding power was surging. Li Zongjiu immersed himself in it and began a long cultivation state. The blood of the sky-flipping dragon only lasted for 5 days for Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's body had already been tempered to the 3rd-grade primitive emperor realm. This was quite a big breakthrough. Worthy of being a supreme primitive beast. The effect of fresh blood is so good. This was also the reason why Li Zongjiu was so anxious to cultivate on the spot. The blood had to be fresh. The effect of fresh blood would be more obvious. He couldn't waste it. This little thing's combat power has decreased by less than half. This wound shouldn't be caused by me. A supreme primitive beast is still a threat. Li Zongjiu finally had the time to check on the sky-flipping dragon that he had killed. The mountain seagull had left a terrible injury on the sky-flipping dragon. That was why Li Zongjiu was able to kill the sky-flipping dragon so easily. Li Zongjiu skillfully removed all the important parts of the heaven-defying Jiao dragon, such as the undeveloped dragon horns, dragon claws, and the unformed dragon pearl in its body. As for the remaining items, he kept them in his storage ring. After he brought them back, and got someone to sort them out, they would definitely be very precious items. Just any one of these items in his hands would be enough to shake the entire sacred flame royal city. These were the items of a supreme primitive beast. Who wouldn't be surprised after taking them out? Ordinary people didn't have the ability to get their hands on these things. This dragon bed is a top-grade item. Li Zongjie wanted to take down the dragon bed, but he didn't have the means to do so. He didn't have enough strength right now. This dragon bed was a whole piece of top-grade jade. Li Zongjie couldn't figure out what kind of jade it was. Let's mark it first. Li Zongjie took out the map and made a mark on the location. He didn't have the strength to move the dragon bed now. Even if he wanted to move it, he didn't know how much time and energy it would take. After making some markings, they headed toward the nearest city. After all, if he had to fly by himself, he didn't know how long it would take, and it was extremely easy to get lost. Although primitive emperors had terrifying speed, they wouldn't usually travel by themselves, because they would go astray if they weren't careful. Moreover, they would encounter all kinds of things along the way that would consume a lot of time. 100 Flowers City. 100 Flowers City was attached to the 100 Flowers sect. In the Tianyan dynasty, the support of the sect was obviously more obvious. Basically, there would be a sect behind every city. As the royal family of the Tianyan dynasty, they only needed to control the people of these sections. The main problem was the issue of tributes, and the people under them shouldn't have conflicts. If there were any conflicts, it would be solved in time. If the sect wanted to develop, it had to manage the city well because it was its resource. And if there are any major mistakes in the management of your sect, there will also be corresponding officials in the city to report it. It was equivalent to the dynasty borrowing the power of these sects to carry out decentralized management, and these sects would still be happy. The prerequisite for such a model was that one had to have great strength and be able to control these sects well. Otherwise, it would be a big deal if they casually created a demonic sect or evil sect, causing the people in the city to suffer. Before coming, he had already scouted the way. About half an hour later, Li Zongjie's figure landed not far from the city gate of 100 Flowers City. 100 Flowers City had a unique 100 Flowers jelly. It was said that this 100 Flowers jelly was not only a fragrant and delicious wine, but also a kind of healing medicine. It couldn't be bought in other places. It was only sold in 100 Flowers City because it was the unique brew of the 100 Flowers sect. Therefore, there was an endless stream of people coming to 100 Flowers City to buy 100 Flowers jelly every day. There was already a long queue at the gate. Li Zongjie stood at the back of the queue and followed them into the city. There was nothing particular about entering the city. After all, the 100 Flowers sect was in charge. Who would dare to cause trouble? If they angered the 100 Flowers sect, there would be more sects behind them. The consequences wouldn't be so simple. Chapter 1058. After paying and entering the city, Li Zongjie walked to the center of the flying boat. I want to book a flying boat to the Xinyan dynasty. When the person in charge of registration heard Li Zongjie's words, he raised his head and looked at Li Zongjie. Which city do you want to go to? Do you want to go fast or slow? The fastest one, to Luoxia City. I'll arrange a dragon boat for you, 400,000 gold coins. Because you have to come back empty, you have to pay 700,000 gold coins. Li Zongjie couldn't find change, so he directly took out 1 million gold coins and slapped it on the table. Sir, we can't give you change. How about I give you 2 bottles of 100 flower dew? That person's eyes were wide open. With so much money and so generous, he must be a rich man, so he needed to be well served. Is this thing authentic? Li Zongjie picked it up and glanced at it. He knew that it was fake. Of course, if it was sold in a place like this, it would be a little more authentic. It couldn't be too fake and would definitely be mixed with water. Sir, I can see that you are an expert. How could I use such a thing to deceive you? This is the pure 100-flower dew made by the 100-flower palace. It is absolutely authentic. Li Zongjiu turned the bottle and found that it was indeed written with the words, made by the 100-flower palace. Hey, you shameless bastard, you are actually selling fake goods here. Li Zongjiu was still observing the 100-flower dew in his hand. Who knew that a girl with a ponytail and wearing a floral dress would rush out from behind and point at the person just now? When the ticket seller saw the girl, he immediately threw a ticket to Li Zongjiu. This is your ticket. It leaves at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. You run fast. When the girl in the floral skirt saw that person escape, she angrily stomped her feet. These people were simply vermin that came to destroy their reputation. This made the girl in the floral skirt very angry. Hey, are you a foreigner? Only the 100-flower sect has this 100-flower dew. What 100-flower palace, 100-flower square, 100-flower hall, they're all fakes. Li Zongjiu was suddenly enlightened after hearing this. These people are so powerful. I thought that only the things inside were fake. I didn't expect that even the names were fake. This was something that Li Zongjiu had not expected. Even if you were an old monster that had lived for 3,000 years, you would never be able to grasp or learn the tricks of a businessman. These people had countless tricks up their sleeves and could use all kinds of tricks. The only way to avoid being tricked by merchants was to not buy from them. That way they would never be tricked. How much did you spend? The girl in the floral skirt looked at Li Zongjiu and said. This person was so young, but he liked the 100-flower dew so much. As a disciple of the 100-flower sect, she naturally couldn't bear to see Li Zongjiu go back like this. Otherwise, he would really think that the 100-flower dew of the 100-flower sect was such low-grade goods. 200,000 gold coins. What? If I catch that guy, I won't let him go. Here, I only have one bottle in my hand. The normal price is 50,000 gold coins. Don't be tricked like this next time. The girl took out a small gourd. Inside the gourd was the 100-flower dew. Li Zongjiu took the gourd. Then, the girl seemed to be preparing to settle the score with the person just now. She also turned around to call for help with a fierce look. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but mourn for that person for a few minutes. The ship would depart at 5 in the afternoon. There were still 5 hours left. Li Zongjiu couldn't just sit here and wait. It was a good opportunity to walk around 100-Flower City and buy some things to bring back. Since 100-Flower City was famous, there were naturally many tourists coming and going. So there were naturally things to buy and bring back. After strolling around for a while, Li Zongjiu found a tea house and sat down. He ordered a pot of tea and a bowl of noodles from a noodle stall across the street. Just as Li Zongjiu was eating leisurely, there was a commotion in front of him. Li Zongjiu looked up and saw a familiar figure surrounded by a few people dressed like hooligans. Their words were extremely arrogant, and it seemed like they were going to get physical. The person who was surrounded was the girl in the floral dress, who showed up and gave him a gourd of 100-flower dew. At this moment, the girl in the floral dress was so angry that her face turned red. These people in front of her relied on someone to back them up and act shamelessly on the street. Basically, this girl found out that they were selling fake 100-flower dew, so she came forward to disrupt the deal. However, that was a big customer. A good business was ruined by this girl's words. Usually, it would be fine if he just endured it, but today, he really couldn't take it anymore. He had to teach this crazy girl a lesson. Since you know the rules, then I'll teach you the rules. It seemed like the negotiation had broken down, and the other party took the initiative to attack. He reached out to grab the little girl. The girl in the floral dress had also practiced a few moves. When she saw the other party's hand reach out, she nimbly dodged the move. Then, she lifted the man up and threw him behind her. Bang! This move directly smashed the burly man onto a small cart. In an instant, the small cart was overturned. Bitch, how dare you attack me? Cripple her. Catch her. I'm going to strip her naked on the street. This new ruffian was not simple. There must be someone behind him, and it was said that he was a spy sent by the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold. That was why she was so arrogant. She was so overbearing that she dared to attack a disciple of the 100 Flower sect in 100 Flower City. As the saying goes, 2 fists are difficult to deal with a 4th strike. In addition, the other party was young and strong, the girl was not skilled, and the other party had a lot of people lying in ambush nearby. The girl could only retreat as she fought. At one point, she even wanted to escape. However, just as she jumped up and was about to fly to the roof, her ankle was grabbed. "Where do you think you're going?" After he finished speaking, he forcefully flung the young girl away. The girl flipped a few times on the ground, but she still could not get rid of the force. In the end, she sat on the ground. It was obvious that the fall was not light, and she sprained her ankle just now. It was so painful that her face was distorted. "Hee, why don't you run? Within a 3-street radius, there are all my brothers. Where do you think you're going?" The strong man who was thrown to the ground just now stood up awkwardly. Now, he had a vicious look on his face. When he was thrown to the ground just now, he was screaming miserably. "Hey, you guys, you're affecting my noodles." Just as the burly man was about to grab the young girl, an extremely inconspicuous person eating noodles at a nearby tea stall spoke up. The young girl who had fallen to the ground also looked at the young man who was eating noodles in astonishment. When she recognized Li Zongjio, her eyes were also filled with surprise. Wasn't this the guy who had been tricked in the afternoon? Damn, I'm so ostentatious. So what if I'm affecting your noodles? If you want to be a hero and save the beauty, you'll have to save your own life first. Cripple this kid. The leader of the group waved his hand, and his heroic spirit rose. At this moment, more than 30 brothers had already gathered around him. The Black Dragon Mountain stronghold did not have many things, but they had a lot of brothers. Chapter 1059. A group of people immediately rushed towards Li Zongjio. "Hurry up and leave, they are very fierce." The girl in the floral dress was worried that Li Zongjio would be beaten to death by these people, so she hurriedly advised him. However, Li Zongjio was leisurely eating the last mouthful of noodles. At this moment, the person in front of the other party had already thrown a fist at him. Bang! Li Zongjio directly smashed the bowl on the other party's head. Immediately, blood spurted out from the head and the person fell to the ground. The rest of the people who rushed up did not even touch Li Zongjio's clothes. They were all sent flying and fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Because Li Zongjio had just broken through, his control of the strength in his hands was not very precise. Many people were directly knocked unconscious on the spot. There were also a few whose legs were directly broken. The worst one was probably the one whose brain was damaged by Li Zongjio's punch. He was foaming at the mouth on the spot. Anyone who got close to it was put down on the ground. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. They did not expect this young man to be a hidden expert. Seeing this, the girl from the 100 Flower sect was also stunned. The injury on her leg quickly recovered under her own treatment. Originally, she wanted to quickly recover before helping Li Zongjio. However, she saw Li Zongjio take down the other party in an instant. It was really shocking. She did not expect this seemingly honest young man to have such skills. No wonder he dared to roam the Jianghu alone with such a brain. You dare to hit our people from the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold. Kid, just you wait. If you have the guts, don't leave. Alright, I'll wait for you here. Li Zongjio thought that since he still had time, he might as well go against these people. It just so happened that he was bored. However, it was indeed a little boring to play these tricks with these people here. Moreover, it felt a little degrading. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. The leader of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold is a Yuan monarch expert. Even our sect master does not dare to say that he can take him down. The girl in the floral dress was obviously very nervous. Although she was grateful to Li Zhongjiu for helping her, the most important thing now was to leave this place and escape. Returning to the 100-Flower sect was the safest right now. It's just a Yuan monarch. Don't worry. You helped me before. I won't let you help me for nothing. A kind-hearted person should be rewarded with a little justice. Sometimes Li Zhongjiu felt that this was what a strong person should do. Although Li Zhongjiu had killed countless people in his previous life, and it was the same in this life, it did not mean that Li Zhongjiu wanted to be a bad person. Most of the time, he was forced by these people. Bad people were usually forced to be bad. After all, there were only a few people who were born bad. However, if these bad people were to be bad to Li Zhongjiu, then Li Zhongjiu would have to give them a good warning. When it came to being bad, no one could be worse than Li Zhongjiu. You rascal, the people from the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold are all bandits and hooligans. Hurry up and follow me to the 100-Flower sect. They won't dare to do anything if you go to my sect. The girl said, Didn't you just say that your sect master might not be able to defeat them? Li Zhongjiu looked at the girl and said. The girl paused for a moment. Although this was the truth, at least it would be relatively safer if she went there. Otherwise, where else could be safe within 100 miles? You. Then hurry up and run away. It's fine, let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Oh right, your 100-Flower Haworthia is too light. Do you have something stronger? Li Zhongjiu said. He tasted the 100-Flower Haworthia that the girl gave him. It was obvious that the girl gave it to Li Zhongjiu out of her own pocket. Such a kind person was rare. Since you helped Li Zhongjiu did not care why you helped him. Today, he would repay you properly. Little Meng, are you all right? Two girls rushed out from the crowd and hurried to the side of the girl in the floral dress and asked with concern. I'm fine. The girl shook her head. You damn wastrel, how dare you bully our 100-Flower sect's disciple? I think you don't want to live anymore. One of the girls saw that little Meng was dirty and the two of them were entangled here as if they were talking about something. She knew that Li Zhongjiu must have bullied little Meng. Damn it, she had to take him down. No, Senior Sister Zhao. This mister just saved me. He's from the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold. Not only did they force people to buy and sell in our city, they even got some crudely made stuff to make the 100-Flower Haworthia. I saw that stuff. If I eat it, I'll die. Little Meng said. She was extremely angry at the actions of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold, but there was nothing she could do. The senior sister Zhao, who was aggressive towards Li Zhongjiu before, was embarrassed when she heard that it was Li Zhongjiu who saved her. I'm sorry for offending you before, but the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold is not to be trifled with. Let's leave this place quickly and report this to the sect. Senior Sister Zhao said. Hearing Senior Sister Zhao's words, little Meng nodded her head. No need. They're all here. Li Zhongjiu pointed to the front. At this moment, an extremely domineering voice came from outside the crowd. Get out of my way. I want to see who dares to mess with my Black Dragon Mountain stronghold. I finally decided to settle down and do some small business. You're forcing me to become a bandit. When she heard this voice, it could be seen that Senior Sister Zhao's face changed. It became extremely ugly. She didn't think that the other party would come so quickly. Immediately, a large group of experts from the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold rushed in and surrounded Li Zhongjiu and the other three. The murderous aura emanating from these people had clearly frightened the three little girls quite a bit. Boss, it's that brat. The person who ran to ask for help pointed in Li Zhongjiu's direction and said fiercely. He even glared at Li Zhongjiu as if to say, Brat, now you know how to regret it. The boss of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold took a look at Li Zhongjiu and stood rooted to the ground, stunned. He then moved closer and took a closer look. Instantly, his eyes widened like copper bells. Good, I've finally found you. Not only did you hurt my brother, you also stole my egg. Since I've met you here today, don't even think about living. Return my egg to me. It turned out that a few days ago, the seagull egg just happened to fall in the territory of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold. The boss of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold was naturally depressed because his egg was stolen. Moreover, he concluded that the person must be in Hundred Flower City. His efforts paid off. He finally found Li Zhongjiu here. He hated Li Zhongjiu to the bone. He gnashed his teeth and wanted to bite off Li Zhongjiu's flesh. Who took your egg? Watch your words. Li Zhongjiu frowned. This person's words were too vulgar. How could he say such words without any standard? Hearing it made people want to vomit. Damn it, what nonsense are you talking about? Today, I will chop off your head and step on it. I want to see how long you can pretend to be so pretentious. The boss of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold suddenly roared. With a whoosh, the shiny sword on his waist was pulled out. The cold light made people shudder. Be careful, young master. Xiao Meng couldn't help but shout. In the next moment, the sword had already chopped Li Zhongjiu's body. No. To be precise, the sword had chopped Li Zhongjiu's finger. The opponent's sword had been easily caught by Li Zhongjiu's 2 fingers. At such a close distance, it seemed as if one could see Li Zhongjiu's cold gaze. Clang! With a crisp sound, Li Zhongjiu twisted the sword in half and stabbed it into the opponent's chest. A Yuan monarch expert fell to the ground with a thud. Just like that, he had been killed. Chapter 1060. Li Zhongjiu killed the chief of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold, who was also their boss, with a single move. The hundreds of people who came with him were stunned. Looking at the corpse on the ground, some of them immediately went crazy. This was their boss, and he was killed just like that. If news of this spread out, how would the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold survive? Some of them were also moved. This was such a good opportunity. Wouldn't it mean that they had the chance to become the boss? At this moment, it was also a good opportunity to reshuffle the cards. Therefore, each of them held their own thoughts and rushed out to kill. Kill! Li Zhongjiu only snorted coldly in the face of the hundreds of people surrounding him. Humph! Immediately, it was as if countless invisible arrows had pierced through their hearts. Bang! 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 These hundreds of people directly fell backward and landed on the ground at the same time, losing their lives. In front of them were basically half of the elites of the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold, but now they were all killed in an instant by an unknown youth. Such a magnificent scene immediately stunned the surrounding people. Even senior sister Zhao and the others hurriedly touched their own bodies. Fortunately, nothing happened to their bodies and they were still intact. However, the scene in front of them was too shocking, and they believed that everyone present was dumbfounded. However, when they looked, Li Zhongjiu's figure had already disappeared. He directly left. When did he leave? The 3 of them couldn't be dreaming, right? Where is he? Little Dream also looked around, but she couldn't find Li Zhongjiu's figure. It was as if the Li Zhongjiu who appeared just now was just an illusion, and it made people feel as if they were in an illusion. Heavens! Is this still the all-powerful Black Dragon Mountain stronghold that tyrannically abused their power? The scene in front of them was really horrifying. Li Zhongjiu was like the god of death, specially coming here to take their lives. However, some of them could see that. Clearly, this Black Dragon Mountain stronghold was just unlucky to have met someone with such a strong cultivation level like Li Zhongjiu. They were used to being arrogant, so it was inevitable that they would meet a ruthless person. Once they met a ruthless person, they were basically done for. Li Zhongjiu was too ruthless. He had dealt with all of them. That was why one shouldn't be too arrogant. Otherwise, if one met a ruthless character, it would be too late even if one regretted it. Who is that person? Senior sister Zhao asked. However, it was clear that little Meng was completely unaware of Li Zhongjiu's identity. I don't know. I only know that he went to Luoxia City in the Xingyan dynasty. Because Luoxia City could be said to be the closest city to Sacred Flame Royal City, there were a lot of people passing through. There were even merchants from the Xingyan dynasty who came here to buy large amounts of 100-flower dew and brought them back. There were many such cases. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to figure out Li Zongzhou's identity. However, although Li Zongzhou had left, there were still countless legends left behind. There were hundreds of corpses on the scene, but no one came to find trouble with Li Zongzhou. Because the people that Li Zongzhou killed were all people from the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold who had committed all kinds of crimes. At this moment, Li Zongzhou had already boarded the airship to Luoxia City. This airship was called the Dragon Boat. In terms of speed, it was pretty good. It was able to surpass the Qilin battleship in terms of speed. However, there was still a big gap between it and Li Zongzhou's Eagle battleship. The airship flew smoothly all the way because Li Zongzhou didn't want to waste any more time on the road. Therefore, when some bandits appeared in the sky, Li Zongzhou directly defeated them when they got close. This made the pilot of the dragon boat calm down. He didn't expect the passenger on his airship to be such a powerful person. There was nothing to say. Along the way, Li Zongzhou had blown up countless airships. After his reputation spread, no one dared to provoke Li Zongzhou's dragon boat. Finally, on the third day they arrived at Luoxia City. He hadn't been back for almost half a year. Now that he was back in Luoxia City, he finally felt like he had returned home. Li Zongzhou summoned the Sky Blaze Lion and the Sky Hell Python. When the pilot of the dragon boat saw the two meta beasts suddenly charging towards him, he was scared out of his wits. However, the two meta beasts landed gently on the airship. They didn't make any aggressive moves. "Alright, you can go back. This is your reward." Li Zongzhou casually rewarded the pilot with 1,000,000 gold coins. When he received such a large sum of money, the pilot's legs almost went soft. He had never seen such a large sum of money before. He only received a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Moreover, this kind of reward was very rare. It was rare to see such a large reward in a year. The pilot was so excited that he kept thanking him. Li Zongzhou brought the two meta beasts and landed in Luoxia City. Previously, the two meta beasts were active on the mountain of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. The birds and cranes on the mountain were probably eaten by the Sky Hell Python. The Sky Blaze Lion looked at Li Zongzhou hesitantly. Now, he felt threatened by Li Zongzhou in his normal state. He even had a feeling that the strength of the Li Zongzhou in front of him had far surpassed him. This feeling made the Sky Blaze Lion feel a little incredulous. After all, Li Zongzhou had to go all out when he fought with him some time ago. However, now he had a feeling that Li Zongzhou could easily crush him. Could it be that the strength of humans was so abnormal after all? He didn't dare to imagine. However, based on the Sky Blaze Lion's experience, not all humans improved as horribly as Li Zongzhou. Only Li Zongzhou could have such a terrifying breakthrough. He wasn't human at all. The two meta beasts shrunk and transformed. The three of them didn't alarm the people of Luoxia City when they landed. In half a year, the flow of people in Luoxia City had obviously increased a lot. Although the supply of high-grade elixirs couldn't meet the demand, the market for low-grade elixirs was still very large. The Li family and the Fog Snow Alchemy sect had joined forces and made the elixirs famous. Luoxia City was the first place to purchase elixirs within 1,000 miles. Not only was there a guarantee in terms of quality, but there was also an absolute advantage in terms of quantity. In addition, many exclusive stores were opened in Luoxia City. This also caused one to have to come to Luoxia City if one wanted to buy something. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to buy it. Even Yang Hongyu, who was considered as a disciple of the same sect as Li Zongzhou, directly opened an origin weapon shop in Luoxia City and specially invited a third-grade origin weapon master to oversee it. Luoxia City's reputation had spread far and wide among the third-grade cities. Even some second-grade cities might not be comparable to Luoxia City. After all, the real strength of Luoxia City was Li Zongzhou. If Li Zongzhou was willing, he could directly turn Luoxia City into a first-grade city. However, it wasn't necessary. In that case, it would destroy the peace of Luoxia City. Luoxia City continued to prosper. It was a good thing for everyone. However, it was a big headache for the city lord, Yi Chao. It was all Li Zongjiu's fault. He turned the peaceful Luoxia City into a mess. Now, there were so many troublesome people in the city. Many of them needed Li Zongjiu's help to deal with. Even the imperial court was pressuring Yi Chao to pay close attention to the Li family's movements, as if they were afraid that the Li family would rebel. After all, with such a big threat here, it was normal for them to rebel. It was necessary to pay more attention. Chapter 1061. In front of the Li family's gate. When the Li family's guards saw Li Zongjiu return, they were stunned for a moment and then kept rubbing their eyes. Damn, the young master is back! The young master is back! The two guards were simply in a state of extreme excitement. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, the two of them would probably hug and dance together. I'm not dead. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but say. Looking at these people's expressions, those who didn't know would think that they were talking about him coming back from the dead. Go in quickly. Master and Madam miss you very much. Li Zongjiu nodded and then walked in. After walking around, he found that his father, Li Tianqing, was playing chess with the old master of the Gu family in the courtyard. Now that Li Tianqing had handed over most of the things, he basically didn't need to deal with these things himself. To be able to do this showed that the Li family had truly become powerful. At least they could operate independently. In each organization, it was also because of Li Tianqing's proper arrangements. Otherwise, how could it be so easy? Father. Li Zongjiu walked straight in. Well, you're back. Li Tianqing looked back at Li Zongjiu and then continued to ponder the chess game in front of him. TSK, this move is not easy to make. Hey, wait, did someone just call me father? Li Tianqing was immersed in his chess game and didn't even react until now. He suddenly reacted and turned around to see Li Zongjiu. Ah, you stinky brat, you still know to come back. Li Tianqing saw that the person standing at the door was actually Li Zongjiu. Although he was excited, as a man, he couldn't lose his sense of propriety and couldn't express it too much. It's good that you're back. Go and see your mother. Li Tianqing suddenly showed a serious expression, as if he was blaming Li Zongjiu for not giving Li Zongjiu a good look. All right, I'll go see mother. Li Zongjiu didn't bother exchanging pleasantries with Li Tianqing. There was no need for two men to exchange pleasantries. After greeting Gu Xuanwu, he ran to the kitchen. Chen Shi was also a child of Jianghu and had a heroic spirit, but recently she had been too idle. Basically, she did not have much to do. Li Zongjiu was also young and had not yet married. If he gave birth to a chubby little boy for them to take care of, naturally, they would not be so idle. Therefore, he went to the kitchen to cook in order to kill time. Moreover, Li Tianqing was only used to Chen Shi's appetite. Mother. Li Zongjiu appeared at the kitchen door and couldn't help but shout out. He had already been standing at the door watching Chen Shi cut the vegetables for a long time. Zongjiu, you? When did you come back? Chen Shi's body froze. When she raised her head, she saw that Li Zongjiu had returned. Immediately, tears filled her eyes. She immediately put down the kitchen knife and walked in front of her son. She rubbed his head and pinched his face. You've lost weight. When she finished speaking, she also looked behind Li Zongjiu. Why did you come back alone? Chen Shi's expression changed. She looked at Li Zongjiu with a serious face. I can still come back half a person. Li Zongjiu was also surprised. That Qi family's daughter, why didn't you bring her back and let mother take a look? You even hid this matter from your mother. If it wasn't for your big sister Li Yun telling me, we two old fellows still wouldn't know. Chen Shi seemed to be a little unhappy. Cough cough, mother, you are so young. How are you old? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Shi said to Li Zongjiu with a serious face. Mother doesn't care. This year, you have to bring that girl over and let Mother take a good look. Ah, that's right. I remember that I still have a lot of things to take care of. Mother will go find Father first. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he quickly left the kitchen. That night, the whole family had a happy meal together. Then, Li Zongjiu handed over the elixir pill that he had refined previously to Li Tianqing. He also told Li Tianqing how to consume the elixir pill. All right. Your father is not a fool. How can I not know how to consume the elixir pill? Li Tianqing said. Li Zongjiu was simply guiding him like a newbie. It's good that you know. Here is a bottle of essence blood. Refine a drop every month. After refining it, your physical body will be comparable to a Yuan monarch. What kind of essence blood is it? Is it so powerful? If his physical body alone could contend against a Yuan monarch, then the terrifying level of his blood essence was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It must be very valuable. The essence blood of a supreme Yuan beast, Li Zongjiu said slowly. At first, Li Tianqing did not react. When he finally reacted, his hand trembled and the bottle in his hand almost fell to the ground. Oh my God, where did you get it from? Don't tell me you are really able to match a supreme being elite now? Li Tianqing could not help but ask. This was a big surprise for him. Yes. No one below the supreme being level is my match. If it's a supreme being, I can barely match a beginner supreme being. If it's a little stronger, I can only escape. Li Zongjiu thought carefully for a while and said. Upon hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Li Tianqing was unable to calm down. Li Tianqing was also unable to calm down for a long time. He never thought that his son could reach such a level today. This was far beyond his imagination. With such strength, he could easily crush any genius in the world. Therefore, even though Li Tianqing heard that there were so many geniuses in the outside world, he did not have the slightest bit of admiration. In this world, there was probably no one who was more talented than Li Zongjiu. Li Tianqing knew this too. The higher a person's level, the greater the danger they would encounter. Often, with such a level of danger, the slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. There would not be a chance to start over again. The underworld is dangerous. You must be careful. The future of the Li family is important, and so is your life. Li Tianqing and his son looked up at the night sky and sighed in melancholy. Li Zongjiu did not reply. It was difficult for Li Tianqing to guide Li Zongjiu in other aspects, but as a father, he still had to maintain some dignity. Early the next morning, Li Zongjiu bid farewell to his parent. Although Madame Chen was extremely reluctant, she knew that Li Zongjiu was not a simple person in Royal City. There must be a lot of things tying him down. She only reminded him to eat on time. After leaving Luoxia City, Li Zongjiu took the airboat of Luoxia City. Although Luoxia City only had 5 airboats, after knowing that Li Zongjiu of Li Clan would come here in person, they directly dispatched one airboat to clear the way for Li Zongjiu. Chapter 1062. Li Zongjiu did not return directly to the Sacred Flame Imperial City, but instead went to the North Star City. Previously, because of the obstruction of the Hua family, Hua Ying, and the Fan family. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also appeared and resolved the matter comprehensively. In the end, Li Zongjiu did not kill the people of the Fan family. After teaching them a little lesson, he let them go directly. Now that Qi Yanran had set up a stronghold in the North Star City and began to lead the mining here, this was definitely a big merit and matter for the Qi family. Many people wanted to snatch this opportunity. Qi Shaohun arranged this matter to Qi Yanran, obviously intending to start training her. However, in the North Star City there was also the Fan family here. They did not dare to do anything openly, but they wanted to make trouble behind the scenes, so naturally, they also needed a master to keep watch. Soon, the Fan family would know how boring it was to do this. Nevertheless, the daily survey needed to be carried out, the management of the personnel, the preparation of various equipment, and the procurement of it. It was not so simple to mine a vein. If there was a little bit of a business trip, it may cause a series of chain reactions, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Qi Yanran was not good at the allocation of personnel, she knew how to put these people in important positions. She arranged things clearly and decisively, absolutely without the slightest hesitation. It was clear whether it was a reward or a punishment. Li Zongjiu came to the stronghold of the Qi family and saw that Qi Yanran seemed to be having a headache about something. At this moment, Qi Yanran was also having a meeting with some members of the Qi family. So what if it's the 7 mountain strongholds? Are they still opponents of my Qi family? Qi Yanran frowned. Today, someone came to report that they had received news that the 7 mountain strongholds near the Xianwang mountain also intended to take a share of the profits from the Xianwang mineral vein. The strength of the 7 mountain strongholds was known from the reason why the Green Dragon army was stationed here. Although there were suspicions of using these 7 mountain strongholds to train soldiers, in reality, it also showed that the latter's strength was not ordinary. Otherwise, they would not have become the training targets of the Green Dragon army. As of now, the 7 great mountain strongholds had already announced that if they wanted to open up the transportation route for the mines, they would need to send 10 carts of gold, silver and jewels to each mountain stronghold. This was a bottomless pit. A total of 10 carts. How much stuff would they be able to carry? It was hard to say whether the carts would be bigger or smaller. Moreover, these people were all bandits. They were insatiably greedy. The first time, they took 10 carts. The second time, who knew how many carts they would take? Qi Yanran's idea was to fight and take down the 7 strongholds one by one. Some people had to be fought. The only way was to beat them until they were scared. They wouldn't dare to do anything in front of the Qi clan. However, the elders of the Qi clan said that if they defeated 7, there might be another 7. Moreover, there were more than 10,000 people in the 7 stronghold. Did they want to kill all of them? If this round of fighting, it was unknown how many people would be killed or injured, how much manpower and financial resources would be consumed, and it would even make things more serious. Moreover, the Qi clan was a business family, not a military family. If they did business by fighting and killing, there would never be peace. They did it for money. Spend money to buy a safe way back. However, Qi Yanran, who was in charge, disagreed. Although what he said was reasonable, in Qi Yanran's opinion, these people couldn't be settled by just giving some money. Furthermore, when the Azure Dragon army had appeared, the 7 strongholds had not joined forces. However, today, when the Qi clan had just landed and everything was ready, they had already made such a move. If there was no problem with it, then it would be strange. Qi Yanran absolutely did not believe that there must be someone behind this. Everyone argued endlessly. Those who supported Qi Yanran were some younger people, but those who advocated peace were the older generation. They were older and had experienced more things. Although Qi Yanran was the highest person in charge, this matter was of great importance. It couldn't be decided by one person. In this case, we can only report this matter to the master and let him make a decision. An elder said, Yanran, I'm not targeting you. If this matter is a little wrong, the consequences will be very serious. We have no choice but to do this. If the situation here couldn't be solved and they used the power of the Qi clan, it obviously showed that the manager here was not capable. Qi Yanran was naturally helpless. Since they had said so, she could only do as they said. It's just the 7 great strongholds, and you're scared to this extent? Just when this matter was about to be settled, a young voice sounded at the door. Although the voice was young, it was domineering. When she heard this voice, Qi Yanran's eyes suddenly glowed. When she heard the first word, she already knew who it was. Li Zongjiu. Seeing Li Zongjiu appear in front of her, Qi Yanran was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Whenever she needed Li Zongjiu would always appear by her side. Qi Yanran alone could defeat the 7 strongholds, but the elders would not allow her to do so, because Qi Yanran couldn't appear in the mine all the time. Since the 7 strongholds dared to do so, they must be prepared. Today, let alone 7 strongholds, even if there are 70 or 700 strongholds, let him come and tell me. Li Zongjiu appeared in front of everyone. Although it was impolite to barge into the Qi family's meeting room and interrupt their meeting, no one felt displeased. Instead, they were looking forward to Li Zongjiu's arrival. Elderly. The elders of the Qi clan stood up and saluted Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's identity was not ordinary. The honorary elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. The state protector. Of course, these people of the Qi clan were willing to get closer to Li Zongjiu, so they called Li Zongjiu elder as before. If they called him the imperial tutor, it would be too much. Only those in the officialdom and the imperial court would call him that. Sit down. I passed by and came to see Yanran. Li Zongjiu said and looked at Qi Yanran. Being stared at by Li Zongjiu, she naturally felt shy and couldn't help but lower her head. At this moment, she felt that she was a person who was completely protected. Li Zongjiu's doting made Qi Yanran completely immersed in it. Li Zongjiu also naturally sat beside Qi Yanran. Someone took the initiative to bring a chair over. I listened for a while outside the door just now. I also heard the words of the elders. It makes sense. Harmony breeds wealth. But if even these 7 little pigs dare to touch the Qi clan of Monarch City, think about it. If these people dare to blackmail the Qi clan, do they deserve it? Li Zongjiu's words hit the nail on the head. Everyone was moved by his words. Li Zongjiu also knocked on the table. Which stronghold is the leader? Tonight we'll pay them a visit. There are 7 of them. We'll kill one to warn the others. Chapter 1063. What Elderly said is right. The elders who had opposed the idea before also agreed. Sure enough, the same words had a different effect when spoken by someone else. Qi Yanran also breathed a sigh of relief. She had been troubled by this matter for several days. Now that Li Zongjiu had appeared, the matter was settled with a few words. Qi Yanran also admired Li Zongjiu's courage. Of course, Li Zongjiu's prestige today was also because of the strength he had shown. Many of his achievements had also shown Li Zongjiu's strength. He was indeed qualified to say such words. Most importantly, how many of the people below dared to refute Li Zongjiu's words? That night, Qi Yanran directly gathered the people. Although they did not have to fight, the lineup had to be ensured. About 20 people were organized. Although it was not many, each of them was a master. The 7 strongholds are equal in strength, and their territories are clearly divided, so they coexist peacefully with each other. Now that they have joined forces, the 7 strongholds have covered the entire area of Mount Xianhuang. As long as we appear, we will definitely be exposed. So what if we are exposed? Since we are equal in strength, let's go to the nearest stronghold first. Where is it? Li Zongjiu asked. The Dibao stronghold is 5 miles east of the mountain ridge. Let's go. Everyone's mighty aura rushed toward the Dibao stronghold. Among the 7 strongholds, the Dibao stronghold was not the strongest, but its strength was about the middle to lower level. For the time being, it ranked 5th. The people in the stronghold received the news that Li Zongjiu and the others were heading toward the stronghold. Looking at their posture, it was obvious that they were not here to deliver money, so the sentries quickly passed the news. They were directly sent to the chief of the Dibao stronghold, Zhang Tianbao. Zhang Tianbao was holding a big pig trotter in his left hand and a jug of wine in his right. When he heard that the Qi family dared to come up the mountain, he was afraid that they would die. He was simply courting death. Since he wanted to fight head-on, then he would give it a try and see who was stronger. How many of them are there? Zhang Tianba asked. 26 or 7. TSK, I thought it would be more than 200. We have 888 brothers. Don't tell me we can't cripple them? Zhang Tianba spat out the pig bone in his mouth. Then, he stood up and ordered his men to push the heavy weapon out. Set up the mountain-blasting cannons and soul-piercing crossbows. Let's see how many attacks these people can withstand. Zhang Tianba ordered. The outer perimeter of this Dibao stronghold was also built with some hard wood. It looked very fragile, but in fact these wood were all over 100 years old. Impervious to fire and water. The saber could not break it. It had a very good resistance to grasp. More than a dozen bright red cannons were already prepared. These cannons were personally purchased by Zhang Tianba, and it was because of these cannons that Zhang Tianba was able to prepare. This deterred the rest of the people from the other strongholds. Based on the power of these cannons, if they hit their target, a Yuan King elite would probably be crippled. Even if the cannons exploded beside them, it would be enough to overturn a person. Therefore, Zhang Tianba was very confident in these cannons in his hands. Chief, they have already entered the area after the bombardment. Blow them up! Blow them up! Zhang Tianba directly ordered. These people from the Chaotic Mountain stronghold were quite fierce. Even if they were facing the Qi family, none of them were cowards. They directly started fighting from the beginning. Boom! 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 More than a dozen mountain-blasting cannons were fired at the same time. In an instant, a wave of dust was set off and a large amount of dust was sent flying. The area covered by the cannons was immediately crushed by a tyrannical and terrifying force. Large pits appeared on the ground one after another. This series of cannons did not stop. The pitch-black cannons swept out directly. They rushed downwards. Whoosh! Boom! The violent tremors made the people from the Dibao stronghold excited. Ha! Even if these people are not dead, they must be seriously injured. Zhang Tianba and the others immediately burst into laughter. They were very satisfied with the power of their mountain-blasting cannons. Whoosh! Zhang Tianba had already ordered the cannons to stop firing. After all, this cannons would cost tens of thousands of gold coins. How could he not feel distressed? What's that? The surroundings seemed to be a little quiet. Suddenly, an intense sound was heard. Moreover, there were several small black dots in the sky that were rapidly approaching. Before Zhang Tianba and the others could see clearly what it was that had fallen from the sky, a loud sound was heard. Then, the gate of the stronghold was directly blown to pieces. A ray of white light descended from the sky like a long whip. It directly destroyed the stronghold in front of them. Zhang Tianba was seriously injured by the explosion. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Don't tell me they also have mountain-blasting cannons? However, no one answered Zhang Tianba's question. They did not even see clearly who the other party was. The only thing that could be seen was the flickering white light in front of them. It almost blinded Zhang Tianba's eyes. He only had time to shout to the front. Those who wanted to escape simply couldn't find any direction in this terrifying and chaotic battle. There was no chance for them to escape. In the end, all of them were buried in this sea of fire. Li Zongjiu and the others were too lazy to go up the mountain. The Dibao stronghold was just the beginning. This night was destined to be extraordinary. On Mount Xianhuang, there were continuous explosions that were getting closer and closer. Whirlwind Stronghold, one of the 7 strongholds. The stronghold master was a pinnacle Yuan monarch elite. However, he had a unique treasure that could help him break through the limit and temporarily possess the strength of a Yuan monarch. Therefore, the strength of Whirlwind Stronghold was among the 7 strongholds. It was ranked first. Of course, although it was ranked higher, it was not that easy to defeat the other stronghold. However, tonight was destined to be an eventful night for Whirlwind Stronghold. In fact, no one dared to sleep for the entire night. All of them were focused on the situation in the distance. The continuous explosions woke them up. It seemed to be getting closer and closer. Stronghold! Stronghold Master! They have already gone up the mountain. As soon as he said this, the Stronghold Master of Whirlwind Stronghold was frightened. The 2 walnuts in his hands were immediately crushed. He was obviously extremely nervous. In one night, all 6 strongholds were destroyed. Chapter 1064. Before they came, the Qi family didn't even give them a heads up. On this night, 6 of the 7 strongholds didn't leave a single person alive. They didn't leave a single person alive. That was their style of doing things. The head of Whirlwind's stronghold was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Quickly hang up the white flag. The main reason was that the thousands of people in the stronghold were basically in a state of fear. They didn't dare to face what was going to happen next. The remaining 6 strongholds had all been wiped out. Not a single one of them had managed to escape. If this group of people came to them, they would probably end up the same way. If they wanted to fight head-on, it was very likely that they would all die in the end. However, if they wanted to leave the stronghold and start anew, they would probably be killed by the head of the stronghold. Fortunately, the head of the stronghold was quite strong. He didn't want to fight head-on with these people. Instead, he chose to surrender. If it was a normal situation, surrendering was such a shameful thing. Moreover, as a bandit, it was even more unbearable for them to accept such a humiliating thing. However, the situation this time was special. It was pardonable. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was really too big. After Li Zongjiu and the others went up the mountain, they found that the people of Whirlwind's stronghold had directly opened the gate and hung a white flag high up. They actually surrendered. When the experts of the Qi family saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. They thought that these bandits were really tough to deal with. In just one night they had actually surrendered. Nonsense. The person who came was Li Zongjiu. What kind of methods did Li Zongjiu have? Anyone who was in the Jianghu would ask around. When Li Zongjiu made a move, he never showed mercy. He dared to kill anyone. If you dared to stand in front of him, you would be chopped to death. Even if you died, no one would avenge you. Otherwise, the White Deer Mansion behind Li Zongjiu would never let you go. No matter where you escaped to, they would easily dig you out. Immediately, everyone entered the Whirlwind Stockade. Within the Whirlwind Stockade, everyone had already walked out. Furthermore, no one was carrying any weapons. Instead, they were waving something similar to a confetti in their hand. Their faces were brimming with an extremely welcoming expression as they welcomed Li Zongjiu. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, sirs, to our stronghold for guidance. I am Su Yid, the chief of this stronghold. Su Yid said sincerely and respectfully. In front of these big shots, he had no choice but to lower his head. Facing the terrifying strength of these people, Su Yid's heart was still very weak. Although directly letting these people in was like inviting wolves into the house, and even at the moment when they were about to be reduced to fish on the chopping board, this was a last resort. Otherwise, they would directly become grilled fish in a while. To kill or not to kill? Li Zongjiu asked Qi Yanran. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Su Yid was shocked. Even if they really had no power to resist, this was a matter of life and death. Couldn't he be a little more serious? Li Zongjiu felt as if he was asking if this thing tasted good. Before Qi Yanran could answer, Su Yid immediately knelt down with a plop. Sirs, madam, I have elders and children to take care of. I should not have listened to those bastards. Sirs, please spare my life. Sirs, please spare my life. We were also forced to become bandits. Now that Su Yid was already a Yuan King elite, he actually disregarded his status and directly knelt in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. He prayed that Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu would let him go. If Li Zongjiu and the others were to take action, the entire stronghold would suffer. Faced with such a situation, Su Yid did not hesitate to kneel down. At the very least, he had to save the lives of the people in this stronghold. After all, these people followed Su Yid. Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran. Obviously, he wanted to let Qi Yanran handle this matter. After all, the people behind them were from the Qi family. If Qi Yanran wanted to establish her authority, she would have to take action personally and solve this matter. Li Zongjio was just here to accompany Qi Yanran for a while and to support her. You are the chief of Whirlwind Stronghold? Qi Yanran looked at Su Yud and asked indifferently. Yes, I am. How many people are there in your stronghold? Qi Yanran asked. Although Su Yud did not know why Qi Yanran asked this question, he still answered honestly. Madam, there are a total of 1243 people in the stronghold. Including me, there are 1,244 people. With your manpower, will it be difficult to open up a transportation mountain road for the Qi family? Qi Yanran asked. Transportation mountain road. Su Yud immediately understood Qi Yanran's meaning. She wanted to let Su Yud handle the arrangements for the transportation of the mysterious yellow Oregon. That was, if other people came to rob them. Su Yud was about to rush forward. He wanted to protect and escort the transportation of the ore. No problem, of course not. We brothers have occupied the mysterious Yellow Mountain for decades. It is naturally easy to open up a road. We can also guarantee the safety of your ore transportation. After all, Su Yud said halfway and felt a little embarrassed. After all, the other 6 strongholds are all dead. Originally, it could be said that the 7 great mountain strongholds were eyeing each other covetously. They were all on guard against each other. After all, there was not much difference in their strength. If they could devour one of them, it would be equivalent to strengthening their own strength. It would be much easier to swallow the others. However, no one had such an opportunity. Now, among the 7 strongholds, only Whirlwind Stronghold still existed. Naturally, Whirlwind Stronghold was the most powerful one. As for the other strongholds hidden deep in the mountains and forests, they were no match for Whirlwind Stronghold. In the future, you will be in charge of the Qi family's mining road. The territories of the previous 6 strongholds will be handed over to you. When the Qi family's mining team withdraws from here, there will naturally be peace. After that, you can do whatever you want. If you dare to touch the Qi family or have any thoughts about us, I will destroy your entire stronghold. Although Qi Yanran's words were not harsh and her tone was extremely light, when people heard it, they could not help but feel a little cold. Su Yud understood that Qi Yanran was giving him a chance. Immediately, Su Yud waved his hand. He summoned all the core members of Whirlwind Stronghold and directly knelt in front of Qi Yanran. Madam, please rest assured. As long as I, Su Yud, am here, no one will be allowed to touch the Qi family's mining vein. Everyone in Whirlwind Stronghold will do their best to protect the Qi family's mining vein. If anyone dares to touch it, I will fight with him. At the end of his speech, Su Yud revealed a trace of viciousness. He was extremely grateful for Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran's kindness of not killing him. In fact, it was not him who had proposed the alliance of the 7 strongholds. However, such a good thing was in front of him, so he might as well make a fortune. After all, many people would only keep the peace and pay a little protection fee. At least, they would not have to be on guard all the time in the future. Perhaps it would cause more losses. However, Li Zongjio did not have such losses. You can be destroyed in a matter of minutes. No one had expected that the state protector, Li Zongjio, would personally come to solve this matter. If Su Yud had known that Li Zongjio was also involved, he would not have dared to do so even if he was given 100 guts. Before dark tonight, bring your men to the city and find me. I will arrange something for you to do. In addition, you can go and take care of the other 6 strongholds. The meaning of taking care of them was naturally to dig out the treasures of the 6 strongholds. However, in fact, the people of these strongholds were not rich at all. If they were rich, why would they be bandits? They would have bought a piece of land, built a house and become a landlord. Moreover, Su Yud and the others were asked to clean up the battlefield. The wreckage of the 6 strongholds was also a kind of deterrence for them. When they cleaned up, they would know how terrifying Li Zongjio and the others were. No matter what, at least the people of Whirlwind Stronghold had kept their lives. This was a very rare thing. It made them feel relieved. However, they would be in a state of semi-slavery. They would not be as free as before. At least, they had to help the Qi family and take care of the mining vein. If something happened, they believed that the Qi family would not let Whirlwind Stronghold go. Therefore, they had to go all out. Their lives could be considered to have been saved. A night of running around naturally consumed a lot of energy. However, at least this matter was solved, and it was solved very beautifully. At the dinner table, Li Zongjiu also ate with the people of the Qi family. Several elders had begun to change their view of Qi Yanran. At least, they thought that Qi Yanran was not simply reckless. However, Qi Yanran's style of doing things was somewhat similar to Li Zongjiu's. In the future, they would have to remind Qi Yanran not to become another Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was a lone hero. He had achieved what he had today with his own strength. However, Qi Yanran could not do the same. If she did so, it would bring disaster to the Qi family. After dinner, the people of the Qi family left one after another, leaving the young man and woman alone. Qi Yanran threw herself into Li Zongjiu's arms. Li Zongjiu's hand slid down Qi Yanran's soft hair. "I've prepared a small gift for you." Li Zongjiu smiled and said in a low voice, "I don't need any gift. I just need you." Qi Yanran seemed to enjoy lying in Li Zongjiu's arms very much. What she felt was stability and strength. Chapter 1065. Qi Yanran said. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but smile. Naturally, he was extremely touched. No one had ever said such words to him before. "This is good stuff." Li Zongjiu took out a huge blue egg. Anyone who saw this egg wouldn't think that it was a bird's egg. When Qi Yanran saw this egg, she was slightly stunned. "What is this?" Qi Yanran asked curiously. Although she knew that this was an egg, the energy contained in this egg was extremely powerful. Even if it was born now, its strength would definitely be comparable to an Origin Emperor expert. "Mountain seagull's egg," Li Zongjiu said. He placed the mountain seagull's egg in Qi Yanran's hand. "What, mountain seagull? Isn't that the legendary supreme soul beast?" Qi Yanran was stunned. Previously, she didn't hear where Li Zongjiu went. But suddenly, he took out a supreme soul beast's egg. How could Qi Yanran not be shocked? Moreover, she had heard of the mountain seagull before. Legend had it that the mountain seagull had great power. It could flip mountains and fill seas with a light flap of its wings. Its attributes were also the combination of water and earth attribute. Dual attribute soul beasts were rare. Therefore, a mountain seagull at its peak would also have the strength of a supreme soul beast. In terms of the combination of attributes, it couldn't be more suitable for Qi Yanran. How do I hatch this? But this is a supreme soul beast. How can you give it to me?" Qi Yanran still couldn't believe it. At the same time, she wanted to return the egg to Li Zongjiu. But Li Zongjiu grabbed her hand. "So what if it's a supreme soul beast? Sooner or later, I'll catch a dragon for you," Li Zongjiu said. He wasn't bragging. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu killed the 4 supreme soul beasts of the dragon clan. But this time, he brought back the supreme soul beast. But on the dragon island, there must still be 4 supreme soul beasts of the dragon clan. At that time, if he were to fight with these supreme soul beasts again, he didn't know what would happen. If the dragon soul continued to cultivate, it would definitely be summoned by the dragon island, and the dragon island would also sense the existence of the dragon soul. They would directly send experts to bring back this wisp of dragon soul, dead or alive. The dragon island formed its own continent and regarded itself as a better place for the Shengwu continent. But what happened in the end? Wasn't it destroyed by Li Zongjiu alone? Therefore, one shouldn't be too arrogant. Otherwise, it was hard to say what would happen. Braggart. Even if Qi Yanran believed in Li Zongjiu, she did not believe this sentence. She had never heard of anyone who could take a dragon as a mount or pet. Therefore, Qi Yanran was also very clear about this matter. Although Li Zongjiu might be able to do what the predecessors couldn't do, Qi Yanran still believed that Li Zongjiu could do anything. He just didn't want Li Zongjiu to risk his life for such a sentence. It didn't matter if there was a dragon or not. Drip a drop of blood essence on it. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't want to talk about these things with Qi Yanran now. Just now, Li Zongjiu suddenly had a whim. If he could subdue the 4 supreme soul beasts of the Dragon Clan, would he be able to go to the sacred martial realm? He could directly break through this barren land and kill his way into the sacred martial realm. At the very least, he had to resist the power of the sacred martial realm. With the strength of the sacred martial realm, they would definitely discover Li Zongjiu's existence in the future. With such an unusual existence here, who knew what kind of things would happen? Qi Yanran carefully dripped a drop of blood essence on the mountain puffin egg. Immediately, the blood essence slowly merged into the eggshell. At first, there was a moment of silence. Then, a terrifying suction force erupted from the egg, as if it was going to suck Qi Yanran in. However, this force only wrapped Qi Yanran in it. Use your mental strength to communicate with her. Li Zongjiu's voice sounded. Qi Yanran didn't panic at all. With Li Zongjiu by her side, she didn't need to worry about anything. Li Zongjiu also didn't disturb the communication of this force. After all, it was the bloodline of a supreme soul beast. It would even inherit some of its previous memories. The magic of a supreme soul beast was unimaginable to ordinary people. For the entire afternoon, Qi Yanran was also communicating with the mountain puffin. Finally, when Li Zongjiu calculated the time, she succeeded. A clear and loud cry rang out. Then, a small blue bird with a long tail was seen standing on Qi Yanran's shoulder, gently combing its feathers. "Congratulations!" Li Zongjiu said with a smile. Qi Yanran's eyes had a trace of uncontrollable fatigue, but more than that, she was excited. A supreme soul beast. She actually had a supreme soul beast as a pet. Could it be that she was dreaming? It took Qi Yanran a long time to wake up. It's real. Qi Yanran tilted her head and looked at the cute little sparrow on her shoulder. She couldn't help but touch the latter's head and scratch its neck. A newborn mountain puffin was only the size of an ordinary sparrow. The stronger the soul beast, the more it knew how to protect itself from a young age. Since it transformed into such a small sparrow, naturally, there wouldn't be any powerful soul beasts targeting it. Relatively speaking, it would be safer. Even if there were enemies, they would be ordinary soul beasts. This little thing is quite cute. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand to touch the mountain puffin's head. After all, Li Zongjiu had never seen such a miniature mountain puffin. However, the mountain puffin's temper wasn't small. It directly pecked at Li Zongjiu's hand as fast as lightning. Unfortunately, this peck didn't hit Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu grabbed the mountain puffin and held it in his hand very easily. "Little thing, you still want to peck me?" Li Zongjiu's other hand kept stroking the mountain puffin's head back and forth, as if he wanted to show the mountain puffin his power. Chirp, 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 chirp. The mountain puffin suddenly squeaked like a sparrow, asking for help from its owner. "It's just a newborn baby. What are you doing? Quickly take it back," Qi Yanran hurriedly said, obviously very protective of the mountain puffin. Even Li Zongjiu couldn't bully it. Li Zongjiu could only let go of the mountain puffin in his hand. The moment he let go, the mountain puffin pecked at Li Zongjiu's hand. It was revenge. If an ordinary Yuan King cultivator's hand was pecked like this, it would probably be crippled directly. However, when it pecked at Li Zongjiu's body, it was the mountain puffin who asked for it. Its entire mouth was directly numbed. Now, it was curled up in Qi Yanran's arms and acting spoiled. "Haha, this little thing is so intelligent." Li Zongjiu laughed when he saw this. However, judging from its performance just now, the mountain puffin's strength was not bad. Now, just based on its speed and destructive power, it wouldn't be a problem to kill a third-grade Yuan King. "Do you want this?" Li Zongjiu took out a pill in his hand. A 6th-grade pill. It was even very precious in the elixir market. Any 6th grade pill was enough to open an auction. The mountain puffin's eyes lit up when it saw the pill, but it didn't dare approach Li Zongjiu rashly. After all, Li Zongjiu gave it a sense of threat, which made the mountain puffin very vigilant. It didn't want to get close to such a threatening person. However, the pill in Li Zongjiu's hand had a fatal attraction to it. Although it was nestled in Qi Yanran's arms, its eyes were fixed on it. "Come up here obediently." Li Zongjiu opened his palm. The mountain puffin hesitated for a moment before looking up at Qi Yanran. Through its connection with Qi Yanran, the mountain puffin could naturally feel that the person before it would not hurt it. However, due to its fear of power, the mountain puffin instinctively feared the latter. "Go," Qi Yanran said gently. Finally, the mountain puffin flapped its wings and gently landed on Li Zongjiu's palm. "Ha, good girl." Li Zongjiu threw the pill to the mountain puffin. The mountain puffin directly flew up and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Then, it returned to Qi Yanran's side. It began to digest the pill. At this moment, it was in the process of constantly breaking through and absorbing. Therefore, no matter how many pills there were, as long as it could digest them, there would be no problem. "I'll leave this little thing to you. When it reaches adulthood, its strength should be considerable. As for reaching the sovereign level, it will probably take some time. I'll refine some pills as soon as possible," Li Zongjiu said. "Don't forget, I'm also an alchemist." Qi Yanran was a little unconvinced. Although she didn't have the same ability as Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran was at least a genius alchemist. In the 3 Dynasties Alchemy Assembly, she didn't lack in showing herself. The strength she showed wasn't simple. Yes. What should we call this little guy? How about calling it Little Mountain?" Li Zongjiu suggested. Qi Yanran didn't say anything and directly rolled her eyes at him. "Well, I think we should call it Boom." Suddenly, there was a continuous roar from outside. The 2 people in the room looked at each other. Obviously, they knew what that sound was. Immediately, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran both walked out. An eagle battleship was hovering above the road. It was even level with the surrounding buildings. When ordinary people saw the eagle battleship for the first time, they were immediately shocked. This huge lump of metal was actually able to fly in the sky. It was simply unbelievable. It was an eye-opener. "Zongjiu, not good, something happened." Li Yun stood on the eagle battleship and said. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's face sank. Chapter 1066. Li Yun finally found Li Zongjiu. After receiving the news, she immediately rushed over. "What's wrong?" Li Zongjiu asked. "The King of Fire is in Yongzhou. He's being chased by a mysterious force. According to the information we've gathered, the King of Fire seems to have been captured by these people." Yongzhou? Ghost Realm, Yongzhou. It was rumored that this was a place where ghosts and spirits cultivated. It was also a place where yin qi was extremely dense. Ordinary people would not come to such a place. To those who cultivated in elemental arts with special attributes, such a place was a natural holy ground for cultivation. Everyone wanted to seek opportunities here. These people were also commonly known as ghost cultivators. People who cultivated these elemental formulas were extremely eccentric. Therefore, they had to be careful when moving around in Yongzhou. The more eccentric a person was, the stranger their behavior was. It was very normal for the King of Fire to go to Yongzhou to train. However, he was being chased by a mysterious force. Li Zongjiu immediately thought of Wu Tian, who had escaped unscathed from the Ghost King Palace. In his previous life, although Wu Shan was evenly matched with him, if Li Zongjiu went all out and disregarded everything, it was not impossible for him to take Wu Tian's life. However, in this life, he had not recovered the cultivation of his previous life. If he wanted to fight with Wu Tian, it was obvious that he was still far from it. While Li Zongjiu was improving, Wu Tian was also improving. Moreover, Wu Tian's strength was almost an entire realm higher than Li Zongjiu's. This trip might be extremely dangerous. I'll go with you, Qi Yanran said. Seeing the seriousness in Li Zongjiu's expression, she immediately said. However, Li Zongjiu waved his hand. No, you stay here. This time, I will go all out. If you come with me, I will be distracted. Don't worry, if I want to leave, no one in this world can stop me. Li Zongjiu said. If they were to fight head-on, it would naturally be extremely difficult to defeat the other party. However, Li Zongjiu was still extremely confident in escaping. In reality, the reason why he had cultivated such a powerful physical body was not to fight. More importantly, it was used to save his own life. In Li Zongjiu's previous life, he had suffered many defeats during his struggle. He had also learned many life-saving skills. To forge iron, one needed to be strong. Therefore, as long as one's own defense was high, the chances of survival were still very high. Qi Yanran naturally wanted to follow them, but Li Zongjiu's attitude was very clear, and Qi Yanran herself knew that her strength was indeed not enough. Train this little guy well. It will be a useful assistant in the future. Li Zongjiu said. I will. Qi Yanran nodded heavily. Li Zongjiu turned and boarded Li Yun's Eagle battleship. Boom! The Eagle battleship suddenly disappeared in the sky. Li Zongjiu stood on the deck and stared at Qi Yanran below until she could no longer be seen. The King of Fire was a very important friend to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu would never allow any accidents to happen to his friend. Wu Tian, you'd better be sensible. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. If Wu Tian and King of Fire had the same source of power, Wu Tian would definitely refine the King of Fire. Along the way, Li Zongjiu was also condensing his own murderous aura. The Eagle battleship was in the sky, and its speed was extremely crazy and terrifying. Boom! The Eagle battleship's speed was like a rainbow. Even at full speed, the Eagle battleship could not be seen by the naked eye. One could only see the traces of the Eagle battleship passing by. The clouds in the sky seemed to be split apart by an invisible force. The Eagle battleship entered the territory of Yongzhou. Even in Yongzhou, one could see that the surrounding brightness had decreased a lot. The sky was mostly covered with dark clouds. There were very few colors. There was a trace of Yin-Qi in the air. Qiong City. Qiong City of Yongzhou, one of the famous ghost cities. It was rumored that the 800,000 rebels in Yongzhou were killed in order to fight against the royal family of the Xingyan dynasty. Everyone was left here. After the defeat, none of the 800,000 rebels survived. All of them were beheaded. Their heads were placed in a pit, and their bodies were placed in another pit. In the end, a city was built on the mass grave of the 800,000 corpses. At first, it was just a small town, but later it gradually expanded into a city. The Yin-Qi here was extremely dense. If a weak person stayed here for a long time, their illness would worsen. Even a person with vigorous qi and blood would gradually lose their qi and blood here. In the end, they would get sick, and all kinds of things would happen. Ordinary people did not dare to stay here for long. They would rather suffer a little than spend the night in the city. It was rumored that every night until late at night, they could hear the melodious cries and shouts coming from below the city walls. Li Zongjiu and the rest landed in the city. Li Zongjiu also sent the rest of the people back. He did not need the Eagle battleship to help attack. However, Li Yun insisted on staying. The King of Fire was her master. How could Li Yun not help her master when he was in trouble? Even if her life was in danger, she would still follow. Li Zongjiu saw Li Yun's respect for her master, so of course he would help her. This trip is not that simple. You have to be careful and stay by my side. Li Zongjiu reminded her. Then, he thought of something and said, also, don't talk too much. If you don't have to, don't talk. Li Zongjiu was most afraid of Li Yun's jinx mouth. It was so accurate that it was even more accurate than the spring primrose. Li Yun also pouted. This guy was too much. He actually said that about her. However, Li Yun would sometimes think about it carefully. It seemed that she would often say some things and it would come true. Hence, she nodded, indicating that she would not speak carelessly. In order to fit the environment here. The two of them also changed into black robes. Li Yun also covered her slender legs. There is a branch of our White Deer Thousand machine here. It's over here. Li Yun held a map in her hand. Li Zhongjiu did not expect that the White Deer Mansion had already developed its influence here. It was really unexpected. Of course, such a layout was not thought of by Li Zhongjiu. It was arranged by Xiao Zhao. Not to mention the entire Xingyan dynasty, but at least 80% of the areas had already been set up. The establishment of an intelligence center was very tiring. Moreover, it was also very expensive. Just the daily expenditure on communications alone was an astronomical figure. Just the operating income of these casinos was naturally not enough to maintain such a huge structure. Xiao Zhao's goal was to turn the Thousand Machine Workshop into an existence like the Rain Pavilion. Chapter 1067. In a coffin shop in Qiong City. When Li Zhongjiu and Yi Shiwen walked into the coffin shop, the owner of the coffin shop was in disbelief. Li Zhongjiu and Li Yun were legendary figures to him. Now that they had appeared in front of him, he felt overwhelmed and quickly welcomed them. At the same time, he knew the purpose of their visit and took out the information that he had prepared beforehand. My lord, there are 3 netherworld regions in Qiong City. These people often like to capture people, plunder their souls, and refine their flesh and blood. Even the dynasty can't do anything to them. They are also quite ferocious locally. A few days ago, I was paying attention to the movements in the city. Suddenly, many experts appeared and moved into the 3 netherworld regions at the same time. I asked them to look for a woman. She was the person that the higher-ups ordered us to pay close attention to. I didn't expect to find her here. The 3 netherworld regions and many mysterious experts attacked at the same time. They injured the woman in red and took her away. As for where they took her, we can't follow them with our strength. The coffin shop owner said. The information in his hand was the specific location of the 3 netherworld regions and the deployment of their forces. In other words, this matter has something to do with the 3 netherworld regions. Li Zhongjiu flipped through the information in his hand. The strongest among the 3 netherworld regions was only at the Yuan King level. How could they capture the King of Fire with such strength? Therefore, the problem must lie with the mysterious experts who came later. However, to find out the whole story they had to start with the 3 netherworld regions. Let's go. Li Zhongjiu and Li Yun did not wait. After leaving a deposit of 100,000 purple yuan in the coffin shop, they walked in the direction of the city. Obviously, the 100,000 purple yuan was a reward from Li Zhongjiu. The coffin shop owner did not expect to be able to meet Li Zhongjiu and receive a reward that he would not have to worry about for the rest of his life. He was really excited. According to the address, Li Zhongjiu found one of the rooms first. The so-called Netherworld faction was nothing more than a group of people who cultivated this kind of dark elemental energy. The leader was known as the Tiger Ghost. The Tiger Fiend Ghost had a guillotine in his hand. It was said that he was an executioner in the past. He accidentally found a cultivation elemental formula in the guillotine that had been passed down from his ancestors. From then on, he was out of control. Every time he killed someone, he would definitely behead them. Then, he would absorb the other party's essence into his body. Through this method, one could cultivate the Baleful Tiger Nether Office, which had been established by the Baleful Tiger Ghost, was considered one of the top 3 forces in Jade City. The number of little ghosts under his command had already exceeded 300. Today was the day that the Baleful Tiger Ghost would preach Tao in the 1,000 Ghosts Square of Jade City. If someone had the same Tao as him, then they would naturally become the Baleful Tiger Ghost's disciple and become the Baleful Tiger Ghost's disciple. Naturally, they would become the Baleful Tiger Ghost's disciple. At this moment, the square was already filled with people. Some people wanted to sign up, but they did not meet the entry requirements of the baleful tiger ghost. However, there were still many people who were interested in the baleful tiger ghost's preaching. At least after listening to it, it would be of great help to their cultivation. Therefore, every time there was a free preaching like this, many people would come to listen to it. Behind the baleful tiger ghost stood 4 loyal protectors. In such a public occasion, of course, they had to be prepared. It was not that they were timid. After all, no one could be certain about this matter. As the saying goes, it's better to be prepared. The lecture proceeded very smoothly. The tiger evil ghost felt extremely satisfied from the intoxicated expressions of the people below. At the same time, it was also looking for some good people. After recruiting them, it would be able to properly train them. Just as the baleful tiger ghost was sizing up the people, 2 people with vigorous vitality suddenly appeared in front of him. When he saw the 2 people, the baleful tiger ghost's eyes lit up. He then gestured to the protectors behind him to get the 2 people in front of him. However, before the protector beside the baleful tiger ghost could move, the 2 people jumped onto the platform. The baleful tiger ghost was stunned. Could it be that he was so charming now? He had not even opened his mouth to summon them, and these people had already jumped onto the platform and delivered themselves to him. The 2 of you also want to be my disciple? The baleful tiger ghost straightened his body and looked at the young man and woman in front of him like an expert in cultivation. Since they had delivered themselves to him, there was nothing more to say. He would take them down first and then slowly train them. I'll worship your mother. Li Zongjiu flew up and kicked the baleful tiger ghost in the face. The baleful tiger ghost fell to the ground. The 4 protectors on the platform and the many followers below all stared with wide eyes. The baleful tiger ghost lord, who was preaching to them, was actually beaten down. In the hearts of these followers, the baleful tiger ghost army was an invincible force. You dare to hit me? Cripple him. The baleful tiger ghost was enraged after being kicked to the ground by Li Zongjiu. He then flipped himself up and summoned the 4 protectors behind him. However, before the 4 protectors could do anything, Li Zongjiu had already stepped forward. He grabbed the tiger fiend ghost, lifted it up, and smashed it on the ground. Boom! The tiger fiend ghost's body slammed into the podium, creating a huge crater. The 4 protectors wanted to stop him. Li Yun pulled out a crimson longsword and slashed at the 4 protectors. The crimson longsword exploded with terrifying power. The baleful tiger ghost lord sent the 4 protectors flying. Where is the woman that you took away? Li Zongjiu grabbed the heavily injured baleful tiger ghost lord. Restrained by Li Zongjiu, the baleful tiger ghost lord could not move at all. He could only stare at Li Zongjiu and gather his essence power quickly. He spat out a mouthful of black gas and wrapped it around Li Zongjiu's hand. Li Zongjiu pulled out his fist and punched him in the stomach. Bam! There was a loud bang. The baleful tiger ghost lord's lifetime of cultivation dissipated with a soft thud. You're asking for it. Li Zongjiu did not have the time to waste on this guy. He pried open the latter's eyeballs and sent a terrifying wave of spiritual power into the latter's eyes. Like a bandit, he plundered the baleful tiger ghost lord's memories. Spiritual search. It would be a huge blow to the person being searched, and it would be a blow that would be difficult to recover from. In the end, the person would become a fool. Finally, Li Zongjiu found a figure in the latter's memories. But the image was very blurry. Clearly, the baleful tiger ghost lord had not come into direct contact with the King of Fire. At the same time, the mysterious experts had not left any information behind. All memories of those people have been wiped. That's his style. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed coldly. The baleful tiger ghost lord in his hand had lost all struggle. Li Zongjiu tossed it aside like a piece of trash. Let's go. Find the next one, Li Zongjiu said. At this time, Li Yan had already crippled the 4 protectors. The hundreds of followers below were watching the scene with their mouths agape. Just where did these two gods come from? Chapter 1068. One of the three heavyweights of the city, Tiger Fiend Ghostly Lord, had been beaten into a cripple by two mysterious men who had descended from the sky on his own platform. After such a situation occurred, many people were taken aback. He simply couldn't believe that this was true. Tiger Fiend Ghostly Lord was strong and ruthless. No one dared to offend him. But now, he had been crippled in his own territory. This made people feel a little scared just by listening to it. Could they have offended someone they could not afford to offend? At the same time, after the leaders of the other two forces in the city heard this, they were also gloating. Some of them even kept clapping and cheering. Once Tiger Fiend Ghostly Lord was crippled. Wasn't their territory just the right time to expand? As one of the three major underworlds, the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord had grasped this opportunity well. This was naturally the best opportunity to send people out to take over Tiger Fiend Ghostly Lord's territory and resources. The leader of the underworlds, the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord and Tiger Fiend Ghostly Lord were equal in strength. Therefore, the two underworlds were usually at peace. Now that they knew the Tiger Fiend Ghostly army was in trouble, they naturally had to take advantage of the situation. However, after the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord gathered his men and was ready to set off, he opened the door and saw two figures standing at the entrance. "Who are you?" When he saw Li Zongjiu and Wu Yu, the disciple who opened the door was stunned. "This is the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord?" Li Zongjiu opened the scroll in his hand. When he saw the name on it, he asked, "Yes, who are you?" Bam! Li Zongjiu kicked out. The person was sent flying. "Who is the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord?" After kicking away the person in front of them, Li Zongjiu and Luo Yuan walked in to take a look. They discovered that there were already a few square formations arranged in the spacious courtyard. The Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord was installing his own pair of blood-red steel wings. This pair of wings was his weapon. It was strange. After installing them, they were like his own arms. He could control them freely. It was a terrifying sight. Often, before you could even see it, it would have already reaped your life with a flap of its wings. "Who's looking for me?" The Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord saw that the other party had come with ill intentions, and immediately frowned coldly. His subordinates also began to tense up, staring coldly at the person before them. The weapons in their hands were also strange. "Get over here," Li Zongjiu said straightforwardly. As he spoke, he also used a hidden force. In an instant, this hidden force erupted. Under this hidden force, the numerous seemingly ferocious disciples directly spat out blood as their bodies flew backwards. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. Boom! All of them fell to the ground. "How dare you hit my men?" When the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord saw this, he was first enraged. However, when he saw that the duo seemed familiar, his face froze. You're the ones who defeated the Fiend Tiger Ghostly Lord." When he saw Li Zongjiu and Wu Yu's team, the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord's mind suddenly lit up. With such strength, they would come knocking on his door to kill him. This was to the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord. For someone who could defeat the Fiend Tiger Ghostly Lord, defeating him would be a simple matter. More importantly, the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord was a very cautious person. Although he was strong, he would never be careless. He had never seen this person before. It was impossible for him to become enemies. Since he could not fight them head-on, he might as well calm them down first. Why are you looking for me?" "We've minded our own business. Since you're here, tell me your name," the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord said in a low voice. Although he was admitting defeat, he still had to maintain his dignity. "Who are the people who came here the day before?" Li Zongjiu said slowly. Seeing the Blood-Winged Ghostly Lord in this state, Li Zongjiu knew that there was no need for him to make a move. If he could explain himself, Li Zongjiu would not have to waste so much effort. "The day before. You're saying You're talking about the people from Mount Wu? The blood-winged ghostly lord thought back. Although he was surprised, he heaved a sigh of relief. So they were looking for the people from Mount Wu, and not him. At least they would not do anything to him. You are looking for Wu Shan and his group, right? They are not to be trifled with. They came to Jade City a few days ago, but they have already left. I heard that they are going to some demon-suppressing palace to look for something. The blood-winged ghostly lord said in a low voice. Did you kidnap a girl? Li Yun asked. So many people actually had designs on her master. Li Yun was, of course, furious. It was these people who were after her master. They had committed crimes here, and even offended her master. This was something she could not tolerate. Yes, but it was their people who did it. We couldn't interfere at all. We just led the way. The blood-winged ghostly lord nodded repeatedly, and made it clear that this matter had nothing to do with him. Mount Wu. Demon Suppression Palace. Li Zongjiu's eyes shone with a cold light. The Demon Suppression Palace was about to open, and the location was near the Haiku dynasty. Therefore, the Haiku dynasty had been inviting experts from all over. Of course, they had to invite people with some status. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to accept the invitation. Besides, Li Zongjiu had learned from Wan Yulan's message that Black Canal Basilica had made preparations in the Demon Suppression Palace this time. They wanted to take down Li Zongjiu and the others. It was an operation against Li Zongjiu. However, who would lose out in this matter was still unknown. Originally, Li Zongjiu had been preparing to set off. However, after the incident with the Fire Wraith King, he decided to come to Jade City first. Wu Tian's target was also the Demon Suppression Palace. Other than that, there were no other clues. Wu Tian, if it's really you, then don't blame me, Li Zongjiu said coldly. The blood-winged ghostly lord saw that Li Zongjiu seemed to be deep in thought, and felt a little lucky. Sir, this has nothing to do with me. You have to be clear. If you can extinguish this flame, I'll let bygones be bygones. With that, Li Zongjiu flicked his finger, and a flame flew out, landing on the blood-winged ghostly lord's body. Before the blood-winged ghostly lord could react, the flame had already burned through his heart. And then his entire body was burned to a crisp. Before he died, he only had time to let out a loud cry. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Demon Suppression Palace. Chapter 1069. Li Zongjiu didn't want to wait any longer. He directly used the Eagle battleship to send them to the Haiku dynasty's territory. Although many of the Haiku dynasty's warships hovered in the air as if they wanted to form a fortress in the sky, in front of the Eagle battleship's speed, these warships didn't have any reaction at all. However, the Eagle battleship's flight consumed a huge amount of vitality stones. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu could still afford it. Once again coming to the Haiku dynasty's territory, Li Zongjiu could only look for the Wan family. Wanyong Marquis Mansion. With a swoosh, the two of them descended from the sky and landed in the Wanyong Marquis Mansion. When the two of them appeared, there were immediately people who were extremely nervous and crowded over. They surrounded Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu tightly. Who is it? How dare you barge into the Marquis Mansion? The leader of the guards pointed his blade at them. Rushing in without a greeting, they definitely didn't have good intentions. However, Li Zongjiu didn't need to explain, there were already people who came forward. All of you, retreat. Wan Yulan walked out from the side. I haven't even sent out the invitation and you're already here? Wan Yulan looked at Li Zongjiu in astonishment. The guards also retreated one after another. All of them together weren't a match for the young lady. Moreover, since the young lady came forward, there naturally wouldn't be a problem. Sorry to disturb you, I need you to help me find someone, Li Zongjiu said. Come in, grandfather is in seclusion. The matters of the Marquis Mansion are now under my control. Li Yun glanced at Wan Yulan. The White Deer Mansion had also studied the Wanyong Marquis Mansion. Basically, it was Wan Yonggong who was supporting it. However, now that these matters were handed over to Wan Yulan, it meant that Wan Yulan would definitely be the successor in the future. The three of them entered the house. Li Zongjiu also told them about Wu Tian, his subordinate Wu Shan, and the King of Fire. "I'll immediately send someone to investigate," Wan Yulan said with a serious expression. "This King of Fire must be a very important person. Otherwise, with Li Zongjiu's personality, he wouldn't come directly to the Haiku dynasty without a greeting. One must know that it was very dangerous for Li to come to the Haiku dynasty with his current identity. Now, there were many people who were watching Li Zongjiu openly and secretly. Therefore, for Li Zongjiu to come here with such an identity, it must be very dangerous and reckless. Although Wan Yulan had stayed in the White Deer Mansion for a while, her main purpose was not to investigate anything. She had never seen the King of Fire before. She only knew that there was a small courtyard in the mansion that no one was allowed to approach. Now, it seemed that it was the King of Fire's residence. Very quickly, he handed over the matter. "As long as she is in the Haiku dynasty, we will be able to find her in 2 days at most," Wan Yulan said. "Okay." Li Zongjiu knew that there wasn't much time left. With the King of Fire's strength, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Li Zongjiu was also thinking hard. At the same time, he was also recalling. If the King of Fire and Sky Shaman were of the same origin, they should be able to refine and assimilate power at any time. However, Sky Shaman wanted to bring the King of Fire to the demon-suppressing palace. Why? In the demon-suppressing palace, the only supreme treasure is the demon-suppressing ruler, Li Zongjiu muttered in his heart. The demon-suppressing ruler, and the supreme treasure sword. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up. The supreme treasure sword. In his previous life, Sky Shaman's weapon was this supreme treasure sword. It was also because Sky Shaman had the supreme treasure sword in his hand that Li Zongjiu gave him some leeway. No wonder. In my previous life, even I had to be wary of that peerless sword. Ordinary people simply can't unleash the power of a peerless sword. It's because this peerless sword requires the infusion of an origin soul. Li Zongjiu immediately understood everything. In his previous life, he had never heard of the King of Fire's name because the King of Fire died at the hands of Sky Shaman and became the power for Sky Shaman to refine the Supreme Treasure Sword. To refine the Supreme Treasure Sword was very complicated. The requirements were also very strange. You can understand it as, if you want to lift the Supreme Treasure Sword, you need to first refine a clone of yourself. When your clone's strength is about the same as yours, you need to infuse the power of your clone into the Supreme Treasure Sword. Only then would your true body be able to pick up the unparalleled treasured sword. In layman's terms, it would require 2 of you to do it. With such a strange requirement, Li Zongjiu naturally lost interest. As for Sky Shaman, it was only because of the power of the Supreme Treasure Sword that he was able to fight to a draw with Li Zongjiu. And it was Li Zongjiu before he refined the 4 Supreme Dragon Souls. If Li Zongjiu had succeeded in refining the Supreme Dragon Souls, he would have been an expert of the Supreme Saint Realm. "Where is the Demon Suppression Palace?" Li Zongjiu asked. Sky Shaman should have already set out to search for the Demon Suppression Palace. In the process, he must have locked up and trapped the King of Fire. Perhaps he was suffering some kind of torture right now. The Demon Suppression Palace hasn't appeared yet. I only know that it's in the Black River region. But in the next few days, there will definitely be some movement. Then let's go to the Black River region first, Li Zongjiu said. Immediately, he prepared to leave as well without delay. Wan Yulan could see Li Zongjiu's anxiety. This was very similar to Li Zongjiu's style. Usually, there was no need to wait for anything. If one only knew how to wait, the consequences would only get worse. Only by taking action could they solve more problems. Well, Wan Yulan, you're using the family's resources to help your little lover. Wan Yulan also planned to go with Li Zongjiu. After all, this was the Haiku dynasty. If Wan Yulan led the way, it would naturally be safer and more convenient. But just as they were about to leave, a voice sounded from outside the house. Then, they saw an arrogant young man walk in. When he walked in, there was a trace of pride at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had finally caught Wan Yulan's weakness. Wan Qiankuan, watch your mouth. Wan Yulan glanced at Wan Qiankuan and said indifferently. After her grandfather went into seclusion, he handed over the matters to Wan Yulan. These cousins had already begun to palpitate. Obviously, her grandfather also wanted to see how Wan Yulan would deal with them. It was also a test. Therefore, Wan Yulan was tolerating Wan Qiankuan in all aspects. But today, Wan Qiankuan's words were really too much. Not only did he offend Wan Yulan, but he also offended Li Zongjiu. This is none of your business. Get out. Wan Yulan said in a deep voice. When Wan Qiankuan heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. Haha, Wan Yulan, do you really think that you're the master of the Wan family? Wan Qiankuan immediately mocked. When Wan Yulan was about to say something, she suddenly saw Li Zongjiu move. Li Zongjiu's speed was not very fast. He even deliberately slowed down and appeared in front of Wan Qiankuan. What boy, do you want to hit me? Do you think that this is your Xingyan dynasty? Try to touch me if you dare. Slap. As soon as his voice fell, Li Zongjiu slapped Wan Qiankuan's face, causing him to faint. He fainted on the ground. Let's go. Obviously, Li Zongjiu did not want to waste so much time on Wan Qiankuan. It was already polite of him to save his life with a slap. Wan Yulan had expected this. However, when he saw this scene happening in front of him, this feeling of satisfaction was unprecedented. It was simply too satisfying. However, on the surface, Wan Yulan naturally couldn't make it too obvious. Ahem, Elder Yuan, take him to recuperate. In addition, I'll leave the matters of the Marquis Mansion to you. Yes, Mississippi. Chapter 1070. Li Zongjiu had only stayed in the Marquis of Wanyong's residence for a short while. However, the Black Canal Basilica still received the news. Immediately, everyone held a hunting and killing meeting regarding Li Zongjiu's arrival. Without a doubt, the life and death servant that was sent previously must have been killed by Li Zongjiu in a cruel way. This guy must be severely punished, and the soul-returning beast must be taken back. The 10 red bishops discussed in front of a round table. However, Li Zongjiu's strength is not simple. If he reveals his strength in advance, it will be extremely disadvantageous for us to fight for the treasure of the Demon Suppression Palace. Let's not bother about this guy for now and focus on preparing for the Demon Suppression Palace. Have the people of the Tianyan dynasty been notified? They have replied. The Sky Water sect, the Moon Clan, and the Mount Tai Sword sect have all expressed that they will come. In addition to these people, some forces that do not belong to the 3 dynasties have also been invited. Forces that did not belong to the 3 dynasties. First of all, the places where these sects and forces were established were barren and unbounded land. In such places no one would care if you killed people or set fire to them. Similarly, without the protection of the city, the attacks of the meta beasts would not be few. This feeling was similar to that of a meta beast. If they hid in a human city and built a primordial beast sect, they would definitely be attacked frequently. As for how to deal with it, it would depend on the individual's ability to survive and not threaten the 3 dynasties. Naturally, they would not pay too much attention to you. Recently, a force called Wu Shan seems to be very arrogant. I heard that he has already destroyed several sects and injured these people. If we don't deter him, he will definitely end up like Li Zongjiu. We are already very secretive and strange, but this Wu Shan's method of killing people is even more cruel and vicious. He is definitely not to be trifled with. No one knew what the 10 red bishops were talking about. The meeting went off topic as it went on. Then, someone slammed the table. Cough cough. After talking for so long, Who is going to deal with Li Zhongjiu? The cardinal presiding over the meeting said. Looking around, everyone lowered their heads. Some people even wanted to find some other topics to talk about. There were probably people who wanted to flip the table on the spot. I've said a lot of useless things. Since that's the case, I'll just wait for this Li Zhongjiu to arrive at the Demon Suppression Palace before dealing with him. That's a good idea. Not bad, not bad. It is only in the Demon Suppression Palace that our many years of research have an advantage. Some people expressed their agreement one after another. These people probably hadn't met such a ruthless character in a long time, so they were a little scared to face Li Zhongjiu now. They weren't like before, where they would just send people to kill if there was a problem. This time, when they faced Li Zhongjiu, almost all the people they sent were killed by Li Zhongjiu. Who would dare to come up with an idea? The merits of these bishops also came from their usual contributions. Every decision they made would be recorded. If there was a mistake in a decision, all the blame would be placed on their head. If they made too many mistakes, it would be impossible for them to be promoted. They would have to wear red for the rest of their lives and be a cardinal for the rest of their lives. Therefore, when facing Li Zhongjiu, they didn't want to face him head-on. In fact, they just wanted to muddle through. Black River Basin. It was because there was a large river nearby that had been flowing for nearly 10,000 years. Who knew how many primordial beasts and how many citizens of the city had been raised by the Black River? Moreover, one could clearly feel an intense life force in the surroundings of the Black River Basin. If one wanted to follow the Black River all the way up, it would take a long time to finish traversing the Black River. The Black River Basin stretches endlessly. Let's go to the nearest city and find some information. Jiuhua City. It was the largest and most prosperous city near the Black River Basin. Right now, many masters had come to Jiuhua City to explore. Although they didn't know the exact location of the Demon Suppression Palace, many rumors were accurate. Therefore, after many people received the news, even though they didn't receive an invitation, they still squeezed their way over here. After all, it was said that there were countless demonic treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace. There were also many inheritances left behind by powerful ancestors. If one could obtain any of them, it would be beneficial for the rest of one's life. In Jiuhua City, many masters of the Jiuhua world had arrived. No one knew how many of them were low-key masters. However, if they encountered something on the streets, it was best to settle it peacefully. Li Zhongjiu and the other two walked into Jiuhua City. Although the entire Jiuhua City was under the rule of the Haiku dynasty, the Jiuhua faction controlled the lifeline of Jiuhua City. It was said that more than half of the nobles in the city were disciples of the Jiuhua faction. Just this fact alone was enough for the Jiuhua faction to rule over Jiuhua City. Most of the information about this city is in the hands of the Jiuhua faction. Therefore, we only need to find the people of the Jiuhua faction, and we will be able to get some clues. The Jiuhua sect was set up on an extremely tall mountain within the city. Around the mountain gate, there were many defensive castles and watchtowers. Outsiders couldn't get close to the Jiuhua faction. They could only stand outside the mountain gate of the Jiuhua faction and look at the tall and majestic mountain gate. The people who walked out of the Jiuhua faction all had arrogant expressions on their faces. Wan Yulan led Li Zhongjiu and the other two to the foot of Mount Jiuhua and stood in front of the two disciples who were guarding the mountain. "I'm from the Marquis Mansion of Wanyong, and I'm here to see your faction master." Wan Yulan took out the identity token of the Marquis Mansion of Wanyong. With Wan Yulan's identity, she would naturally be able to move unimpeded in Black Canal Royal City. No one would dare to stop her. But here, Wan Yulan's identity medallion was clearly not enough. As the saying goes, those who rely on the mountain eat the mountain, and those who rely on the water eat the water. No matter how powerful you were, you couldn't beat the local tyrant. The people of Mount Jiuhua were used to being domineering, and they only recognized money and not people. "Our faction master is in seclusion," and he won't see anyone." The two of them rolled their eyes as they spoke. Of course, during this process, they also carefully sized up Wan Yulan and Li Yan in front of them. These two girls had pretty good figures. What marquee mansion of Wan Yong? They didn't care. So what if you were famous? You still came to Mount Johua to seek help from their faction master. Since you're asking for an audience, you should at least show some sincerity. Wan Yulan saw through their thoughts and immediately took out a few purple yuan coins from her sleeve and stuffed them into the other party's hands. "I hope the two of you can make an exception." After receiving the purple yuan coins, the two disciples' expressions finally relaxed a little. "Girl, you're quite tactful. However, our faction master said that he won't see any guests. Please leave." A trace of helplessness appeared in Wan Yulan's eyes. "You asked for it," Wan Yulan said faintly. No one knew what Wan Yulan meant. Could it be that she was threatening them? Li Zongjiu took a step forward and grabbed the disciple who took the money but didn't do anything. "What are you trying to do? This is Johua sect's territory. Do you want to die?" The disciple instantly became nervous. Although it was generally said that people who beat up the guarding disciples would not have a good ending, he had already been beaten up first. Therefore, he was still at a disadvantage. "What am I trying to do? Tell everyone in your sect to get out here." With a swoosh, Li Zongjiu threw the disciple towards a tower not far away. Boom! The tower was directly knocked down, and the person just now was probably half paralyzed. Along the way, Li Zongjiu suppressed his anger. The King of Fire was in trouble, but they didn't have any clues until now. Yet, these people still dared to dawdle here. How could he be nice to them? You're challenging Johua sect. Wait for your death." After the disciple finished speaking, he pulled the trigger on the signal arrow in his hand. Chapter 1071. The signal arrow shot straight up into the sky. With a bang, it exploded. "Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Johua sect?" Immediately, a young voice roared angrily, as if he was stepping on the thunder clouds in the sky. "Rumble!" A young man with a strong aura, leading a few disciples of the Johua sect, landed in front of Li Zongjiu and the others. The young man who flew over was none other than the chief disciple of the Johua sect. When the chief disciple appeared in front of Li Zongjiu and the others, his followers lined up behind him. "Senior brother, this person wanted to barge into the sect." Senior brother Yen wanted to stop him, but he was thrown out and crashed into the tower. When the other guarding disciple saw the arrival of the chief disciple, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Now that the chief disciple was here, he wanted to see how arrogant these people could be. "How dare you? Today I'll cripple you." Immediately, the chief disciple drew a sword flower with his longsword. Immediately, an extremely sharp sword energy pierced towards Li Zongjiu and the others. However, Li Zongjiu reached out with his hand. He easily caught the opponent's sword. What? The chief disciple of Mount Johua could be considered a true genius in the study of sword technique. Countless elders praised his talent and strength. The sword in his hand was also a treasure of the sect, and it had already reached the level of a level 5 origin weapon. This idiot Li Zongjiu actually dared to catch it with his hand. However, not only did Li Zongjiu catch the sword, he also used a little force. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The sword in his hand was directly broken. Then, Li Zongjiu kicked the chief disciple's chest, sending him flying. Bang! His body flew backwards. When the chief disciple fell to the ground, he didn't know what had happened. The protective inner armor on his body was already shattered by the opponent's kick. Senior brother. The rest of them hurriedly surrounded the eldest senior brother. Release. Release the arrow of command. Eldest senior brother clutched his chest as he endured the pain in his chest and roared out those words. Quick, release the arrow of command. Command arrows and signal arrows released by people of different ranks had different effect. Now, the command arrow released by the first senior brother was different. This immediately alerted all the deacons of the Jiuhua sect. Boom, boom, boom. At least 15 Yuan King-level auras locked onto Li Zongjiu and the other two in an instant. Wan Yulan did not stop them. These people from the Jiuhua sect actually dared to ignore the token of the Marquis of Wanyong's estate. Evidently, they had already reached a certain level of arrogance in this area. Because of this, Wan Yulan naturally would not let these people off so easily. Furthermore, he could tell that Li Zongjiu needed to unleash some of his power. The Jiuhua sect could be considered to have bumped into the barrel of a gun. The reputation of the Jiuhua sect was already very bad to begin with. It even gave people the impression that they were kings of a mountain. Therefore, Wan Yulan was happy to see such a scene happen. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Jiuhua sect? Die. The aura between the newcomers converged, and this aura was directly directed at Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu did not have much ability, his qi and blood would definitely be depleted under this move. Li Zongjiu took out his black dragon hammer and swung it in the air, releasing a black lightning bolt at these people. The lightning bolt instantly struck the leader. The leader's body was paralyzed on the spot. Then, the lightning bolt suddenly shot out and skewered the rest of the people. Boom! 15 deacons died one after another under this lightning bolt. Some people did not even see clearly who had attacked or how the other party had attacked. Before they could even arrive, the other party's attack had already landed. Boom! Oh my God! When the head disciple saw the 15 figures turn into ashes and fall from the sky, he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. This scene was simply too exciting. The high and mighty deacons of the sect. They were turned into a pile of corpses in an instant. The culprit was a youth, who was about the same age as him or even younger than him. At least, that was what it looked like. More than 10 deacons died. Ever since the Jiuhua sect was established, they had never encountered such a thing. The entire sect was shocked. They did not even need to summon anything like a command arrow. These deacons all had soul lamps placed around them to prevent them from dying outside. It was also convenient for the people of the Jiuhua sect to find the corpses and avenge them. Most sects would have such security facilities. As long as something happened to someone, people would immediately know. Now that all 15 soul lamps were extinguished in an instant, everyone knew that this was not a simple matter. Someone is attacking the sect. Quickly activate the 9 Radiance Sword formation. Some of the elders heard the news. They immediately summoned the other elders and activated the 9 Radiance Sword formation of the Jiuhua sect. After the formation was activated, one could see that the surrounding aura fluctuations were already quite intense. Immediately, 9 giant swords formed above the Jiuhua sect. Boom! The moment the sword energy formed, a terrifying vibration attacked. 1. You're courting death. Above the 9 giant swords, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at Li Zongjiu below. When the people in Jiuhua City saw that the Jiuhua sect had released such a sword formation, they thought that it was a formation that would only appear when someone was attacking the sect. Who could be so brave? They actually dared to attack the headquarters of the Jiuhua sect in their territory. They actually forced the Jiuhua sect's 9 Radiance Sword Town out. It's said that 3 primitive emperor powerhouses came to the Jiuhua sect for some reason. In the end, both sides fought. The 3 primitive emperor powerhouses didn't even touch the Jiuhua sect before they were destroyed by the 9 Radiance Sword formation. I heard about it too. It's said that they were killed with just 3 sword strike. No one knows if they're dead or alive. These people also began to discuss with each other. Naturally, those who knew about this felt that it was very interesting. This time, there was someone who was reckless enough to challenge the 9 Radiance Sword formation. The only way out was to seek death. Everyone saw that. When the 9 Radiance Sword formation appeared, the 9 giant swords were arranged like the petals of a lotus flower. Suddenly, a figure rushed up to the 9 giant swords. No one knew what he was holding in his hand, but he suddenly smashed down on the swords. Boom! Everyone in Jiuhua City saw it clearly. The 9 swords of the 9 Radiance sword formation were directly shattered by this lightning. The 9 Radiance sword formation appeared for less than 5 minutes. It was to the extent that these 9 giant swords didn't even have time to display their might before they were destroyed. Everyone was dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. They didn't know what to feel when they saw the scene before them. Could it be that they were hallucinating? Or could it be that the Jiuhua sect was practicing on their own? Boom! When this powerful wave of air swept through the entire Jiuhua city, everyone knew that the scene before them wasn't a hallucination, but something that really happened. Fuck! The 9 Radiance sword formation was destroyed? Is the Jiuhua sect going to be in trouble? Chapter 1072. Some of them realized how interesting the situation was and couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. They immediately flew to higher ground and tried their best to see what was going on. Some of them were very close. Li Zhongjiu and the rest stood at the foot of the mountain. Even though the 9 Radiance sword formation had been destroyed, these disciples that were on guard and some head disciples that had come out earlier were still alive. They had personally witnessed the monstrous scene from earlier. This was simply too frightening. That kid jumped into the sky and smashed down with his hammer. Then, the 9 Radiance sword formation that they were so proud of was smashed into smithereens right before their eyes. No amount of words could describe how they felt at this moment. Then, they saw Li Zhongjiu raise his hand. It seemed like he was going to do something with the hammer. What is he trying to do? Suddenly, Li Zhongjiu smashed down with his hammer. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook and the mountain shook. The ground beneath Li Yun's feet also shook a few times. Then, a crack rapidly spread towards the Jiuhua sect's palace. Crack, crack. It was as if the mountain was collapsing. The entire Jiuhua sect's mountain was split in half. Rocks flew everywhere and trees fell. They fell to the sides. He split our sect in half. Fuck. Everyone who saw this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Wan Yulan didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to have such a fiery temper. With one hammer, he destroyed the Jiuhua sect. The vitality that they had accumulated for so many years was destroyed so easily. Li Zhongjiu held the Black Dragon hammer in his hand. If he had this hammer when he attacked Qingyuan Mountain Villa back then, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have easily solved many problems with just one hammer. I'll take this hammer as knocking on the door. Li Zhongjiu put away the Black Dragon hammer in his hand. The 3 of them still stood on the spot and watched the mountain split in half. In fact, the Jiuhua sect had already been split into 2 halves. Even for Wan Yulan, it was her first time seeing someone split a mountain in half. Such a domineering power didn't allow for any doubts. It was terrifying. After this move, several tyrannical auras immediately rushed over from the mountain. They naturally felt that the power came from the foot of the mountain. 2 primitive emperors appeared. No wonder the Jiuhua sect could control Jiuhua city. With 2 primitive emperors and that powerful array, it wasn't difficult for them to control a city. After all, the 2 primitive emperors weren't weak. Immediately, the 2 figures descended and arrived in front of Li Zhongjiu. It was you who broke the 9 Radiance sword formation. You destroyed my Jiuhua sect's mountain gate. Who are you? The 2 great primitive emperors had arrived, but they didn't dare to be too ferocious at this moment. After all, the other party had broken the 9 Splendor sword formation with a single move, and then destroyed the mountain gate into 2. Just such strength was enough to make them wary, and they had to be on their guard. Therefore, they didn't dare to scold him directly. After all, with their strength, if they encountered the 9 Radiance sword formation of their sect, it would be difficult for them to resist it, let alone break it. The strength of the person who came was definitely not to be underestimated. Your Jiuhua sect is really impressive. Even the name of the marquis residence of Wanyong doesn't work. Wan Yulan took a step forward and said. Wan Yulan was also a level 6 spiritual master, and her strength was only strong among the primitive emperors. Even her lethality wasn't that simple. She could take your life invisibly. Marquis residents of Wanyong. The two primitive emperors were the grand elders of the Jiuhua sect. This was because the sect master was really in seclusion. Therefore, the two elders naturally had to step forward when such a problem occurred. However, when they heard the words Marquis residents of Wanyong, they were both shocked. The Marquis residents of Wanyong represented the Haiku dynasty, which was the imperial court. Although the Haiku dynasty was now under the control of the Black Canal Basilica. If the Haiku dynasty wanted to deal with the Jiuhua sect, it would be very easy. Now that they had sent such an expert, could it be that they wanted to eradicate the Jiuhua sect? Sorry for the disrespect. We didn't know that the Lord of the Marquis residence was coming. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. How dare you disrespect the Lord of the Marquis residence? Immediately, the elder shouted angrily, scaring the disciples who were guarding the door. Cut the crap. Jiuhua City is your territory. Have you heard of the appearance of a force called Mount Wu? Li Zongjiu said calmly. He didn't have much time for small talk. He spent so much effort to call them out just to clarify this matter. Mount Wu. We have to investigate this matter. The two elders didn't seem to know much about this force called Mount Wu. They had never heard of it before, so they had to arrange for people to investigate. If you find it, inform us in the city. If you can't find it by today, I'll destroy your sect, Li Zongjiu said. The three elders immediately left. Since they didn't know anything, there was no need to waste time looking for other clues. They didn't need to continue wasting time here. Seeing the three elders leave so quickly, the two elders were stunned. The two grand elders of the Jiuhua sect seemed to be in a state of complete confusion. What's going on? They caused such a big commotion just to find someone. Is there something wrong with their heads? The two elders widened their eyes. They thought that there was some kind of deep grudge between them that made them want to destroy the Jiuhua sect. However, they didn't expect this to happen. They are such bullies. Do they really think that our Jiuhua sect is easy to bully? One of the grand elders was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The way that Li Zongjiu and the others did things was insane. However, the guarding disciple who had witnessed everything from beginning to end knew very well what was going on. The reason why Li Zongjiu flew into a rage was because the senior brother did not allow them to go in and look for the sect master, nor did he inform the sect master. He wanted to get more benefits, but in the end, such a situation occurred. This time, he had offended someone that he couldn't afford to offend. This led to a series of events that happened later. Even the mountain was directly split apart. Of course, the guarding disciple didn't dare to say anything about such a serious offense. He cleverly kept his mouth shut. Hurry up and investigate this force called Mount Wu. Find out what's going on. The two grand elders appeared and took charge of the situation. The first elder who was in charge was severely injured by Li Zongjiu when he was setting up the sword array. Meanwhile, in Jiuhua City, news of Li Zongjiu's magnificent feat of breaking the sword array with chain lightning had spread. There were even some people who were able to deduce what was going on from this move. It must be the evil lord who was somewhat famous in the Black Canal Royal City. Only the evil lord's fighting style was like this. Chapter 1073. Evil Lord destroys the Jiuhua faction. Another resounding title immediately spread in the city. Some people who hadn't had the chance to watch the battle began to ask around, wanting to know more about it. They wondered what was going on. Without a doubt, Evil Lord's reappearance had set off a frenzy in the city. At least, these people had heard about him from the king's city. There was a godlike figure in the arena. Furthermore, they were all defeated in one move. Up until now, no one had been able to last more than 5 seconds against the evil dominator. Even the two strongest experts of the Hell Arena had died at the hands of this evil dominator. Later on, this evil dominator had disappeared without a trace. Back then, some people said that he was Li Zhongjiu from the Xingyan dynasty, the evil lord. However, this theory was denied. The people of the Haiku dynasty believed that such a powerful evil lord must be a native master of the Haiku dynasty. Li Zhongjiu merely imitated evil lord in some of his technique. During the period when the evil dominator disappeared, there were also many people who imitated the evil dominator and used hammers to fight, wanting to achieve the effect of defeating the enemy in one move. However, they had never seen lightning bolts as powerful as the one released by Evil Lord. Now, in Zhihua City, he saw the horrifying lightning energy again. After all, many masters had gathered in Zhihua City, and many people had come from the king's city to search for the ruins of the Demon Suppression Palace. They hadn't been invited by the Black Canal Basilica, and they didn't know where the information that the Black Canal Basilica had leaked out was. Therefore, they could only ask around for information and try it out for themselves. They used their legs to find the path under their feet. Now, he finally found a tiny bit of hope here. After all, even Evil Lord was here. Since such a top-level master had paid attention to this place, it was needless to say that other people were here as well. Li Zhongjiu and the other two sat in an inn. They asked for some food. After venting his anger, Li Zhongjiu had calmed down. Although killing directly was a very efficient thing to do, at least it could reduce a lot of nonsense. He would just attack directly. However, if he went in the wrong direction, it would be futile no matter how many people he killed. Although I didn't have much contact with people from the Wu Mountain in my previous life, these people seem to all have fire meridians, and they have great control over fire elemental essence. If they come to the Haiku dynasty, they will definitely look for places with fire elemental essence. Li Zhongjiu closed his eyes to think. There were 3 bowls of noodles on the table. However, Li Zhongjiu did not touch his chopsticks, and neither did the 2 girls. Zhongjiu, eat something first. Since there are no other clues, let's wait. Didn't Miss Wan say that there will be news within 2 days? Li Yun comforted him. She felt sorry for Li Zhongjiu when she saw him like this. It was obvious that Li Zhongjiu really took this matter to heart. If he really wanted to handle this matter, he would have to find the King of Fire. Anyone related to this matter would not be let off easily. Wan Yulan also looked at Li Zhongjiu worriedly. If Li Zhongjiu entered a state of obsession, it was very likely that it would have a negative impact on his realm. In a more serious case, it would be qi deviation. Li Zhongjiu immediately opened his eyes. Well, I know. Let's eat the noodles. You must be hungry. Waiter, give me another roast chicken. Li Zhongjiu shouted. Come, 1 roast chicken. Let's eat. The 2 girls looked at each other. They felt that Li Zhongjiu's change was too fast. They even felt that it was a little strange. Otherwise, Li Zhongjiu's ability to adjust himself was also quite amazing. Wan Yulan was the one who was truly shocked. The stronger a person's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be for them to walk out of their obsession. At the very least, it wouldn't be so easy for them to walk out of their obsession with just a blink of an eye. Therefore, Wan Yulan also admired Li Zhongjiu very much. Your ability to adjust yourself is really strong. Wan Yulan said. I was too rash. I have already thought of a clue. In the vicinity, which sect is the strongest one that focuses on fire elemental energy? Li Zhongjiu asked. With Wu Tian's character, it was impossible for him to keep a low profile. Although this kid kept a low profile, when he did something, everything he did was quite earth-shattering. Those that focus on fire elemental energy? Let me think. Wan Yulan was of course not by Shaoxing, so it was impossible for her to remember everything. If we were to talk about the strongest flame in the Black River region, it would definitely be our Li Fire sect. Why, are the 3 of you interested in joining us? As the 3 of them were discussing, they saw a few people dressed in red walk in. When they saw Wan Yulan and Li Yun, these people's eyes clearly lit up. It was such a waste for such a beautiful woman to be by the side of such a poor and pedantic brat. Such a peerless beauty naturally had to accompany him, the second disciple of the Li Fire sect and Nan Ming Peak. I'm Wu Jiang from the Li Fire sect's Nan Ming Peak. When Wu Jiang came close, he did not seem distant and directly sat opposite Li Zongjiu. There was only one seat left at the square table. If the two ladies are interested with my status, I can recommend you to the sect. You will first be an ordinary disciple, and in 2 months, you will be promoted to inner sect disciples. In less than half a year, it will be easy for you to become an inner sect disciple. Wu Jiang said to the two ladies in a rather teasing manner. At the same time, he gave a provocative glance at Li Zongjiu in front of him. As for male disciples, our Li Fire sect will not consider them for the time being. If you insist on it, then we will arrange for them to be placed in the miscellaneous chores peak. If they are outstanding, they can become in-name disciples in 2 years. That would not be a problem. The two ladies expressed their helplessness towards Wu Jiang's words. Although Wan Yulan knew that there were many fools in the outside world, she never expected that they would encounter such fools just by eating a bowl of noodles in the noodle shop. How many people can you call? Li Zongjiu said to Wu Jiang as he looked at him. Wu Jiang was stunned. Why did he suddenly ask how many people he could call? It was a little strange. Was he trying to pick a fight? What's the matter, little brother? Do you want to learn from our Li Fire sect's abilities? Wu Jiang said contemptuously as he looked at Li Zongjiu. It was as if he was extremely disdainful. The main thing is that I want to learn from you, Li Zongjiu said seriously. Pa! Wu Jiang slammed the table and angrily stood up. He glared angrily at Li Zongjiu in front of him. The Li Zongjiu in front of him was extremely arrogant. He actually dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. However, the other party's sudden words made Wu Jiang's heart palpitate. He immediately stopped being arrogant. Instead, he said extremely fiercely to Li Zongjiu, "If you have the guts, come to the Li Fire sect. I want you to see how many people I can call." Wu Jiang's eyes emitted a dangerous glint. "All right, lead the way," Li Zongjiu said. The two women did not know why Li Zongjiu suddenly wanted to go to the Li Fire sect. Could it be that he had not walked out of his obsession? If that was the case, it would spoil the matter. All right. Of course, Wu Jiang could not swallow his pride. He immediately turned around and led his group of subordinates to leave. "Wait a moment," Li Zongjiu suddenly said. Wu Jiang immediately gave a disdainful smile. "If you're scared, kowtow to me and admit your mistakes and I'll let you off." "No, let's eat first. If we don't eat the noodles we just ordered, it would be disrespectful to the chef," Li Zongjiu said. Then, he gestured for the two women to eat. The three of them completely ignored Wu Jiang and company. They ate the noodles and the roasted chicken in front of them. Later on, Li Zongjiu felt that it was not enough, so he ordered a bowl of kung pao chicken and spicy chicken. The three of them ate with relish. It was Wu Jiang and company who suffered. They had to watch Li Zongjiu and company eat under such circumstances. "Senior brother, why don't we sit down and eat as well?" "Shut up, you good-for-nothing. When you come out to mingle, aura is the most important thing. Do you know that? Aura." Wu Jiang bellowed, teaching the people in front of him a lesson. Chapter 1074. The Li Fire sect was located not far from Zhihua City. It was about 50 miles east. During this period, Wu Jiang and company were constantly using their footwork, shuttling back and forth between the ancient path and the forest. However, they realized that the three people behind them were basically following them closely, never falling behind. There was even a disciple who could not keep up with their speed, falling behind the three of them. The scene was extremely awkward. Wu Jiang knew in his heart that he had probably met an expert. Thankfully, he did not directly fight back at the noodle shop, or else, he might not have been able to beat the other party. However, looking at the sect right in front of him, Wu Jiang's heart was filled with glee. Now that he had returned to his own territory, he would have a certain advantage. No matter how arrogant this lad was right now, this was the furthest he could go. This is the Li Fire sect? Li Zhongjiu and company landed on the ground. In a radius of 5 miles, there was rich fire elemental yuan energy gathered. It swirled around him, filling his entire body. He grabbed a handful of soil beneath his feet. There should be a spirit fire hidden under your Li Fire sect, Li Zhongjiu said in surprise. Spirit fire? There's such a thing? Wu Jiang and company were panting heavily from exhaustion, but in front of Li Zhongjiu, they tried their best to maintain a steady breathing. They did not want to expose themselves. Cut the crap. I'll call for people now. I'll show you my Li Fire sect stance. Wu Jiang did not forget Li Zhongjiu's arrogant manner from before. Now the opportunity was here. Once they reached the Li Fire sect, none of them could escape. Wu Jiang immediately burned a yellow talisman. Boom! The yellow charm transformed into a beam of light that shot up into the sky. It flew towards the Li Fire sect's mountain. Seeing this scene, Wu Jiang crossed his arms in front of him. With a smug smile on his face, he stared at Li Zhongjiu in front of him. Just you wait. Boom! Boom! Suddenly there was an earth-shattering explosion. Following that, one of the Li Fire sect's mountain peaks was blasted to smithereens. Rich flames instantly swept over. It was like a huge wave of fire. The terrifying aura that permeated the surroundings caused Wu Jiang and the others, who were watching from below, to widen their eyes. Because the mountain that was blasted into pieces was Nanming Peak that Wu Jiang cultivated in. Fuck, Nanming Peak. Nanming Peak was bombed by someone? Li Zhongjiu and the other two immediately became alert. Following which, one could clearly see that the fire elemental energy beneath their feet was rapidly converging towards the sky. Above the Li Fire sect, there was a figure that seemed to be absorbing the power of the flames below. How dare you encounter my Li Fire sect's treasure? Hand over your life. Immediately, Wu Jiang saw a few familiar figures of elders and peak masters dashing into the sky. It seemed like they were going to fight with the mysterious person. However, in an instant, the mysterious person's face changed. All the experts who had rushed into the sky were swept down directly. Bang! 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 Several figures suddenly fell from the sky. Master! Elder! Isn't that the sect master? Even the sect master has been defeated? The ferocity of the person who came was unimaginable to ordinary people. The sect master, who was usually high and mighty, was a nearly invincible existence. He was defeated in an instant. At the same time, the person in the sky was constantly absorbing the Li Fire sect's fire elemental energy. It was as if he wanted to snatch away the spirit fire hidden beneath the sect. I've finally found you. When Li Zhongjiu saw the figure, he had already guessed who it was. Only when he attacked did Li Zhongjiu clearly sense the person in front of him. He was the person that Li Zhongjiu had been searching for all this time. All of you stay where you are. The moment Li Zhongjiu's voice faded, his body shot up from the spot. He exploded with a speed that was hundreds of times faster than before, or even tens of thousands of times faster. Boom. What is that guy doing? Is he crazy? How can his speed be so fast? Wu Jiang and company saw Li Zhongjiu rush into the sky. Was this guy a battle maniac? Why did he look so excited? It even felt a little scary. Hence, after seeing this scene, Wu Jiang could not help but say. However, the moment he saw Li Zhongjiu rush into the sky, an extremely terrifying shockwave was produced. Boom! Immediately, an incomparably powerful vibration swept out and rushed towards the person who had just defeated the combined forces of their sect master and elders with a single move. Bang! When Wu Tian saw Li Zhongjiu attacking, he used one hand to block in front of him, hoping to block Li Zhongjiu. And Wu Tian's carelessness was in line with Li Zhongjiu's intentions. He immediately exerted the strength in his hand. A black shadow burst out from the black dragon hammer. It bit off Wu Tian's arm. The explosion of the black dragon hammer made Wu Tian feel a powerful force. At the same time, he frowned at his left arm that was about to be bitten off. "It's you." Wu Tian finally recognized Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu had not saved the King of Fire in the Ghost King's secret realm that day, he would have already been defeated. He would have already subdued the King of Fire long ago. But this was also good. Keeping the King of Fire's life, he could integrate it into the peerless treasured sword and obtain a powerful force. "It's me. I've been looking for you for a long time." Li Zongjiu stared into Wu Tian's eyes and said in a deep voice. Although Wu Tian's realm was higher than Li Zongjiu's, and he had even broken through to the second-grade sovereign realm, Wu Tian was still afraid of Li Zongjiu. But Li Zongjiu was not afraid at all. "You'll have to work harder from now on," Wu Tian said coldly. A person who dared to provoke him time and time again would not be able to continue living. At the place where his broken arm was, a ball of flame condensed. Immediately, a new arm grew out of it. Facing Li Zongjiu's provocation, Wu Tian was very direct. He punched out from dozens of meters away. Boom! The earth shook. The air was torn apart. The terrifying force from the fist rushed out for hundreds of meters and landed on the ground with a loud bang, creating a deep pit with a radius of hundreds of meters. This pit was at least 7 or 8 meters deep. The things in the pit were already charred black. It was like a barbecue pit dug by a giant. "What's going on? Who is that guy?" Wu Jiang and the others widened their eyes and stared at Li Zongjiu in the sky. They could not believe their eyes. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu had forced the mysterious person who attacked the sect into a corner. That was why the other party was so ruthless. However, although the opponent's move was powerful, Li Zongjiu easily dodged it. Thousands of miles high in the sky, countless thunderclouds were attracted. Boom! Boom! Under the summoning of the black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky. The entire sky seemed to turn into a world of lightning. One could vaguely see a gigantic black dragon swimming in the endless thunderclouds, constantly releasing lightning bolt. It was like a battle between gods. Looking at the people below, they were all astonished. How powerful and terrifying were these peerless experts? They were exchanging blows on top of their sections. One of the lightning bolts was dodged by the opponent, but it directly shattered another mountain in the Li Fire sect. Boom! It was enough to tell how powerful the two of them were. They were not to be trifled with. It was too terrifying. But if not for the person who rushed out and blocked the expert who wanted to absorb their sect's origin energy, the Li Fire sect would probably have been destroyed. Who is that person? Who invited this expert? The Li Fire sect master was sitting on the ground, adjusting his breathing. When he saw the battle between Li Zongjiu and Wu Tian, he was deeply shocked. He never expected that their Li Fire sect, which had been established for hundreds of years, would nearly be destroyed. "The reason why you can fight me is because of the hammer in your hand. If you were to lose the hammer, I would like to see what else you can rely on." Wu Tian snorted coldly. Suddenly, he formed a seal with his hand and conjured a force, trapping Li Zongjiu. Most importantly, it also restricted the black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand. 1. The black dragon hammer was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away by the opponent's kick. At the same time, he sent a palm strike at Li Zongjiu's head. Boom! Li Zongjiu circulated his energy, instantly shattering the restraining force around him. Li Zongjiu, who had escaped from the restraints. Similarly, he sent a move forward. Pagoda Palm. Chapter 1075. The power of his palm instantly whizzed out. The power of the two collided. From the center of the explosion, an incomparably tyrannical power could be seen sweeping out in all directions. Boom! The vibrating power almost reached a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Some of the Yuan beasts, who were still flying in the air, were easily torn apart by this force. Sky Wu retracted his fist. Just now, Li Zhongjiu's palm had almost scattered his aura. Fortunately, the power in his body was strong enough, and he was able to gradually break down this move. If Li Zhongjiu's move was a little stronger, he would probably be seriously injured. But in this state, Li Zhongjiu should also be injured. At this moment, looking at Li Zhongjiu's body, there was a golden light that was surging. Gradually, the injury just now calmed down. Your power, is this all you've got? Li Zhongjiu looked at his opponent and said indifferently. His words were full of disdain. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Original Spirit's defense could be considered to be completely tyrannical. After Li Zhongjiu used the 1,000-year-old Flood Dragon's blood to refine it, it was obviously more powerful. A trace of surprise flashed in Sky Wu's eyes. But more of it was indifference. It seemed that in Sky Wu's eyes, Li Zhongjiu was just a weak challenger, and he was testing Li Zhongjiu's ability. You're really a good opponent, but I don't have time to play with you, Sky Wu said indifferently. He stretched out his hand. In the palm of his hand, a terrifying flame immediately gushed out. The flame was cyan blue. It was full of destructive power. Li Zhongjiu stared at it. Gui Lu Yen. The flame seemed to have turned into a ferocious person with a green face and fangs, flowing back and forth on the latter's body like a stream of water. Since you know him, I don't need to introduce him. The effect of the flowing ghost flames was quite vicious. Most importantly, the flames could refine souls. If one was infected, it would directly burn one's soul. If the liquid state of the flowing ghost flame was even denser, it meant that it had devoured even more spirit power. Naturally, its power would also be stronger. Do you think that you're the only one with a spiritual fire? Li Zhongjiu opened his palm and released the towering flame from his body. Boom! The power of the obsidian flame and the towering flame had already merged into one. After all, the power of the obsidian flame was much weaker than the towering flame. He saw that Li Zhongjiu had also summoned his spiritual fire. Sky Wu frowned. Li Zhongjiu really had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. His strength wasn't that great, but when he used all kinds of power, Sky Wu felt very troubled. Then let's see how capable you are. Wu Tian coldly snorted, and the flowing ghost flame in his hand swept out towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom! The terrifying flowing ghost flame turned into a long whip and swept towards Li Zhongjiu's body. The towering flame in Li Zhongjiu's hand also turned into a giant python. It swallowed the flowing ghost flame in one gulp. With the power of the towering flame, it incinerated the impure spirit power on the flowing ghost flame and easily refined it. Although the flame was simply released, it looked like a ball of flame was thrown out. In fact, there were very important details in the process. If one could grasp them well, they would definitely be able to defeat a stronger opponent. Li Zhongjiu's control of the flame could be said to be at the level of Sky Wu's ancestor. 3,000 years of experience in his previous life was not for show. Therefore, Sky Wu's flowing ghost flame couldn't display its full strength in front of Li Zhongjiu, and the power of the flowing ghost flame was constantly decreasing. It was constantly being weakened. Damn it! Sky Wu could clearly feel that the power of his flowing ghost flame had been burned by a lot. His opponent's control of the flame was actually above his own. What was the background of this young man? Suddenly, Sky Wu saw Li Zhongjiu open his palm and put it in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned. What was this brat trying to do? Huh? Sky Wu's gaze looked into the distance, and there seemed to be something quickly approaching. Boom! A black thing, surrounded by a ball of flame, quickly flew over from the distance. The flames around it weren't anything else, but because it was too fast, the friction between it and the air produced the flames. Bang! The black dragon hammer directly flew back. The black dragon hammer that had been controlled by Sky Wu and sent flying to some unknown place actually flew back on its own. It was hard to believe. Sky Wu also couldn't believe it. However, it happened. Purple heavenly thunder. Li Zhongjiu pointed the black dragon hammer at the sky and immediately drew a force from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, a thick purple heavenly thunder fell from the sky and accurately struck Sky Wu's body. Sky Wu couldn't move at all, and could only stubbornly resist such a force. Whoosh! Sky Wu's body was torn open by this force. Then, Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. The towering flame wrapped around Gui Luyan's body and flew out. With a whoosh, it directly covered Sky Wu's body. The power of thunder and fire intertwined. Ah! Sky Wu's body was rapidly expanding. At this moment, the power in his body seemed to have reached the limit, and he was being burned by the power of thunder and fire, causing him to feel endless pain. Buddha palm. Once again, he used a move. With the power of thunder and fire, he locked onto Sky Wu. Once again, he used the Buddha palm to cover Sky Wu's body. Boom! Right on target. Instantly, the power of Sky Shaman was disintegrated into countless shards of power that scattered out into the world. The thunderclouds in the sky were rioting. At this moment, peace was restored. Li Zhongjiu's body was in the air, and his face didn't look relaxed at all. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stared into the distance. How dare you play with me with a clone? Li Zhongjiu's fist slightly tightened, and he put away the black dragon hammer. He reached out and grabbed a strand of Sky Wu's origin energy, sealed it in the space, and then threw it into the blood soul hell. What he just killed wasn't Sky Wu's body. It was just a clone that Sky Wu had refined. However, this clone was obviously very painstakingly refined, and during the process of fighting, Li Zhongjiu couldn't distinguish the real one from the fake. In the end, when he destroyed Sky Wu, Li Zhongjiu realized that Sky Wu wasn't strong enough. However, he destroyed Sky Wu's clone. At least, it was equivalent to destroying Sky Wu's 100 years of hard work. At least he got back some interest. His figure once again landed in front of Li Yun and Wan Yulan. Who was that? Li Yun hurriedly asked. His name is Sky Wu. He was the one who captured your master. Li Zhongjiu said in a deep voice. Then my master? Li Yun and company had seen Li Zhongjiu kill Sky Wu with their own eyes. It wasn't fake in the slightest. He had killed Sky Wu just like that. What I just killed was only his clone. However, your master should be safe for the time being. After destroying his clone, it will be even harder for him to accomplish certain things. Li Zhongjiu said. Clearly, Sky Wu was looking for ways to constantly break through his own strength, so he went around searching for the power of the spiritual fire. This time it was a coincidence. It just so happened that he came to the Li Fire sect and met Sky Wu. At the very least, it interrupted Sky Wu's plans. At the very least, Sky Wu would not be as happy as before. At least, Li Zhongjiu was very satisfied with the current situation. Now, let's go back first and wait for the Demon Suppression Palace to appear. Li Zhongjiu said. All right. The two of them had witnessed Li Zhongjiu's terrifying battle power. Under the aftermath of their battle, the Li Fire sect was completely destroyed. However, although the sect was destroyed, at least the lives of these people were saved. All of this was thanks to Li Zhongjiu. Who are you people? Wu Jiang looked at the three people in front of him. Their strength was too abnormal. Just a moment ago, that arrogant person just now had actually beaten someone to death. He had directly crippled that person. It was unbelievable. Thankfully, they had not fought with these people in the noodle shop. If they had really fought, it was unknown how terrifying the outcome would be. The few of them would probably have turned into cold corpses. Wan Yulan glanced at Wu Jiang nonchalantly. Come to Wanyong Marquis residence to find me for your losses. Although Wanyong Marquis residence might not pay for it, nor might they be able to afford it, but at least they could express their stance. We're not here to bully you. Wanyong Marquis residence. Seeing the three of them leave, Wu Jiang and company's eyes were filled with endless admiration. They were indeed experts. Chapter 1076. Li Zhongjiu and the rest returned to the Black Canal Royal City and the marquis residence of Wanyong. They didn't spend too much time on the road today. However, the situation before and after they returned had changed drastically. The outcome of these two major sects was almost equivalent to the destruction of these two major sections. Only Li Zhongjiu could destroy these two major sects so easily. However, the people of the Jiuhua sect were worried from the beginning to the end. What if Li Zhongjiu came looking for them again? Moreover, the Jiuhua sect still hadn't found the things that he had instructed them to do. Therefore, they felt that it was difficult to explain this matter. Moreover, they were still worried that Li Zhongjiu might turn back halfway and ask them for something, but they couldn't take it out. What should they do? Although more than 10 deacons had died, it wasn't too bad that they were severely injured. Therefore, this loss was still acceptable. Of course, the most unfortunate thing was that the entire mountain was split into two. The fate of the entire sect was completely destroyed. However, when they found out that Li Zhongjiu's identity was actually the evil lord, the people of the Jiuhua sect heaved a sigh of relief. At least this matter didn't continue to worsen. Otherwise, the entire Jiuhua sect would have been destroyed. Li Zhongjiu and the rest returned to the marquis residence of Wanyong. This time, they finally settled down. Although Wan Yulan followed them all the way, she didn't help much. However, after witnessing Li Zhongjiu's battle today, she was indeed quite shocked. Previously, Li Zhongjiu had fought with a Supreme Being expert from the Saint Flame Empire and had even slain the Supreme Being expert with a powerful battle record. However, she didn't see that scene with her own eyes. After witnessing the scene today, it could be said that he had truly experienced Li Zhongjiu's power. The methods of that mysterious expert. He was at least at the pinnacle of the primitive emperor realm. Even pinnacle origin emperors might not be enough to fight with that mysterious person. However, in today's battle, it was Li Zhongjiu who was suppressing the other party. It was indeed very impressive. All of you can stay here for the time being. If there's anything that is lacking in our hospitality, feel free to tell me at any time. Moreover, with your status, you can basically move about unimpeded within my Marquis Wanyong's residence. Wan Yulan said. You're welcome. We'll just stay here. That's great. Although I know you don't lack money, the accommodation in the city is still quite expensive. In addition, you have to pay attention to the people from Black Canal Basilica and the Sun family. Don't let them see you again, although they are more well-behaved now. Hearing Wan Yulan's advice, Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but glance at Wan Yulan. What is it? Is there something on my face? Wan Yulan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Li Zhongjiu and couldn't help but ask. When I first saw you, I didn't remember you being so wishy-washy. You! Hearing Li Zhongjiu's teasing, Wan Yulan suddenly blushed. After being teased, Wan Yulan couldn't help but want to bite Li Zhongjiu. After that, Li Zhongjiu and Li Yun stayed in the Marquis Wanyong's residence. Is Master in a dangerous situation now? Li Yun asked. Who was that person just now? That person is called Wu Tian. I'm not very sure about his identity, but he is also the one who captured your master. Li Zhongjiu said. What I killed just now was only his doppelganger. Looking at it now, I'm not very sure about the extent of his strength. Li Zhongjiu said in a deep voice. This was also the first time Li Yun saw Li Zhongjiu with such a dignified expression. One must know that it was rare to see Li Zhongjiu so afraid of someone. Just now, Li Zhongjiu used almost 80% of his strength and only managed to destroy one of Wu Tian's doppelganger. Just one doppelganger? What if he refined many doppelganger? Li Yun suddenly thought. That's enough. You shut up. Li Zhongjiu suddenly became agitated. Although Li Zhongjiu was a little worried that Wu Tian's strength would be hidden or even more powerful than he imagined, Li Zhongjiu was confident in his heart. No matter how powerful he was, there would be a way to deal with it. However, Li Yun's mouth, with just a casual sentence, could cause a huge change in the situation. Therefore, he had no choice but to make Li Yun shut up. "Aren't I just preparing for a rainy day?" Li Yun was quite unhappy. "How's your study of formations recently?" Li Zongjiu glanced at Li Yun. King of Fire was a formation master and had taught Li Yun some knowledge of formations. Li Yun herself was talented in formations. In addition, Li Zongjiu had given her a remnant scroll of formations. "If you were to talk about other things, I would be a little weak. But when it comes to formations, I already have 70% of master's skills." Hearing this made Li Yun proud of herself. Li Yun's entire body became spirited. "That's good," Li Zongjiu just replied indifferently. Originally, Li Yun wanted to show off her skills. She didn't expect Li Zongjiu to brush it off so casually. Immediately, she felt like she was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. "Since you're good at formations, come with me and have a try," Li Zongjiu said. "How?" Li Yun suddenly became excited, her eyes shining. "Let's go to the Qian family tomorrow. These people from the Qian family really don't know what's good for them," Li Zongjiu said. Since they were here, they should settle the previous accounts clearly. Li Zongjiu remembered these accounts clearly. The Qian family, the Zhang family, and this Black Canal Basilica. The most arrogant one was this Black Canal Basilica. They actually provoked Li Zongjiu time and time again, and even sent an assassination team. This was what Li Zongjiu couldn't tolerate the most. They were too arrogant. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu's strength and the fact that these people from Black Canal Basilica were unscrupulous, they actually wanted to hurt Li Zongjiu's family and Qi Yanran. This was what made Li Zongjiu extremely unhappy. Li Zongjiu wanted to settle this account slowly. Even if the people from Black Canal Basilica didn't come to him, Li Zongjiu would still go to them. That night, in the Qian family. The Qian family was now completely under Qian Hailong's control. However, last time, the Zhang family insisted on going to the Qian family. They obviously couldn't handle Li Zongjiu's order, but they insisted on adding more money. In the end, the money was given, but the order couldn't be settled. Recently, it seemed that they didn't have the face to ask the Qian family for money. Although the storm had calmed down for a long time, Qian Hailong was still worried about this matter. This morning, he received the news that Li Zongjiu had rushed to the Black Canal Royal City. When Li Zongjiu arrived, he already brought a lot of pressure to them. Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't come to them directly. This made Qian Hailong breathe a sigh of relief. In the meeting, after everyone reported the recent performance of the family, they started to discuss Li Zongjiu's matter. Li Zongjiu isn't a kind person. From the information we received from the Xingyan dynasty, we can see that there's at least a force behind Li Zongjiu that can fight against a supreme being. It's definitely not easy to provoke them. An elder who had just been promoted by the Qian family said. He first gave everyone a heads up and reminded them of the seriousness of this matter. A supreme being. Although they had heard about it before, they were really shocked when they received the actual information. "What other information is there?" Qian Hailong asked. Now, he was the head of the Qian family. Thanks to Li Zongjiu, he was able to relax for the past month. However, under such circumstances, Li Zongjiu came again just as he was sitting on the throne. "I heard that this person is extremely greedy and likes to extort. If he comes again, our only way is to prepare the money." Someone made a conclusion about Li Zongjiu's research. "We don't have a life-and-death feud with Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu is very principled. As long as we are prepared, I believe we can settle it. We can't wait any longer. We'll send the money tonight." Qian Hailong knew how powerful Li Zongjiu was. If he waited until Li Zongjiu came personally, everything would be too late. Chapter 1077. That night, Qian Hailong overcame all difficulties. He directly asked someone to bring some extremely valuable items to the Marquis mansion to pay a visit to Li Zongjiu. Of course, he also wanted to send some gifts to the Marquis mansion. In the end, Qian Hailong and an elder arrived. This elder was Qian Hailong's confidant and was also an elder in charge of the Qian family's finances. He had great authority. Patriarch, is there really a need to do this? Cut the crap. Just follow me, Qian Hailong said seriously. This confidant had never seen Qian Hailong with such a serious expression. Moreover, it was extremely dignified, as though he was ready to go to the execution ground at any time. This caused the elder's heart to be slightly flustered. This was because Qian Hailong's expression looked as though he was about to go to the execution ground. This made people extremely nervous and worried. Finally, the two of them met Li Zongjiu and Li Yun in the courtyard where Li Zongjiu was resting. At the beginning, Li Yun was also fiddling with a few stones in the courtyard. After Qian Hailong saw them, he asked Li Yun respectfully. This was because he wasn't clear about Li Yun's identity. If he spoke carelessly and offended her, wouldn't it be troublesome? Why are you looking for my brother? Li Yun looked at the two of them curiously. You are from the Qian family, right? Why do I find your name familiar? Right, just now Zongjiu said that you are from the Qian family. You came tonight. You have a good relationship. Immediately, Li Yun sized up Qian Hailong and Qian Hailong. Li Zongjiu didn't mention the matters of the Qian family to Li Yun. After all, these were trivial matters and there was no need to explain so much. It's hard to say. Qian Hailong smiled awkwardly. It was impossible for them to be friends. Li Zongjiu did such a thing to the Qian family. How could they still be friends? But if they were enemies, wouldn't that be courting death? Why are you guys here? Li Zongjiu heard the commotion outside and also walked out. Originally, he wanted to use his mental power to search around to see if there were any clues. It would be best if he could find some clues to find the King of Fire. Although he had severely injured the other party today. However, it was inevitable that Sky Shaman would have some other hidden means. In short, the longer King of Fire remained in his hands, the more danger he would be in. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Qian Hailong and the others approaching. Elderly, it's been a long time since we last saw you. We've heard that you're here, so we came to see if there's anything we can do for you. We've been waiting for you for a long time. When Qian Hailong saw Li Zongjiu, he suddenly felt familiar with Li Zongjiu, which made Li Zongjiu think that he and Qian Hailong were very familiar with each other and that they had a good relationship. That's a little too much. If you have something to say, say it. Li Zongjiu frowned. Looking at Qian Hailong's face, which was full of flattery, he didn't look like a family head at all. He looked like a shameless flatterer. Even the elders couldn't stand it anymore. Boss, you're the family head of Heichu Royal City's Qian family. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, he was willing to become a flatterer. It was hard to believe that such a scene would happen. However, Qian Hailong didn't think that there was any problem. What are you talking about? Elderly, there's no need to be so polite with me. Haifu, let Elderly take a look. Qian Hailong said. Qian Haifu also walked up and handed over the storage ring in his hand to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu glanced at Qian Hailong. You're quite smart. Li Zongjiu took the storage ring and realized that other than money, there were many precious items in it. There were some precious jade and protective amulets, all of which were of high quality. The protective amulet's effect was obvious. As long as one wore it, once one's body was locked on and the threat exceeded one's limit, it would be triggered. Or one could trigger it on their own. If one could bring more protective amulets with them, they would have more time to save their lives. Of course, in front of a real expert, it was best not to think about such things. They could take your life in a matter of minutes. There were a few items that showed Qian Hailong's sincerity. If one didn't have money, they wouldn't have been able to get these items. They looked good. At least, Li Zongjiu was satisfied. Of course, what made Li Zongjiu the most satisfied was the latter's attitude. He took the initiative to apologize and even brought such valuable gift. With such a sincere attitude, even if Li Zongjiu wanted to teach him a lesson, he couldn't do it. Have a seat, Li Zongjiu said straightforwardly. Since the other party was so sincere and even gave him so many valuable gifts, it was only natural that he had to treat him well. Qian Hailong and Qian Hailong sat down a little bashfully. They felt a little restrained before Li Zongjiu, as if they were children. Qian Hailong was the family leader of the Qian family. Over the years, as the great elder of the Qian family, he had seen a lot of things and had seen a lot of things. However, before Li Zongjiu, his presence was severely lacking. Elderly, the matter of the family leader of ancient Zhang was arranged by Qian Tianding. It has nothing to do with the Qian family. We've already cancelled the deal many times, but the ancient Zhang family refused to accept it no matter what. They even increased the price. Don't you think that they've gone overboard? When Qian Hailong mentioned the matter, he was very angry. Go back now and use the resources of the Qian family to help me find a force of power called Wushan. If you find him, we'll let bygones be bygones, Li Zongjiu said. When he heard the words "let bygones be bygones," Qian Hailong immediately shuddered. He could not believe that there was such a good thing in the world. Elder Li, don't worry. Leave this to the Qian family. We'll do it right away. Once Qian Hailong found an excuse, he stood up and said that. Then, he left without stopping. The speed at which he walked was simply astounding. Why do these people look like they're running away? Li Yun could not help but ask. She had wanted to make some tea, but by the looks of it, there was no need for that. I don't know either. These people's clothes don't look like simple people. How did you get to know them? The last time I came, I dismissed their family leader and let this person take over, Li Zongjiu said faintly. When she heard Li Zongjiu's words, Li Yun widened her eyes in disbelief. Aren't you being too nosy? You even want to meddle in the family leader's affairs? Later on, Li Yun found out that the Qian family was one of the top 10 family clans in the Black Canal royal city. Furthermore, it was one of the top families in terms of strength. Even a person with such strength appeared in such a state in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Yun could not help but exclaim in amazement. Just as Li Zongjiu was using all his forces to search for news of Wu Shan and the King of Fire. 10,000 miles away from the Li Fire sect, there was a city that was leaning on the edge of a volcano. This city should have been very lively, or at least a little bit lively. However, at this moment the city was dead silent. There was no sign of life. The city's surrounding walls had several array formations set up. These array formations were resonating with each other. They formed a large force that enveloped the entire city, preventing any external forces from approaching it. Furthermore, the entire city was hidden. Unless one personally came to the city, it was impossible to find the city using any other method. It was as if the city had disappeared from its original spot, as if it had been hidden by a great divine power. Dozens of black-robed men stood in the middle of the city, guarding against their surroundings. And the person they were guarding was a red-haired woman dressed in a red robe. The 18 chains bound the red-haired woman, and a surge of power flowed through the chains and into the red-haired woman's body. It was this constant suppression that allowed them to control the King of Fire's strength. The King of Fire's face was pale, but his eyes were abnormally resolute. He had seen all sorts of situations over the years, so this bit of pain was nothing. Soul Incineration Array. The King of Fire looked down. At this moment, she was sitting in the Soul Incineration Array. She was trapped in the Soul Incineration Array. The King of Fire also had a lot of time to think. He recalled the happy times he had in the sacred Fire Royal City. The Fire Wraith King's entire life was empty. He couldn't find anything to do. He had an infinite lifespan and power that kept increasing. Out of boredom, he created the world of order in the underground black market. Only when she was with Li Zongjiu would she be able to leave a deep impression on her. Everyone has their own destiny. This is my destiny. The King of Fire looked up into the sky. It extended beyond the endless firmament. Chapter 1078. Intelligence from all sides was constantly circulating. Very quickly, someone discovered that something was amiss. If it was any other time, it would be really difficult to discover. However, this time, the Qian family could be said to have used all of their strength. They were not willing to give up even the slightest clue. Finally, he found something that wasn't quite right. After sending someone to investigate, Qian Hailong immediately sent someone to deliver this information to Li Zongjiu. Feiyue City? This city is quite remote, and very few people will pay attention to it because there are no resources here, and the surrounding volcanoes can erupt at any time. Therefore, there are not many people in the city, and there is relatively little cooperation with the outside world. Wan Yulan replied. After Li Zongjiu received this information, he directly went to Wan Yulan and asked Wan Yulan to give him a certain answer. But now, it seemed that it was most likely in this place. Looks like this is their hiding place. How audacious of them to take control of an entire city. How arrogant. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. You mean, they might have occupied a city? Even Wan Yulan was shocked by Li Zongjiu's speculation. Such behavior was almost provoking the Haiku dynasty and Black Canal Basilica. Although the Black Canal Basilica was a group of shameless and greedy people, it was precisely because of the Black Canal Basilica's greed that others could not take away half of the benefits from their hands. Unless there was no other choice, there was no way to defeat them. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty, Li Zongjiu said. I'll go there myself. I'll go too. Li Yun stood up and said, if the other party has occupied the city, they must have set up a defensive formation. Maybe they have already dealt with Black Canal Basilica. Okay, just don't talk too much. The two of them were about to set off again. Wan Yulan quickly said, I'll send someone to help you. There's no need to trouble yourself. If there's really a situation, even if your people go, they won't be able to help, Li Zongjiu said. Even if Wan Yulan went in person, she might not be able to help. Immediately, Li Zongjiu and Yi Qingyu boarded the Eagle battleship and soared into the sky. Boom! Many experts caught sight of this figure. Everyone gasped in surprise. The speed of this silhouette was incomparably fast. Even primitive emperors could not catch up to it. It would require at least primitive emperors to catch up to it. Immediately, the attention of the Marquis of Brave Thousand Marquis Manor rose. Everyone was staring at the Marquis of Brave Thousand Marquis Manor. Clearly, the Marquis of Brave Thousand Marquis Manor was about to stir up trouble. They had already contacted many forces in the imperial court. Clearly, under the imperial court's instructions, they had begun to gather their forces. Even the military power in the north and south had been shaken. Gradually, they closed in on King City. They had even contacted many forces in the underworld secretly. A storm was gradually brewing. Black Canal Basilica had already noticed this long ago. However, they were not in a hurry to deal with Marquis residents of Brave Marquis. After all, there were so many things to do now. They did not have the time to deal with them for the time being. Once they were done with this, they would let Marquis residents of Brave Marquis and the people in the royal family know. Feudal resistance was futile. The Eagle battleship was extremely fast. When Li Yun inspected it, she found that the battleship was a little worn out. Obviously, the quality of the materials was still not enough. In addition, the rate of wear and tear was a little high recently, which led to such a situation. Whoosh! Just as the battleship was about to fly near Feiyue City, a strong light suddenly swept over from afar. 1. The defensive shield automatically opened and resisted the attack. At the same time, the Eagle battleship shook violently. We've been attacked. The direction of the attack is from that city. Li Yun said. Return the favor. Li Zongjiu said faintly. This was a little arrogant. They actually dared to take the initiative to attack Li Zongjiu. Although Li Yun was the only pilot and could not enter a combat state, it was not a problem for her to release one or two attacks. From the Eagle battleship, a cannonball was suddenly fired. This cannonball was a kind of powerful offensive weapon provided by the Song family. Once it was released, the shock wave of the explosion would affect the area within 100 miles. It was called the Shaker. Boom! The vibrator exploded in an instant. Li Yan was not careless either. When she attacked, she did not hold back at all. But when this horrifying power spread out, however, when the shock wave spread out, the two of them were surprised to find that there seemed to be a transparent energy curtain in the sky above Feyue City. It blocked the shock wave that was full of destructive power just now. Li Zongjiu frowned. It's a formation. After Li Yan analyzed the situation, she immediately exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, she carefully observed the structure and effect of the formation. Immediately, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. It's a level 7 formation, Emperor's Prison. This is a trap formation. A level 7 formation. Wouldn't that mean that only an utmost exalted level expert would be able to break through it? Was he really that arrogant? He actually used such a powerful cultivation in formations to create a trapping formation instead of a killing formation. Are they trying to trap someone? Immediately, Li Zongjiu released his mental strength to check it out. However, he was directly blocked by a force. Even Li Zongjiu's mental strength could not break through. It must be here. After searching for so long, he finally found it. Immediately, Li Zongjiu rushed out with the hammer without hesitation. He flew to the sky above the city. Looking in from the outside, he could not see anything. Break. Facing the protective shield below, Li Zongjiu swung the black dragon hammer in his hand. He directly smashed it down. Boom! The destructive power was released, but it just kept rolling around the protective shield. The power spread out and was directly absorbed by the shield. It can't be broken? Before Li Zongjiu could recover from his shock, he already felt the power transmitted from the protective shield. It almost sent Li Zongjiu flying. This was the power released by Li Zongjiu just now. All of it was fed back to Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Li Zongjiu retreated quickly and landed back on the Eagle battleship. This formation can't be attacked by force. Wait for a while, I'll find their weakness, Li Yan said quickly. Li Zongjiu looked at Li Yan in surprise. Previously, she said that this was a 7th level formation. However, since Li Yan said so, Li Zongjiu believed that Li Yan could do it. In Feyue City, in response to the sudden uninvited guests, the black-clothed men in the city immediately gathered. Except for the 22 men guarding the King of Fire, the rest gathered on the city wall. Separated by the defensive formation, they observed Li Zongjiu and the others. The fluctuations just now directly consumed 1/10 of the formation's energy. Therefore, they could not let Li Zongjiu continue to attack. Kill them! There were nearly 30 black-clothed experts present. They were gathering their strength at the same time. Under the overlapping power of several people, this power directly gushed out. Boom! Several rays of light broke through the defense and blasted toward Li Zongjiu and the Eagle warship. Li Zongjiu directly shook his body and turned into a golden light. The golden Yuan dragon protected his body, and the huge Yuan dragon easily blocked these energy attacks. At the same time, Li Zongjiu also gave the other party an appropriate counterattack. If they kept waiting in place, sooner or later, the other party would find an opportunity and then break through in one fell swoop. The golden dragon's true spirit kept hitting the protective shield, bringing invisible pressure to the people under the shield. It kept attracting the firepower. Li Yan did not let Li Zongjiu down. There, attack the side with all your strength. That's the weakest part of the defensive shield. Li Zongjiu had almost pulled out the moment Li Yan spoke, and his figure instantly rushed to the front. Purple heavenly thunder. Receiving the power of heaven and earth, the black dragon hammer immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. The thunder clouds in the sky condensed and changed, and suddenly, a purple thunderbolt fell from the sky. Boom! As soon as the attack landed, the defensive barrier in front of him was immediately shattered. Even the people in the city did not expect this. Their defensive barrier had been destroyed so quickly. King of Fire. The moment Li Zongjiu split open the defensive shield, he roared toward the city. His voice was like countless thunderbolts exploding above the city, echoing without anyone noticing. The exhausted King of Fire opened his eyes just as he was about to faint. He was ready to give up struggling. However, when the Fire Wraith King heard this voice, it was as if a new life force had been injected into him, instantly waking him up. Li Zongjiu. The King of Fire called out in his heart, thinking that he had misheard. In the next moment, a mental power swept across the King of Fire's body. The King of Fire's body trembled slightly. It was Li Zongjiu. Chapter 1079. Almost instantly, Li Zongjiu had already locked onto the King of Fire's figure. He finally found him. When they saw Li Zongjiu's actions, the dozens of black-robed men in front of him also took out their weapons. They were all strange weapons, and directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! The black-robed men besieged Li Zongjiu one after another. Everyone's strength was at the level of Primitive Emperor, and the strongest three of them had reached the peak of Primitive Emperor realm. The rest were basically at the mid-stage or late-stage Primitive Emperor realm. Dozens of terrifying auras closed in on Li Zongjiu, trying to force Li Zongjiu down. Get out of my way! These experts in front of him were obviously Wu Tian's subordinates. Boom! After a head-on clash, these people in front of him were also quickly defeated. However, the remaining people were also quite desperate. This kind of fighting style was basically as if they didn't care about their lives. They directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. However, in the face of absolute power, no matter how many there were, it was futile. Blood Dragon Soul. Li Zongjiu didn't have time to be entangled with these people here. He activated the power of his original spirit and advanced triumphantly, completely defeating the people in front of him. Boom! Boom! Many black-robed men's figures flew out one after another. After falling to the ground, they directly lost their combat power. Trap him! The three peak Primitive Emperor realm experts were extremely troublesome. They resisted the power of Li Zongjiu's original spirit, and they also formed hand seals. The stone slabs of the houses below began to vibrate with their movements. They all rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, these stones and bricks wrapped in original spirit directly trapped Li Zongjiu within, unable to break free. Trying to trap me? Li Zongjiu was trapped by this stone formation. Immediately, a burst of power suddenly erupted. Li Zongjiu's fists continuously bombarded the bricks in front of him. Bang! The other party's binding technique was instantly shattered. Buddha Palm. Gui Luyen. The three black-clothed experts simultaneously released their essence force, and within their essence force was a terrifying flame. Gui Luyen? Playing with fire in front of your grandfather? A bunch of idiots! Li Zongjiu immediately let out a cold snort. He took the lead with the Buddha palm, sending one of them flying with a single palm strike. At the same time, he executed sky-reaching flame, suppressing the flowing ghost flame that the three of them had unleashed. He lightly flung the flowing ghost flame into the distance, causing it to wrap around the incoming flowing ghost flames. After making a circle, it flew back. So, when one of them saw the flames, he actually turned around and flew back. He was stunned for a moment. In the next second, he was surrounded by flames. His body was instantly incinerated. Seeing that something was amiss, the remaining person also flew towards the center of the city. Now that all the people around him had been killed, even if he continued to stay here, he would not be a match for Li Zongjiu. Now, only the 22 masters guarding the King of Fire were left. Humph! Li Zongjiu immediately chased after him. When the other party was about to land, he was directly caught by Li Zongjiu. When he was in midair, he was directly torn in half. Fresh blood splattered in the air. I told you not to run around. Look, you made me look for you for half a day. When Li Zongjiu saw that the King of Fire was still safe and sound, he also breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that when Li Zongjiu found the King of Fire, the latter would already be a corpse. In that case, even if he killed all these people, it would be useless. I thought you wouldn't come. The King of Fire also said faintly. She had only left for less than half a year. Li Zongjiu's growth speed was really terrifying. In less than half a year, he had grown to such a level. With this momentum, even if she wanted to defeat Li Zongjiu, it would not be easy. Li Zongjiu's gaze fell on the chains that trapped the King of Fire. His eyes suddenly became extremely cold. You guys are really bold. Don't leave today. Come together. Li Zongjiu said lightly. The remaining 22 masters were responsible for guarding the King of Fire, so they did not participate in the attack formation or the battle in the city. Now that they saw Li Zongjiu, they took the initiative to meet him. It seemed that if they wanted to take the King of Fire away, they would have to kill Li Zongjiu. 2 of them were still sitting on the steps, motionless. The remaining 20 people lined up and rushed towards Li Zongjiu. The 20 people burst out with their aura. The whole world shook violently. It was as if an indomitable giant had appeared. Its vast aura was like a mountain pressing down on Li Zongjiu. Dragon Soul! Boom! The golden dragon, original spirit, burst out instantly. It used its huge body to resist the tyrannical aura in front of it. It was full of overbearing aura. Roar! Then, the golden dragon, original spirit, moved violently and crazily hit the mountain that was condensed by the aura. Boom! The aura condensed by the 20 peak origin emperors was instantly broken. As for the golden dragon Yuan spirit, it had also dimmed a little. However, its aura was still soaring to the heavens. This crushing force was enough to make people palpitate. However, the 20 people were unmoved. The black-clothed experts revealed their figures and attacked Li Zongjiu. An earth-shattering elemental energy attack, along with countless energy waves, descended upon Li Zongjiu. The Yuan force in Li Zongjiu's hand vibrated. The black dragon hammer smashed out suddenly. Immediately, the terrifying thunderbolt force rushed out. However, the opponent's reaction was extremely fast. The power of the 20 people was instantly strung together. They actually took the initiative to break down the thunderbolt force of the hammer. They blocked Li Zongjiu's hammer and came out unscathed. Blood, soul, hell. It was always a waste of time to be surprised in a battle. It was all some useless actions. Only by killing people would there be enough time to make other expressions. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly summoned the blood, soul, hell and enveloped the 20 black-clothed experts. Boom! The 20 people were immediately drawn into the blood, soul, hell. Obviously, these people weren't easy to deal with. They started to attack the blood, soul, hell in an orderly and organized manner. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? The ancient demon clan that was subdued in Qingyuan Villa had long become the blood demon of the blood, soul, hell. At this moment, they revealed their figures. Together with the life and death servant from before, they were all refined by Li Zongjiu. Many forces entangled the 20 black-clothed experts in front of him. At the same time, the blood dragon original spirit also came out to take charge. Li Zongjiu took the time to severely injure one of them and then retreated from the blood, soul, hell. At this moment, there were only 2 people in front of him. Be careful. These 2 people have thought it through and their cultivation has reached the first-grade sovereign realm. Chapter 1080. King of Fire reminded him. Li Zongjiu's performance just now also surprised King of Fire. He had made such a breakthrough in such a short time. However, he still had to be careful when facing these 2 enemies who had figured out their heart acupoint. Li Zongjiu also noticed that the state of the 2 people in front of him was different. Even the movements and aura of their movements were very similar. It could even be said that they were exactly the same. Immediately, the 2 people drew their swords at the same time. They slashed towards Li Zongjiu with their swords. Although the two people attacked at the same time, it seemed as if there was only one sword. The sword swept over. The black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand turned into a wild dragon and smashed towards the two people. Originally, this sword chi was going to rush towards Li Zongjiu. At this moment, seeing Li Zongjiu attack, it also adjusted the sword chi to collide with Li Zongjiu's black dragon hammer. Unexpectedly, the black dragon hammer turned into a black dragon and easily avoided the sword chi of the two people, rolling towards one of them. Boom! The black dragon hammer instantly rolled up the other person's body, which was equivalent to giving the latter a close-range hit. It directly sent the person flying. Boom! Li Zongjiu was also hit by the two sword chi at the same time. However, the golden dragon original spirit was behind him and easily defended against this move. In fact, it only looked easy on the surface. The real force that he had to bear was quite huge. The golden body protection dragon pattern on the surface of his body also faintly showed signs of cracking. If the heavy blow just now came a few more times, it was very likely that Li Zongjiu's defense would be broken. Of course, Li Zongjiu was injured, and the other people were definitely not any better. A black dragon directly rolled one of them hundreds of meters away and finally smashed into the ground with a bang. An extremely terrifying fluctuation erupted. The person in the ruins was still pressed down by a hammer. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to get up for a long time. Shua! The other person did not go to the rescue. In their estimation, Li Zongjiu was already seriously injured and was now an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as they applied a little more pressure, he would definitely break. Boom! Just as the sword was about to strike, Li Zongjiu also let out a low roar. He stretched out his hands and grabbed at his opponent's sword. The sword chi surged, and the huge sword chi kept attacking Li Zongjiu's hands. Just as the two sides were in a deadlock, Li Zongjiu's body suddenly felt a strong surge of energy. He quickly added in. Li Zongjiu immediately sneered and increased the strength of his hands, easily destroying the latter's weapon. Clang! The sword in his hand was broken. Li Zongjiu also struck out with a Buddha's palm when his opponent's palm struck out. Bang bang! Both of them were hit by each other's palm at almost the same time. Li Zongjiu's body shook, and energy kept coming in. This was the blood soul hell, which was refining the black-clothed people. Compared to Li Zongjiu's body, it only shook a little. On the other hand, the opponent's body was directly shattered by this palm. Puff! Only his head was left intact and it fell from the sky. The remaining person also struggled to get out of the black dragon hammer's entanglement. When he saw that his companion had been beaten to such a state, he couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. What he did was not continue to attack Li Zongjiu, but rushed to the front of King of Fire's formation. Then his body quickly collided, and he actually wanted to explode his origin energy. You're courting death. Li Zongjiu directly used his mental energy to wrap the person in front of him, and instantly transported him tens of thousands of meters away. The moment he withdrew his mental energy, a loud bang suddenly came from tens of thousands of meters away. Suddenly, there was a chaotic impact in his mind, and he took a few steps back. Although his body was shaking, he still stood firm in the end. You're really ruthless. Li Zongjiu shook his head and could not help but say. King of Fire looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. He did not expect Li Zongjiu's strength to be so strong. Your strength has improved quite fast. Back then, when the Fire Wraith King caught Li Zongjiu in his domain, the latter had a vigilant look on his face. But now, Li Zongjiu's strength was enough to defeat her easily. How do I break this thing? Li Zongjiu's face was a little pale. After all, it was the self-detonation of a Supreme Being realm expert. Although he was instantly transported tens of thousands of meters away, his mental energy could not escape so quickly. Even if it was only a little bit, it would affect his entire mental energy. After swallowing a qi calming elixir, Li Zongjiu adjusted his mental energy slightly, and it relieved the pain in his mind. Master! Li Yun also descended from the sky. She did not stay idle just now, and also destroyed several formations in the city. The surrounding array formations were also quite dangerous. Therefore, Li Yun also directly destroyed the formations when there was a gap. If the opponent condensed the formations again, and the big formation was activated, the consequences would be unimaginable if there was an expert guarding it. Fortunately, it went smoothly. This is the soul-burning formation. When Li Yun saw the King of Fire, she was excited, and looked at the formation in front of her. The surrounding soul-burning pillars were quite obvious. Yes, it's the soul-burning formation, the King of Fire said. Li Zongjiu looked at the surrounding pillars, and there were alternating black and red colors on them. This is the soul-burning pillar, a formation that is specially used to refine the souls of sovereigns for one's own use. It is a formation that can even forcefully extract a person's soul. It is quite cruel. Li Yun took a deep breath and said. She knew in her heart that the King of Fire must be in great pain at all times for such a vicious formation. The red color is Master's spiritual energy. If the red color on these 8 soul-burning pillars reaches the top, Master's soul will be completely separated from his body. Li Yun looked at Li Zongjiu and said. Li Zongjiu frowned, looking at the soul-burning pillars. How about we just break them? No, that won't do. If that's the case, Master's soul will become a dead soul. Li Yun quickly shook her head and said. The only way is for me to break the formation. But it will take me at least 7 days. If I can't break the formation in 7 days, Master will not be able to hold on. The King of Fire looked at the two of them. It's good enough that I can see you. Go ahead. The soul-burning formation is a level 9 formation. Li Yun, with your strength, it is not enough for you to understand it. The King of Fire said softly. Level 9 formation. Li Zongjiu's heart sank to the bottom. Although they had found the Fire Wraith King, they still couldn't rescue him from the formation. No, there must be a way. Li Zongjiu would not give up. So what if it is a level 9 formation? Since Li Yun can't break it, I will go and catch a level 9 formation master. If Li Yun could not break it, there would naturally be others who could. But at the moment they had to protect the King of Fire. Give me 3 days. 3 days later, I will definitely bring him here. Even if I have to catch Wu Tian, I will definitely save you.